Representative Lazarga, we need to get going. Representative Schwartzbein? Sorry for the delays. We just need a quorum up here. Okay, Laura, I think we've got a quorum.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, January 21st, 2020. Present are Mayor Margot, Representative Schwartzbein, Representative Manello, Representative Hernandez, Representative Rivera, and Representative Lizarraga. Mayor Pro Tem Perez and Representative Morgan will be here later this morning. It is 9:09 a.m., and we begin the meeting with an announcement from our Spanish interpreter, Mr. Jorge Perez Viñalet.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, members of the City Council and members of the public. My name is Jorge Perez. I am a Spanish language interpreter, and I am here to assist anyone who would prefer to address the City Council in Spanish. Buenos días, Su Señoría, miembros del Cabildo y miembros del público. Mi nombre es Jorge Pérez. Yo soy un intérprete del idioma español y estoy aquí para prestar asistencia a cualquier persona que prefiera dirigirse a los miembros del Cabildo en español. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now, will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting, and rise for the invocation delivered by Pastor Luis Diaz and co-pastor Adriana Martinez.
Good morning. Let's pray. Amado Dios, en esta mañana estamos aquí una vez más dándote gracias por la vida y la salud que tú les brindas a todo el personal de este cabildo para emprender un año nuevo 2020 con éxito. Tu palabra, la Biblia, dice que tú eres el que pones y quitas gobernantes, y tú has puesto estas autoridades aquí presentes, tú las has establecido porque así dice la Escritura, y es tu autoridad que estén aquí. Gracias te damos por ellas porque les has dado sabiduría para dirigir esta hermosa ciudad del Paso, Texas. Tu palabra también dice que por la oración y la bendición que declaramos tus ministros sobre la ciudad será grandemente prosperada. Lo creemos y declaramos que esta reunión será bendecida, tendrá éxito y será de mucho beneficio para todos. Declaramos a la ciudad del Paso una ciudad próspera y segura. Y Dios bendiga al Paso, Dios bendiga a América, Dios bendiga a todas las personas aquí presentes, y declaramos lo que dice la Escritura, que ninguna arma forjada contra la ciudad del Paso y el mayor Dimargo prosperará.
Beloved God, here we are once again thanking you for the life and health you have given to all the council present to endure this 2020 new year with success. Your word says that every authority has been established by you, and we truly believe you have established these authorities present here today. We pray you guide them with your wisdom to lead this beautiful city of El Paso. Your word also says that what we pray and declare as ministers over our nation, our city shall be greatly prospered. We believe it, and this is why we bless this meeting. We declare it will be successful and it will benefit everyone. We declare that El Paso will prosper and will stay safe. God bless El Paso, God bless America, and God bless everyone here present. No weapon formed against our city and our mayor will prosper. Amen.
This morning, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, are members of Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso at the invitation of Mayor DeMargo. We have Jocelyn Thornton, Angel Romero, Charles Abeta, Halo Tolliver, and Jazara Wheaton. That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. The first proclamation is National Mentoring Month. Whereas for more than 100 years, Big Brothers and Big Sisters has operated under the belief that inherent in every child is the ability to succeed and thrive in life. And whereas Big Brothers and Big Sisters' mission is to provide children facing adversity with strong and enduring, professionally supported one-to-one relationships that change their lives for the better. And whereas in addition to guiding children to meet their future potential, Big Brothers and Big Sisters provides critical mentorship to proactively combat potential victims of human trafficking. And whereas thousands of children in El Paso are considered at risk and the community must seek to prevent human trafficking before it can occur by promoting safe, healthy environments through preventative mentoring programs like Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And whereas Big Brothers, Big Sisters of El Paso helps provide mentoring for El Paso children who are most in need of support and guidance from a caring, responsible adult to ignite, inspire, and defend their potential. And now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, Texas, that January 2020 shall be known as National Mentoring Month. Signed by our Honorable Mayor, D. Margo. The next proclamation is Catholic Schools Week 2020.
Whereas Catholic schools are celebrating over 100 years of sustained legacy of talent and leadership contributions to the region, and whereas the El Paso diocesan school system is embarking on its Transformation 2020, and whereas the El Paso Catholic school system is proud to align its transformative investments with this renewed Borderplex regional focus with the recently announced intersection of possibilities that includes El Paso, Ciudad Juarez, and Las Cruces. The El Paso Collaborative for Academic Excellence Regional Scorecard, the Dona Ana County Borderplex Joint Regional Talent Development Strategic Plan, and CREED's 60 by 30 EP Higher Education graduation targets. And whereas the El Paso Catholic school system is reaffirming its commitment to continue producing the region's 21st century talent with strong education-connected pathways centered on building students' readiness. And whereas by providing innovative and unique student learning experiences, student readiness includes a whole student focus on academics, students ready to learn, college transition, students ready to grow, career, students ready to earn, life, students ready to lead, and spiritual, students ready to serve. And whereas the El Paso Catholic school system remains a key player in nurturing, growing, and keeping region's talents. And whereas each year people nationwide celebrate Catholic Schools Week to recognize the accomplishments of the Catholic elementary and secondary schools across the country, with this year's theme being Catholic Schools Learn, Serve, Lead, Succeed. And now therefore it be proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that January 26th through February the 1st, 2020 shall be known as Catholic Schools Week. Signed by our Honorable Mayor, D. Margo.
And the final proclamation is Priceless Heart Day. Whereas Clinton Price Stanley, born January 27, 2009, possessed a heart so big that despite his 10 years of age, he has had a profound impact on the world. And whereas in honor of Price and his loving nature, the Priceless Heart Fund and Priceless Project was created by his family to further Price's mission of helping others. And whereas Price's profound empathy for the homeless community is celebrated through educating our youth in philanthropy and promotion of giving and giving goals of upcycle goods to those in need. And whereas the priceless model encourages the kindness and proactivity exemplified by Price himself, and works to P, to promote giving, R, to reach out, I, to include everyone, C, to create change, and E, to empower yourself. Whereas Price's legacy continues to inspire those in our community and beyond to lend a hand to those in need, reminding us all, give to others, be caring and kind, because that is when a priceless heart you will find. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, Texas, that January 27th, 2020 shall be known as Priceless Heart Day. Signed by our Honorable Mayor DeMargo.
And then we're going to do one picture with just the three, if you don't mind. And the mayor. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. There it goes.
We now move to the mayor's recognitions.
All right, I've got a few recognitions, positive recognitions to talk about this morning. First one, an extraordinary number of airport staff have completed the Airport Certified Employee Program through the American Association of Airport Executives. The operations program's curriculum is designed to educate and challenge airport personnel with airfield operations responsibilities. Training consisted of 4 days of intense classwork that covered everything from administration to the airfield, followed by a final exam. Congratulations to all of our airport employee staff. Sister Cities International will be holding its fourth in the series Binational Summit on February the 26th through the 28th at the Doubletree Hotel. This is the first time the summit has been held in El Paso. The summit will connect mayors, municipal officials, business leaders, academics, and civic leaders to engage each community's citizen diplomats in El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. And that's also kind of, as you all may know, a real priority for Representative Schwartzbein. I also want to add that Olivia Zepeda was accepted into my chief of staff was accepted into the highly competitive Leadership Women Texas program. And this program offers women leaders across the state educational and developmental opportunities to advance all aspects of their lives while creating a positive impact across the state. And lastly, I had the privilege of attending an event Saturday afternoon called the El Paso Strong Quilt Initiative. And it was designed to providing love through quilting to those affected by the tragedy of August 3rd. The El Paso Quilters Association presented approximately over 50 quilts to first responders, victims of August 3rd, and to me as mayor of El Paso, which I will be getting framed. They said a quilt has been described as being made of 3 layers, the top with its many colors and patterns that represent the community and the many individuals we are. The batting or the filler, the center of the quilt, is the warmth. It represents our hope that the quilt will bring warmth, comfort, peace, and healing to the person who receives it. and the backing is the strength that supports the other layers. It represents the strength of the recipient, the support of their family, community, and nation. And each stitch that holds the layers together represents the love of the makers. The pattern for the quilts is called the Friendship Star to represent the star on the mountain in this great city of El Paso and friendship. It was made from blocks donated by people from all over the country who wanted to do something for our community and stand with us in friendship. It is made with love and the hope that it will provide some measure of comfort during these trying times. It was a tremendous event, and I compliment the El Paso Quilters Association for their heart. Thank you.
That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions to the consent and regular agenda. Page 2, item 1.1, revised per city clerk's office.
And that's to strike out the approval of the minutes for December 17, 2019.
Page 7, item 12.1, move to the forefront per economic development. Page 13, item 17.4, move to the forefront per economic development. Page 14, item 19.1, 20.1, move to the forefront per city manager's office. Page 14, 20.2, move to the forefront per city manager's office. And page 16, item executive session, item number 6, delete per city attorney's office. And that's all I have. Do y'all have anything?
I do, yeah. Can we postpone 20.3? So both sides have the opportunity to look over the contract. And then, like I do every time we do not have a Monday agenda review, I would like to make the motion that we go through the consent agenda item by item.
Second.
Okay, page 14, item 20.3. You want to postpone that for 2 weeks per Representative Anello? And we will be taking each item as if we were going through agenda review. Twenty point 20.3.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second on this?
I did.
Oh, you have, you said? okay.
Yes, we do.
Yes, I had a second.
And did you want to add anything else? You're done?
No.
Okay.
I just,
Okay, let's vote on this.
Did you want to go through the items?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what the motion was. And we don't have a motion for the consent. We just had a motion and a second to go through
For
each
the
item.
we have a motion for the movement of items to the front of to the forefront. Now,
What's
is
the
that
motion?
separate from the consent agenda?
Who made that motion? No one. We did not have a motion, is what I'm saying. We only had a motion. I made a motion to go through each item individually. We still need a motion and a second for the consent, to move them forward.
yeah,
Okay, what we can do then is I'll just withdraw my revisions and we'll just go through the consent agenda and then I'll make the revisions after that.
Okay, thank you.
Three point one. And so we can move rapidly, let's make sure everybody's up here.
Good morning, Denise Carter with Economic Development. I do have a presentation available, if IT can pull it up, please. This is a consent to assign from George E. Herman to MedBen LLC. The original agreement was executed on October 18, 2016. It's located in District 8. The applicant has already built the medical facility, and they invested over $2.7 million in the development. I'm sorry.
Just go through it like it's consent agenda. Don't go through the presentation.
This is merely a name change. There will be no change to the grant term or the dollar amount approved on the incentive package. All other terms will remain the same. Do you all have any questions?
How do we want to handle this? Do we want a motion and a second on each item, or do we want to go through all the items and then do one massive?
All the items
Okay,
first and then
all right.
one motion.
Let's do it that way.
I have a quick question, just to be clear, they're on their last year of the incentive?
They
Correct.
have 3 years left on their tax abatement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item, 3.2.
Good morning, Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. Item 3.2 is an agreement between the city and Wood Environmental for the amount of $200,175. This is for geotechnical testing services on taxiway uniform and Victor rehabilitation and the FBO ramp extension.
Any questions? Let's go to 4.1.
Morning, Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. 4.1 and 4.2 are easements to El Paso Electric for the District 7 Regional Water Park.
Questions? 4.3.
4.3 is an MOU with El Paso Water Utilities for the construction of a water main in support of the District 4 Regional Water Park.
5.1 are tax refunds. I'm assuming we don't need to talk about that. 6.1.
Good morning, Claudia Lozano with the City of El Paso Department of Public Health, and this is a resolution to terminate a contract with Texas Tech Health University Health Sciences Center. The total contract was for 3 years, and they have notified us on December of 2019 that they want to go ahead and cancel the contract since they are not able to fulfill the deliverables. And we want to request for the mayor to provide authorization to cancel this agreement and work with legal and city staff to find ways to recoup the payment that was not able to meet the deliverables.
Okay, any questions? All right, 7.1, 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 are appointments. I'm assuming there's no questions on that, so we're at the end of the consent agenda with the motions that you've done. Okay, you want to complete your motion?
Laura, do I have to, I don't have to read through
No, you
each
can- you
revision?
can just-
Okay, so I move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the revisions read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Perez. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Representative Schwartzbein not present.
Okay, let's move to the items that have been moved forward.
The first item that was moved to the forefront is on page 7, item 12.1. This is a presentation on regional marketing initiative.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kerry Weston, Senior Deputy City Manager. What I wanted to do before Bob Wingo gets up and presents the Regional Marketing Initiative, I wanted to give a quick introduction just to give you some context of what brought us to where we are today. By way of background, your leadership and your approval of our strategic plan back in 2015 really launched us on the path we're on right now in regards to a lot of the transformational change and growth that you're seeing in the community. And actually, you'll be receiving a couple of presentations starting today and throughout other city council meetings where you're going to get some results presentations to show not only the power of the strategic plan, but by staying consistent with the vision of what you wanted our community to look like and how you wanted us to grow. That said, one of the challenges that we have had is how we deliver our region's message and how we market ourselves, not only within our community, but certainly outside of El Paso. There's been a lot of great work that's been done to market our city, As you know, last year we commissioned Destination El Paso to develop, this is a new El Paso. It's a marketing video that we were able to get done through hotel occupancy tax dollars. And it was actually used as a national spot during the Sun Bowl. And if IT could bring up the video, I'd like to show it to the council and to the public.
Jamie wanted a taste of the real New Orleans.
Oh, that's the wrong video. Bring up the, this is the new El Paso, please. And so many of you remember that video. That was, again, that was very popular in terms of giving a good glimpse of El Paso and what we have to offer. We also had our airport do a Fly ELP video. And as IT, if we could do this so it's not embedded within the presentation, it'll make it a little bit easier to look at.
El Paso is known for its warm weather and warm people. So however you play, work, taste, explore, or live ELP. When you fly ELP, you'll always get a warm welcome.
So the airport has done, I think, several videos now. That particular one was shown locally. They had a different video that was also one of the series of videos that they've done that was also used during the Sun Bowl. That said, what we've been lacking is a comprehensive community effort that tells the story of our entire region. And if you look at the region, we really are very unique. Actually, let me bring us. We're at the intersection of 3 states and 2 countries. We have a regional binational population that exceeds 2.5 million people, one of the largest manufacturing centers in North America. Everybody knows about our rich cultural history, and certainly we're at the gateway for trade on the U.S.-Mexico border. But despite a lot of the great work that's been done within the city and with our community partners, a lot of our efforts are still really siloed. So one of the things that the city has done over the last couple of years is taken a leadership role in bringing these efforts together. A couple of years ago, the city manager brought our community partners and stakeholders together, and the purpose of that was to talk about best practices and things that have been done in other communities where they've been very successful. And there are a number of cities that come to mind based on their marketing campaigns. Places like Oklahoma City have done a great job with it, but probably at the forefront has been New Orleans, Louisiana. They did a series of about 20 different videos, very short spots, that highlighted everything from the city itself to food to all the different aspects of what would attract people to want to come to their city. And it was a NOLA video, your NOLA video. And so I'd just like to show one of the quick videos that they had done quite some time back, probably about 3 years ago, to launch that campaign. And if IT could bring it up, please.
Jamie wanted a taste of the real New Orleans, and we just couldn't say no to that face. Then we wanted more of that local flavor. So Betty says, oh yeah, that's Betty. You're gonna wanna do this alligator thing. And Betty didn't lead us wrong. A little later, we passed some dancing. And who doesn't like dancing? Especially when it's followed by fireworks. Everyone's NOLA is different. Follow yours. Jamie wanted a taste of the real New Orleans.
So when New Orleans did this, they did a lot of videos just like that, very clever, short. They went viral, and it was a great marketing approach for their community. So really it was a result of having those discussions with partners, and something that we needed to do not only from the city's standpoint, but a much more regional effort that was the catalyst for where we are today. And so the result of that's an extensive public-private partnership that's been formed over about the past year and a half, an effort that's raised over $1.2 million. And the city's contribution, as you can see, has been front and center thanks to your leadership and vision. And with that, I'd like to bring up Bob Wingo to talk more about what he's done with the regional marketing initiative with our partners, El Paso, the region, and the intersection of possibilities.
Thanks, Gary. So Jessica, who's driving? Okay. Good morning. Good morning, council, the mayor. And I would like to extend a personal thank you to Tommy Gonzalez, who many months ago we sat down along with Carrie and Jessica and had a very extensive conversation about how do we really push our region forward? How do we make a positive statement about who we are and where we are? So working in concert with the Borderplex and Juarez and Las Cruces and all these communities coming together, we have, in my opinion, have really begun the first step in branding our region, where we are telling our own story and not letting outsiders tell the story for us. I've had an opportunity to meet with most of City Council individually and the mayor, and as Carrie said, we've raised a considerable amount of money for the first year of this initiative. We've met with over 100 companies individually and organizations. I had the good fortune of spending 6 years on the State Economic Development Board and chairing it for 3. So I'd like to extend a special thanks to the investors who've believed in this vision up to this point. And I can tell you we're gaining great momentum both in Juarez and in Las Cruces and El Paso as we move forward. Next, please. Am I driving this? Okay. This is the forward button?
Down.
This one?
Yes.
I didn't know it was the driver. Okay. As we said, the city of El Paso is in partnership with the county. The county has also played a major role in this, as well as Las Cruces and Juarez. We recently met with the mayor of Las Cruces. We've met with the mayor of Juarez and many of the individual organizations that run those communities. So what we're here today to talk about is our destiny as a region, and I think we've covered part of those issues already. We must be the arbiters of our own story. We have to tell the story for ourselves and not let the outside world tell it. So, opportunities flourish at the point of intersections. That's how our region comes together. That's how our story is going to be told. We're turning the page, and we're going to broadcast our story to the world. We're going to make sure that local, regional, national, and international businesses, site selectors, media, politicians, all are aware of the great values that our region has to offer. To do this, we must be the owners of our own story. We have to tell our own strategic message. We have a collection of valuable content that will tell our region's story truthfully and uniquely. So, this is going to be about a 5-year effort, of which we're in year 1, where we're going to tell the stories over the next 48 months to make sure that everyone really understands and gets the values of what we have and how we're going to break this down into content in 90s, 30s, 60s, 45s, and 15-second sound bites. As Carrie said, as they've done with NOLA, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it equally as good, if not better. So, some of the topics that we're going to cover off on in these segments are going to be tourism, workforce, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, higher ed, business services, life sciences, and many others. This is just a sampling of where we're headed. So, this is how we're going to tell the stories to the world. What we're going to do, what you're going to see is a video shortly, but what we're going to do after that video is we're going to be building this whole content marketing approach where we will have the ability to send content out to key targets based on who we want to send that message to. It's going to be video content, articles, statistics, podcasts. It's going to be graphics. It's going to be photo galleries, infographics. What we're going to do here, though, is we're going to have the ability to work with Borderplex and the city and the counties and all of our region and send out the kind of content that's really going to target these key individual site selectors and businesses to tell our story and to make sure they get the message that we want them to get. So, the content approach will do a couple of things. We're going to drive awareness. We're also going to tie in social media and display. We're going to generate leads via paid search and relevant trades so that we have a continuous, fresh approach. Our content will be fresh at all times. We're not just going to do one piece and stop there. We're going to keep this fresh and on a continuous basis. The Borderplex is going to play a key role in this since they are the key economic development partner for El Paso, Juarez, and Las Cruces. And again, as I've stated, we have met with business leaders in all three communities on an ongoing basis, and as recently as a week ago, we continue that message and process. So what we're going to do as our company is we're going to be the marketing side of the equation. We're going to build the content. We're going to help upload that content. But the relationship side of it, the advocacy side, will be the Borderplex and our key community leaders from an economic development perspective. We will continue to build and update this content on an ongoing basis. Our strong economic future really begins with a unique and ownable brand, and we have an opportunity to own our own brand and tell our own story. So what we've done is we've combined El Paso, Juarez, and Las Cruces to create El Paso, Juarez, Las Cruces, the intersection of possibilities. We feel that this really sets the tone for who we are, and where we want to take our message. So what does the intersection of possibilities mean to us? Well, when you look at our big picture, and I know this is small on the screen, so I'll read it real quickly. The intersection of possibilities is here. Here, the future of economic development is dynamic and wide open. Here, the cross-pollination of concepts, creativity is happening at all times. It's a meeting place of innovation, excellence, and industry where the Rio Grande, Chihuahuan Desert, and 3 separate mountain ranges unite. And the flow of products and exchange of ideas is never ending. This is where languages, geography, and history blend seamlessly. This is where El Paso, Juarez, and Las Cruces are one. Our people, our workforce, our universities are all together. Our manufacturing power, military might, and tech innovation are all interwoven. Our past, present, and future are all intrinsically connected. 3 cities, one region, one shared vision. Welcome to the intersection of possibilities. Now I'll show you a quick video, which is step 1 in phase 1 of what we're doing. I think I'm showing you a quick video. Do I need to press something else? Okay, IT.
The intersection of possibilities is here, where Texas, New Mexico, and Mexico triumphantly come together. This is where El Paso, Las Cruces, and Juarez are one, and the future of economic development is dynamic and wide open. Here, we are a region reborn. Industries are emerging and growing exponentially. Momentum is huge. Business is booming. Multi-million-dollar hotel renovations. Multiple highway expansions. 3 sports teams in 5 years. It's vibrant, it's electric, it's changing shape every day. This is where the Rio Grande, Chihuahuan Desert, and 3 separate mountain ranges unite, and the flow of products and exchange of ideas is never-ending. Here, with a population of 2.5 million, thrives a rich and authentic mix of Mexican and American tradition. This is where languages, geography, and history seamlessly blend. Here, we're producing the next generation of fresh young minds, thought leaders, and social game changers. Our people are everything. Here you find the versatility, productivity, and fluidity of a strong bilingual and binational workforce that's well-versed in navigating business environments in 2 countries. Here, where academia meets industry, our universities and top global companies are working hand in hand to cultivate a highly skilled, diverse, and driven talent pipeline. Our military and veteran community is also a huge part of our workforce story, generating its own unique stream of specialty trained workers. This is where military might and tech innovation are interwoven. With the most expansive regional military complex in the nation, Our defense sector is a major economic driver. Fort Bliss is also partnering with local universities for research, training, and certifications in cybersecurity, data analytics, and drone operation. With our advances in aerospace, we're at the intersection of Earth and sky. We're home to the NASA White Sands Test Facility and Spaceport America, the first purpose-built commercial spaceport in the world. At our universities, the biggest names in aerospace are looking to us for research and talent. Here, agriculture has long been a cornerstone. It's the second largest industry in New Mexico, producing a variety of signature crops, including green chilies, pecans, hemp, and Pima cotton. We're also pushing the boundaries of food manufacturing and developing food processing facilities. Here, ideal location meets world-class fabrication. We have the fourth largest manufacturing hub in North America, accounting for 17% of all trade with Mexico. And over 70 Fortune 500 companies call our region home. Our geostrategic corridor has long been a gateway for trade and the home of countless origin stories. This is where North American trade began, situated on I-10 and I-25, with 6 international ports of entry, binational air and rail access, and a recent $420 million investment by Union Pacific toward a state-of-the-art intermodal rail and truck facility. We're fast becoming one of the most critical trade centers along the U.S.-Mexico border. Here, leading healthcare meets the future face of America. Our region's demographics truly reflect where the general population is headed, making us the place for monumental strides in the medical sector. We're better equipped today to solve the health issues of tomorrow. Here is where world-class companies meet small-town business environment, where you have greater access to city leadership, where our fearless pioneer spirit fuels entrepreneurialism. This is where affordable living meets high quality of life. With an average house cost of under $200,000, homeownership is very much a reality. This is where your dollar and your desire to explore both go further. And an outstanding climate yields virtually no weather interruptions. Here, there are sights, sounds, and flavors all their own. From food, to finance, to fashion, we are a constant source of new creation, connected by proximity, lifestyle, work ethic, and boundless optimism. We are collectively redefining the urban economic landscape. 3 cities, 1 region, 1 shared vision. Welcome to El Paso, Juarez, and Las Cruces. Welcome to the intersection of possibilities.
Thank you. That's our first effort. It's 5 minutes. A lot of people have said, "Why do you have a 5-minute video?" I think the key thing is when we kick this off, as NOLA and other communities have done in Denver, Phoenix, Chicago, Miami, North Carolina, we have to tell a story that's very compelling. We have to tell a story that really shares the values of our entire region. So this was 22 days of shooting and about 20 days of editing. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done. And I also want to do a shout out to Brian Crow, who's assisted us tremendously in sharing some of the assets that they have at Destination El Paso. We have commitments right now for the next 3 years of almost $3 million so that we can really continue to build the kind of content and build on this story to tell our story in a unique and ownable way. I'm very proud to be a part of this initiative. I'm extremely pleased that Tommy and his team saw the vision that we were sharing collectively, and Tommy challenged us as well as many others, and I'm extremely happy to say this is only the beginning. We have a long way to go, but I think this is a great first step in rebranding who we are as a city, as a region, and as a community. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Representative Vanello.
Thank you. The videos are really beautiful. I have a few questions. Carrie, maybe you can answer this. The video shown from the airport, was that part of the same project?
No, that wasn't the same project. What I was showing when I showed the initial video that we commissioned through Destination El Paso and our airport, those were city efforts, and so this is now where we are. This is the amalgamation of taking the city efforts and looking at it regionally. And
Sure.
so doing a much broader reach.
Well, I'll tell you, that video is really beautiful, and it's seamless editing. It's really, really great.
Which one, that first one?
The airport one. This one is also great. I'm not saying it in that regard. I just want to tell you that the work the city did was really good. I was very critical of this project when it was first awarded. I think the outcome is really good. I do, however, one of my concerns I think I still stick to. I think when you're asking people to buy into videos, sometimes we just focus on the industries. I would have loved to have seen kind of the aspects of the outdoor world, the Franklin Mountains, all of the activities a little bit more in the video. I think there's still an option to do so. Otherwise, I think it was really great. I do have a question. So what are the deliverables, and when will they be coming back to council? I mean, I know you mentioned social media. There'll be, I know, plenty of conversations about clicks and things like that, but how will we be working with Borderplex and Destination El Paso to look at tangible deliverables?
Okay, two things. Number one, we have a governance committee, which I'm very happy that we have a governance committee in place. We did a lot of consulting work with Woody Hunt, who also sits on the board for Go Big in Texas. And what we're going to do is every 3 to 4 months, we will be building additional video content so that we can go deep and we can also focus on things. For example, we want to focus on water. We want to focus on education. We want to focus on many of those buckets of content that we showed you earlier so that we'll be able to build this into a master website so that anybody can come at any given time and pick up the kind of content that they need to find out more about El Paso, Juarez, or Las Cruces. So this is going to be an ongoing effort over the next 48 months. The great story is Oklahoma City did this, and they've been doing it for 15 years. The first 5 years, they raised $11 million and had 160 investors. We're not looking at those kind of goals or numbers. I think what we've got is a great start. I think we finally have a place where we can have content where a site selector or business or politicians or any communities want to look at what El Paso, Juarez, and Las Cruces has to offer, and they'll be able to find that content. This is going to be a building block process. There will be 30-second segments, 60s. There'll be content. There'll be podcasts. There'll be all kinds of information so we can really sell our region and our story.
So, Rep. Anello, if I may, to your point about the outdoors and having a different type of video in that respect, about 5 years ago, we met with several different entities, and everybody had their own video. And so what we wanted to do is have one vision, one message, just one community being shown. I do think it's a lot. I think he said it best when he said when we're trying to attract business or site consultants or anyone that's elected outside of this region, it's a great video to show. However, the 30-second spot, that's kind of what we're after. The first two that were done, we were doing it because we kept pushing everyone to kind of all work together to come up with something that we could all get behind. I do think it's a lot. I mean, obviously it's 3 different entities that are being shown on the video. And so we need to there's still more work to do. I think it's a great, as Bob said, it's a great start, but we still are after that viral 30, 40-second clip that we can market not only at the state level, but on the national level. So that's kind of where it originated. Everyone kind of was doing their own thing. Some people were marketing to doctors. Some people were marketing to students. People were marketing for retail or for destination type of events, tourism in that respect. The airport obviously was marketing towards visitors, but we wanted to kind of bring it all together. I think that NOLA video kind of captures it all, and that's kind of the goal, to get to that kind of video that really can market the region and El Paso without talking about all those different industries, because it does get very heavy into that area. But I think for us wanting to relocate businesses or site consultants that we're after, that's a great video for that.
And I would like to add, too, that there will be plenty of quality of life in place. We're looking at the mission trails. We're looking at a bunch of different things that really need to be shot and covered. As new things come on board and online, those things need to be covered individually, and they need to be built and updated as we go. That's why we can't do this as a one video content fits all needs. This is going to be an ongoing updated process where we will look at water, where we'll look at housing, where we'll look at quality of life, we'll look at education, we'll look at Fort Bliss and the values that Fort Bliss brings to us. We'll look at biomedical sciences. We're going to look at all these key buckets of content so that we can have the kind of deliverables that will show the world what our capabilities are and why they should be putting their business here in our region. And I think once we get to that point, we're going to have content that's going to be on par with anyone else. And we've looked at Detroit, and we've looked at New Orleans, and we've looked at Denver, Phoenix, Austin. As a matter of fact, our economic development team showed this to site selectors in Austin a few weeks ago, and they were blown away. Go Big in Texas said, we would love to have access and use the content that you've developed. So I think we made a good first impression. We will continue building on it.
The deliverables?
Beg your pardon?
I'd asked the question about the deliverables.
Every quarter, there'll be new deliverables. There'll be new updated deliverables. We are working right now on phase 2, which is in process.
Real quick.
Representative Rivera?
When do they start? Are they already airing, or when do they start airing? Or?
No, these aren't. What we're going to do, we're not airing this. This is content that's going to be pushed through intersectionofpossibilities.com right now. There will be content hubs where people can pick up this content. This 5-minute video will not be aired. It will be pushed to site selectors and businesses and the media so they can see the value that we have. I can tell you many of El Pasoans came to me and said, I didn't know all the things that were going on in the video that you showed. And this is just the first phase. So we're going to push this out through social media, through content marketing, through viral purposes, social media. That's how we're going to get the message out, because we could not afford to broadcast this at a 5-minute level.
And it's great video also, but I'm asking, when do you start that? Has it already started? So
people are posting the video right now, and it's been turned over to Borderplex, and they're using it. And when
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna.
So we're having all these things in place, and again, there was a year's worth of research done before we shot the first day of shooting. We did all the research to make sure we had defendable positions. We will give you updates individually or as a full council as we continue to build on this content.
Thank you. Were you going to say something, Ms.?
Yes, sir. Jessica Herrera with Economic Development. I just wanted to let you know you're also ambassadors of these tools. We're going to send those out. We're working in conjunction with Sanders Wingo. But just so you know, when this launched in early December, we're already out there at different trade shows and conferences. But as Bob mentioned, our team is pushing that content out to companies that are not yet in El Paso, as well as those businesses that need this type of tool to recruit employees. Many times this is another recruitment tool for a lot of our existing businesses. So this is something that you can also help via your constituents send that out as well.
Thank you. And we did ask a lot of site selectors and economic development people what they thought. And we wanted to get their key insights and direction, because we wanted to make sure we had defendable positions. We wanted to make sure we had content that was going to be meaningful, because what we're trying to do is sell our region to the world. We need to get them at a point where they understand the value and the visibility that we have and what we bring when you have 2.5 million people in this region and all the values that we have. So that's step one.
Mr. Wingo is absolutely correct. As we came to the forefront last year when we were considered ground zero for immigration and the issues related to cross-border, it was I can't tell you how many media interviews I did where they had absolutely no knowledge of El Paso whatsoever, no recognition of our 350-year history, the fact that we're the 6th largest city in the state of Texas and the 20th largest city in the United States, or a region of 2.5 to 2.7 million people. And then when August 3rd came, the same thing just was reaffirmed. They were shocked, they didn't know, they didn't understand us, and what we have here is unique, and there's nowhere else in the Western Hemisphere like El Paso, Juarez, and southern New Mexico. And so to the extent you can continue to show that, we really applaud that, and we thank you.
This adds credence to your statement about El Paso being a gem.
That's right.
Really shows it.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob.
And thank you for your support, and I look forward to showing you next steps. Thank you.
Are we going to 17.4?
Mayor, there was a member of the audience that signed up on 12.1. I'm not sure if he's here. Mr. Howard Perlmutter?
Perlmutter? Not here.
Okay. The next item that was moved to the forefront
17.1.
is on page 13. This is 17.4. This is a presentation by the Hub of Human Innovation on their annual report.
Good morning, Denise Carter with Economic Development. Mr. Carlos Martinez Vela is here to present the report to you all.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Happy New Year. I haven't seen you since then. It's a pleasure to be here with you to report on, to present our annual report from the conclusion of our prior agreement with the City of El Paso, which ended in September of last year. I'm happy to report also that we have rolled out our new name, Pioneers 21, and our new brand. As you might remember, we changed our name with the idea that the U.S.-Mexico border is the land of the pioneers of the 21st century, as part of the efforts that we have in our region to tell a new story. That's what we're doing. And on behalf of our board of directors and of our chairman, Tripper Goodman, I really would like to say thank you for your support and for extending a new agreement, economic development agreement to Pioneers 21 last November for an additional two years. The City of El Paso's funding is the floor that allows us to operate. On top of that, we have been increasingly successful in raising private funds. We raised almost $50,000 during the last El Paso Giving Day. I'm happy to report also that we met or exceeded all of the required metrics under our contract. We have these metrics for our new agreement and also a few additional metrics. And as we move forward with our new agreement, I would like to share with you a few ideas about how we're framing our work. 4 years ago, before I moved to El Paso, I was living in Boston, and I was spending 1 year at MIT, and I was invited to come to this region. And I was just really captured by the whole place, the border, the opportunities. And I went back, and I applied for a grant together with Professor Michael Piori, who's visiting us here in El Paso this week. He's here in the audience today. And we started a project to analyze the emergence of an innovation economy in our region. And we have learned a few key things. We're now in the process of writing our final report. So that's, I took that photo once, landing, coming back from Monterrey, landing in El Paso, that's the border. But when we look at border regions, that's Tijuana, from above, we see a very familiar pattern. You see there a lot of squares, a lot of boxes, a lot of warehouses. That is the same in our border region along I-10 and also on the Juarez side of the border. And this reflects, that's how it looks from the land, right, from land when we're driving around. What we observe here is a dominant economic development strategy in border cities. This dominant economic development strategy has to do with attracting investment. Today, we are very familiar with everything that is being discussed about the relevance of trade and the USMCA. Trade, having more of these warehouses, maquiladoras, manufacturing, and traditionally relying on low wages. This is a strategy of growth from the outside. Very important for what we do here. The border conversation has also been about optimizing flows of people, capital, and goods, and to do this as fast and as securely as possible. What we're working on and what we are really an advocates of is that to add a new conversation that has to do with unleashing the creative and economic potential of the U.S.-Mexico border. And this is an additional strategy of growth from within. Where do we begin? We begin by rethinking what the border is about. Not a problem, but a place, imagination, and possibility. And by recognizing that along the U.S.-Mexico border there are cities. This is a visualization of the metropolitan regions along the border. This is our city, and people live in these cities. And what is driving change in these regions, in these cities, is local entrepreneurship, extremely important point, the growth or the scale-up of small and medium-sized enterprises, and all of these by working together, government, industry, academia, at the grassroots level in a mobilization for regional economic change. That's what we're doing. We are focusing on these three areas: in entrepreneurship, the growth of small businesses, and to fueling this grassroots mobilization for economic change. In short, we foster economic growth and renewal by helping entrepreneurs, startups, and small businesses to start, launch, and grow, from ideation and business start to acceleration and growth, not just in high tech, but in all established and emerging industries and sectors. Our ambitions here are to fulfill our mission to help entrepreneurs, but also to build and connect communities of innovation, to discover, articulate, and share stories of innovation in our region, and to build relationships that help us achieve our goals of unleashing the potential of our region, position our city as the borderlands capital, and change the narrative of the U.S.-Mexico border. These were our members during 2019, a very diverse cohort of companies and entrepreneurs. We have helped 87 companies since our foundation, approximately 45 still in business. Recently, one of our member startups, eDealer Direct, great story, great local story. Just to give you a sense, they won the first El Paso Dia de Muertos pitch competition last November, and they just posted these two job openings, a JavaScript software engineer and a software engineer intern. In the small business area, we continue our partnership with Technology Hub in Ciudad Juarez through the Bridge Accelerator. As you might know, Maquiladora has purchased $39 billion annually in goods and services, and only 2% is supplied by local businesses. The Bridge Accelerator seems to take advantage of this opportunity. The results of the first pilot program last year were fantastic. Microsoft extended support for an additional 3 years for $1.5 million. The winner company of the last cohort was an El Paso company, Global Containers and Custom Packaging. The next cohort stands in February, and the applications are open right now and until Thursday. We are very engaged with the community, building and maintaining relationships locally and outside of our region, and sharing our story. We have this series of talks called Pioneer Conversations. We just had last week Joyce Wilson. Before that, we had Emma Schwartz. Before that, we had Luis Fernandez from Novamex. An incredible local story that isn't being told or given enough credit, which is Jarritos. It's a global business operating in 39 countries around the world. We were also very involved in the Border Tuner. I hope you all went to. It was an incredible experience. We hosted the artist at Pioneers 21, and we also had an activity on site together with one of our member startups, Boost Human, which was called Augmented Reality for Everyone. This year, we are continuing our programming, expanding, as we agreed, our innovation training for small and medium-sized enterprises, targeted audience and sector workshops, and also taking our programming to other parts of the region beyond our space. We're hosting Mass Challenge Texas, national competition in this coming February. Continue Pioneer Conversations. We're planning Paso Innovation Awards, continue our strategic initiatives, and a few surprises that are coming. And we are building all of these on this idea that we are at a place, the border, which is a place, imagination, and possibility. Are there any questions?
I don't see any. We appreciate it. I had a question. One of the things
Sure.
we were doing, and when we were renewing your contract with Pioneer 21, is making sure we truly adhered to what your requests were related to our support.
Yes.
And I know from my past involvement with nonprofits, and still am involved with some nonprofits, that sometimes when going for grants, there were certain granting organizations that looked with disdain on governmental funding if it was above a certain level. Have you run into that at all? Are you looking at, you all reduced what you wanted and we put a floor in there. Is that occurring anywhere? Are you going for grants in which there is some questioning about governmental involvement?
We haven't encountered that. We're pursuing a number of grants right now
Right.
to diversify our funding. And I think part of it is how do we tell the story of what this is about. This is not a subsidy or a grant. It's actually an investment.
Right.
It's public investment in innovation infrastructure. Right. So I think this is also a reflection in terms of what we're doing as a private nonprofit, citizen-driven entity with private funding with the city. It's really a typical public-private partnership.
And you all are doing much better on the private side than I think some people thought. So we congratulate you. Representative Schwartzbein, do you have a question?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's a really great presentation that you have here. I really like the framing that you present in terms of how to look beyond that those consistent ways of framing the border into looking at other opportunities and avenues for economic development. I think it's spot on. The speakers that you have, I think, are really great, and I would also encourage any of the other representatives to have an opportunity to engage in these. Also, if you can also email me that visualization of the different U.S.-Mexico border cities from west to east, that's a really fascinating data visualization.
Of course.
So thank you for all the work that y'all are doing.
Thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you can join us this Thursday at 5 for a meet and greet with Professor Piori at Pioneers 21. Thank you. Yes, Professor Piori is right here in the audience. Professor Piori, visiting us from Boston and from MIT.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Mr. Perlmutter also signed up, but I don't believe he's arrived.
Okay.
Would you like to go to the introductions or move on to the next items that were moved to the forefront?
We need to continue on the forefront items.
Okay. These are items 19.1 to 20.2. Item 19.1 is discussion and action on a resolution declaring a process to censure an El Paso City Council representative.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Kerry Weston, Senior Deputy City Manager. This item was postponed at the last City Council meeting for additional information that was going to be brought forward by the Council. So we're prepared to either present the process that we presented at the last City Council meeting or address any of the questions you might have as a body. No questions?
Sorry, Representative Anela.
So, last time I stated that I believe that there was language in the proposed process that kind of led the process. We heard from staff and legal that these processes were in Dallas and Austin. I've sent an email to the council showing from the Austin City Attorney saying that they do not have a censure process. I'm sure you all read in the El Paso Times, the Dallas censure process, they do not have this language. So I would ask that we remove it, would be my motion.
So let me...
The language that was in question, I'm sorry, let me pull it up in the backup.
Well, let me have the city attorney address your questions regarding the processes that are in place in both Austin and Dallas.
Sure, but just for the record, the language is the city council may not censure for conduct related to alleged criminal violations prior to a final non-appealable injunction by the appropriate court of law. Again, I feel that the staff and legal team are molding this process for a very specific incident, and they should not be doing this. If we're going to have a process, it should be general. We should not be writing it for specific incidences.
Okay, and my response to that, Representative, is that we, in fact, are not molding this for any specific instance. This is a process that this body is going to have to live with going forward. And so when we looked at this in regards to having due process if there was an incident that was involved in either a criminal case that was in a court of law or an item that was being reviewed by the Ethics Commission until a final determination was made. That's what we both felt was the right thing to do for those particular instances where conduct was is in some type of forum, like a court or in front of the commission for resolution, and we stand by the process that you asked us to propose to you.
Well, we didn't ask you to propose this, but I would...
No, in fact, you did. The city council asked us to come back and propose a process that you can then evaluate, and then you can determine as a body whether you'll adopt that or not.
And I will also remind the council that this is not a legally binding document. This is not the council taking investigatory powers. This is the council saying that we don't approve of someone's actions on a moral basis. So I guess my motion would be to delete that language mentioned prior.
May I?
Second.
But we have several signed up to speak here. Representative Schwartzbein?
So this item that I put up was specifically in regards toward,
Different item.
is it?
We're
Or is
on
it?
19.1, we're not on your item.
Okay, my apologies, and I will remove my
right.
opportunity to speak.
Dr. Morgan?
All right, well, first of all, I want to thank the staff for the due diligence that they utilized to draft this document, okay? It's a good document, I think. But the way I understand this, it sounds like it's in keeping with our charter. Our charter has very specific language when it comes to removing a council member, but the charter does not, and Ms. Nemi, you can help me out with this, the charter does not have any language in it for censure. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when we created the code of conduct, we used the code of, we created the code of conduct to keep in line with our city charter. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct. The language that we are relying on to include the language in the proposed resolution is found in section 3.8 of the charter, which is the council's investigative powers.
Okay.
The last sentence of that section states, these investigative powers shall not extend to those matters covered under the civil service, nor shall this power be used to pursue criminal matters, other than those over which the council has legislative power. The legislative power that you are seeking to establish is a censure policy, which has been brought forward. The censure policy has been crafted to keep in line with the provisions under section 3.8, as well as the provisions under the United States Constitution regarding a person's rights under the 14th Amendment to be given due process.
Okay. And, you know, one of the things that we hear in El Paso all the time, we're not Dallas, we're not Austin, we're not Houston, we're not all of this. So what we're saying is that's only applicable when it's for something that we want to move forward. Okay, my question is, under what right does a charter give city council members to seek legal counsel outside of our own council? Because I've heard on a number of times, I've spoke with the Dallas DA, the city attorney. I've spoke with the Houston city attorney. Does our charter or our give us any provision to go outside of our own legal to seek this type of advice?
So under the charter, the council has the authority to appoint a city attorney, and historically and traditionally, whenever council seeks outside legal advice, it is done through a motion of council that directs the city attorney to hire another lawyer to seek legal advice.
Was that done in this case?
I was not directed to consult with outside counsel on this matter, sir, no.
So the answer is no. Thank you. That's all I have.
Representative Hernandez?
I'm going to allow Representative Anello to speak first.
So to be clear, these accusations are completely unfair. And I'm a little concerned, Carla, that when you pulled me aside to talk about some things, it was the exact talking points that this council member just brought up. But I'm not finished speaking. I didn't consult with outside legal. This staff and our city attorney quoted the Austin and Dallas City Council. And so what I did was I called the Austin and Dallas City Council, who directed me to their city attorneys, who told me that our city attorney and our staff were not being honest about what they were saying up on the dais. I did not ask for a legal opinion. I asked a city council member who went to their city attorney. So if our city was going to quote other cities, I was going to fact check them. So I apologize for doing my job.
Representative, let me have Kristen Hamilton from the City Attorney's Office come up and address your question regarding the research that was done.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Kristen Karam from the City Attorney's Office. For the record, when I came up here the last council meeting, I quoted our charter, which is the language that Carla just read into the record. And we did say that there are other cities have a process through their ethics ordinance. That's what we were referring to. Their process is strictly their ethics ordinance.
But you did yourself reference Austin and Dallas when you were standing up here. And it did say it in the presentation last council meeting.
We discussed that in executive.
Why don't we
No,
let
we did not. We discussed it publicly.
Why don't we let her finish the presentation first, please? Did you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
Would you like to go through the process presentation again?
Sure.
Okay. IT could bring it up, please. It's on censor. Yep. Okay, they're just going to, what I'll do is they're looking for the presentation. Let me just talk through it. If you all have the background information. Again, it was the 29th of October that you instructed the city attorney and staff to recommend a process to censor a city council representative and bring it forward in 8 weeks. We did that. We recommended the following process: that city council may censor a city council representative for the following: either conduct that violates the code of conduct of the city of El Paso, and then again, I think what I'll emphasize in that there are steps at the end of that document on addressing issues and working to address those issues at the lowest possible level. But within the code of conduct, there's the ability to be able to bring behavioral kinds of conduct items up, either through the mayor or the mayor pro tem to the entire city council after exhausting efforts to address those particular steps. And then a much broader conduct that's unbecoming of an elected official, and that can reach out beyond behavioral types of things like violations of the ethics ordinance and those kinds of things. What we had stated, and I think the point of contention right now is that the staff and the city attorney's office feel that you should not, as a body, censor while there is a case pending, whether it's a case in a court of law or in front of an ethics commission, until there is final adjudication or final determination on the result of what comes out of those particular conduct instances. And then procedurally, what would happen is a city council representative would file or submit a sworn statement with the city clerk that details the incident itself and how it violates the standards of conduct. And then the city clerk would then take that and forward that to the subject representative, and giving the representative that's in question a period of 10 days to be able to respond back to the city clerk with a response to the allegations. In terms of posting an item to the city council agenda, the representative who filed the sworn statement then can submit for a council agenda within 10 business days after the response time has passed. So again, giving the subject representative an opportunity to be able to provide that in writing. The proposed agenda item then must contain approval by 3 additional council representatives. Now, we had a long discussion about that and felt that, I know that seems fairly stringent in terms of the number of council members to place an item like this on the agenda. The reason for that and the rationale that staff and the city attorney's office used is, when you place an item of censure on the city council agenda, that in and of itself is censure. And so these are very serious matters, and so placing an item like that on the agenda is something for your consideration in terms of the number of council members that would be appropriate to allow that to happen. And then finally, regarding action, if the majority of the members present vote in favor of the censor, the filing representative would read the sworn statement into the record. And essentially that's the process that's detailed in the presentation, pending any of your additional questions.
Sure. Carla, can you explain, as a home rule city, what that means when it comes to processes that the state does?
So under a home rule municipality, the city of El Paso has the authority to create its own laws and ordinances as long as they are not preempted by state law.
Mhm.
Or if there has been, traditionally there is either a law or a statute or some piece of legislation that's passed that prohibits the city from passing its own rules.
Sure.
And even in instances where you're not prohibited, there are requirements that you still comply with certain laws that are already on the books.
And as a home rule city, if we do not have a process for something, but the state was, we are allowed to just follow the state process and do that, correct?
You could, from a legal perspective, what I will tell you is that we would follow the state law as applicable
Mhm.
in terms of, depending on the subject matter. Yes,
Yeah.
we could
So,
follow that process.
Since the state does have a censure process, since the state does currently have a censure process, and we are a home rule city, we do not necessarily need a censure process to perform a censure. We can follow the process of the state.
There is a censure process in the law regarding judges,
Mhm.
which is something that we would like to explain to the
Please.
council in terms of what that requires. We have done additional legal research that if the council would give us the opportunity to explain it to you in executive session, we would like to give you the parameters of what the law requires and then discuss it if council wishes out of executive session.
Well, I think since it's already a state process, we can talk about that publicly.
Okay, well, except that we would not want to show you the presentation that we have. We prepared a presentation for you all to view in executive session regarding that process and what the law requires.
No, I think we can talk about it publicly.
Well, if council wishes for us to show you the presentation that we've created in executive session with the attorney-client communication, it's something that council would need to direct us to do.
Well, there's no motion, so I think we can just have the discussion about what the state censure process is.
I move that we have the discussion in executive session.
Okay, let's vote.
There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
I'll take a roll call. Representative Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
No.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido? Yes. Perez? Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion does pass. And the City Council of City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss item 19.1, discussion and action on a resolution declaring a process to censure an El Paso City Council representative. It is 10:32 a.m.
Okay, there's a quorum.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 10:49 a.m. We're on item 19.1.
I move to table the item to the end of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to table item 19.1 until the end of the regular agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And that motion does pass. Mayor, did you want to continue with 20.1?
Yes.
Okay. 20.1 is discussion and action to amend the City of El Paso Code of Conduct for elected officials by changing the required votes needed to formally reprimand an elected official.
I also move to table this to the end of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to table this item to the end of the regular agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Point of
Yes.
clarification, why do you want to table this? Because it's sort of separate from the rest of the,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was already.
All right,
It's a
then,
separate
sorry,
item.
remove
oh,
the
sorry, it's
item.
a separate item for the code. Which one are we on again, 21?
20.1. So are you with removing your
So,
motion
so we
table?
have 20.1 and then 20.2? Those are the two that you
Yes.
just read?
Your item is 20.
I just read 20.1. Did you want to table 20.1 or?
No.
We
No?
want to
You
table.
withdraw your motion?
Yeah,
Okay, we're on item 20.1.
Okay.
thanks. So Mayor and Council and staff, I brought this up, as you know, I've been eager to try to look at some tweaks with the Code of Conduct. I've presented other amendments in the past. As we know, this is a living document. I've spoken about some of my concerns about how it originally was passed, but I think that there's ways to strengthen it, especially in terms of making sure that it's fair for all city council members and mayors into the future. So on the last page, on page 10, under behavior and conduct, it states that any form of discipline imposed by council shall be determined by a majority vote of at least a quorum of the council. And my proposed amendment would be to change any form of discipline imposed by council shall be determined by a supermajority vote, at least a supermajority vote of the council. Meaning, I don't know if we can do a 7-to-1 vote, but at no less than a 6-to-2 supermajority.
I think just a simple majority.
Majority of the form established.
So right now, you need how many?
Right now, it's a majority vote, which means it would be 5 votes affirmative
And what do
to discipline any member of council. And given the gravity of what would be a code of conduct violation, and the concerns about weaponizing or bullying or ganging up on any members of council, having a supermajority vote of at least 6 votes in affirmative for any sort of discipline would seem to make sense, and I think would strengthen this document overall.
Just for purposes of clarity, I would recommend that you specify a number. So
Okay.
you want 6 or 7?
7.
I think 7. A supermajority is 7.
So, at the last charter amendment, there was an amendment made regarding a supermajority for appeals to council on a zoning determination, and that was a specific definition placed in that section that requires a vote of 7.
Okay.
Because traditionally, we have never counted the mayor for purposes of voting. So for purposes of this item, what I'm asking is, do you want 7 or 6?
So I think 7 would be most appropriate, and I'll tell you why. When we're talking about the seriousness of a code of conduct violation, this is after processes were exhausted of speaking to the mayor pro tem, if there was any conduct on becoming council member to council member, and in terms of any future issues as well. So to protect all members of council, whether they're the accuser or the accused, it would make a lot of sense to have it be something that is able to be clearly articulated as a form of discipline by the council to any council members or mayors into the future. And I think a 7-to-1 vote sends as clear enough of a message as possible that the council mayor do not approve of this conduct or of any discipline needed to be hashed out.
Okay, so what is the motion to 7? How should the motion read?
To change it from a majority to 7.
Yeah, I would recommend that you state that in order to censure a member of council requires an affirmative vote of 7 members or more.
Sure. This is not.
No,
I'm
this
sorry,
is
excuse me. It
any
is
form of
for
discipline.
discipline.
Yeah, any form of discipline imposed by city council shall be determined by a supermajority vote of 7 votes in affirmative by the city council and mayor.
Is there a second?
I got a question.
You second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Dr. Morgan?
Okay, Ms. Neiman, could you give us what the charter identifies as a supermajority for council?
I was about to search that. Give me
Okay.
just. Traditionally, what I will tell you is that we define, for purposes of counting the vote, we don't count the mayor. But we now take into account the fact that there is a supermajority required when we do 211s, and I need to pull the provision, so just give me a minute.
Okay. And also, could we reference Robert's Rules of Order, since that is the procedure that we utilize? Because I'm pretty sure it specifies what a supermajority vote would constitute.
Well, I'm not comfortable with you referring to Robert's Rules of Order because their rules of order for voting differs depending on what the issue is at hand. For purposes of this council, the mayor never votes. The mayor only votes to break a tie.
Yes.
And I don't believe that it is this council's directive. Obviously, the mayor wouldn't vote if he needed 7, supermajority.
Okay. Disregard Robert's rules. Let's just hear what the charter says.
If you would like to continue your conversation so I can pull it up and you're not sitting here watching me do this, just a second.
We don't mind.
I have a question.
Representative Hernandez.
Representative Schwartzman, may I address you? I have a question related to your motion. In the event that there are no more than 7 members of council, let's say there's 6 members of council, how would the procedure address that? That we would have to wait or postpone the item until more than 7 members of council are present? Are we including the mayor or not? Representative Schwartzman? Let me repeat my question. So the language for the code of conduct in order to ratify that reprimand, in the event that there are only 6 council members and the mayor, would that constitute as having? Would we have to postpone the item, essentially?
You put a number certain, then you would have to wait until you have the appropriate number of voting members of the body.
Would we want to include, sorry, Mayor?
And the way everything else reads, and looking at Constitution, looking at the city charter, looking at Robert's Rules of Order, a supermajority is defined as having 2/3 of the present members of council, so long as quorum is present. And so 2/3 for 8 members of council, you would need at least 6.
Yes.
There's a lot of ordinances that say that as well, that requires a supermajority, specifically for 211 cases where it requires a supermajority.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Hernandez. I was just conferring with Josette. That is correct. When you talk about a supermajority, we always talk about the council, and the mayor is excluded from that vote. So it's a supermajority of 8, which is 6. And that's how we now currently count for supermajority for a 211. If you all are seeking to do a supermajority in this instance, we should define it the same way.
I also have a question of clarification. Ms. Neiman, if we, in this process, are voting to, voting against a certain council member, are they allowed to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if I can read you, I found the provision that defines quorum and then the voting procedures. It's in Article 3 of our charter. It specifies voting, and it's 3.5, City Council procedures and rules under subsection C, quorum. Except as provided in this chapter, a quorum to do business shall consist in more than 1/2 of the number of the members of council, including the mayor, provided, however, that a lesser number may adjourn until a specified number, time, and compel the attendance of absent members in the manner prescribed by ordinance. And then furthermore, when we talk about, for example, the specific provision out of 211, it requires that we not count the mayor for purposes of the majority, and it is 6 of 8. So in this instance, in order to avoid any confusion, we should identify what you all want. Obviously, the mayor never votes unless it's to break a tie, so you would want to call it a supermajority, which is 6 of 8, to stay consistent.
So would you like to table this and then you come back with a full backup on your plan so that we can?
No, I don't think so. What you're suggesting is to keep it at 1.
He's just trying to say keep it at 6.
Keep it consistent. What do other members of council think about that?
I think it's in keeping with the charter, and that was the whole point of the statement that I made. You know, when we start, mixing numbers instead of using consistent language, you can get yourself kind of twisted up really quick here. Supermajority is pretty clearly stated throughout the charter. So, a supermajority of 8 is going to be 6, and with obviously the mayor can't even break that tie. Okay, so the mayor is 100% excluded from a supermajority vote.
Okay. So then I guess I would remove my motion, then add another motion to approve with the supermajority as defined by the city charter.
Second.
Let me make sure I understand. Do we need to make it's already in there, right?
No, it's not.
No,
it's not?
The code of conduct is a simple majority.
Okay.
The code of conduct's is.
Okay, all right, then I understand now. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Could I hear that motion again, please, sir? Yes.
So the motion is that to amend the City of El Paso's code of conduct on page 10 under behavior and conduct, that any form of discipline imposed by council shall be determined by a supermajority vote as defined by the city charter, by a supermajority vote of the city council as defined by the city charter.
Is there a second? There already was one? Okay. All right, if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote on 20.1.
So there is a motion and a second to amend the City of El Paso Code of Conduct, page 10, under Behavior and Conduct, second bullet, to say any form of discipline imposed by council shall be determined by a supermajority vote of the city council as defined by the city charter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, on that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously.
20.2?
20.2 is discussion and action that the mayor and city council representative censures and condemns Representative Sam Morgan for conduct that violates the values of El Paso in a way that is not befitting of an elected member of council.
I move to table this to the end of the regular agenda.
There's a motion and a second to table the item until the end of the regular agenda. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the motion passes. Council, if we may return now to the introduction of ordinances. They start on page 4. These are items 9.1 to 11.1.
Move on the first reading of ordinances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council, did you want to hear the briefing by staff?
Yes,
or did you
right?
want to vote?
Yes, right?
We can, if there's, which presentation on which one? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's,
So can we take them?
We're taking them all together, but there's a presentation on one of them.
be item 11.1. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Robert Cortinas. So this item was postponed from the last council meeting. This is the introduction of the ordinance related to the El Paso Electric franchise. And again, this is building on the public meetings that were held last week. So we have the introduction today. We will bring back the ordinance for approval on February 4th. So the current El Paso Electric franchise goes back to the year 2005. That's ordinance number 16090. And you can see essentially what that does is it provides El Paso Electric the use of city streets, alleys, public ways, parks, and public places. The term of that ordinance went through the year 2030. However, that was amended in the year 2018 as a result of the change that we did and added in the auxiliary fee. So currently, with the addition of ordinance number 18772, it extended the term of the agreement all the way through the year 2060. You can see here the history again of the ordinance going back to the year 2005. At that time, it was a 3.25% franchise fee paid by El Paso Electric. That was amended in the year 2010 when they created the impact fund. So it included a economic development restriction that added 0.75%. So in 2010, that total was 4% paid by El Paso Electric. In 2018, it was amended again, which added an additional 1%, with the economic development restriction bringing the total to 5%, which is at currently. Ordinance number 16090, again, the reason why we're here and the reason why you all will be approving the assignment of the franchise. Ordinance number 16090 requires consent if there's any merger or acquisition of the company. And this was the language that was added, as I mentioned, in 2005. And so the City Council has the approval authority to approve the ordinance as a result of the merger or acquisition. You see the date of the PUC filing. El Paso Electric was required as part of this process to actually file an application, which is posted as backup on the agenda. They did that on September 20th of 2019. The information has been provided in addition to the application, all of the exhibits. However, there was some confidential information that has been excluded.
Representative Schwartzman.
Thank you. Ordinance 16090 that's currently on the franchise agreement, is that also in place in the proposed new franchise agreement between Sun Jupiter or IIF and El Paso Electric and the City of El Paso?
So there is a separate document that will be presented on February 4th as an agreement that binds Sun Jupiter to similar provisions as it exists in the franchise agreement. So you will see the references both to Sun Jupiter in the franchise, and then there will be a second agreement.
But I think I think what you're referencing, so what you all are approving is an amendment to that ordinance 16090, similar to what's been done or what was done in 2010.
Right.
2018, what you all will be approving is an amendment to that ordinance with the additional items that
so
I'm
my
about to
question
cover.
specifically is, I don't know if you can go back to the slide, is on ordinance 16090, specifically about the consent for any merger or sale in the future, if that still remains.
Yes, the answer is yes, it remains.
Okay.
That section is not being amended.
Okay. Is there a way that you can share with the council where that language
It is
specifically within the?
in section 14.
Okay.
Let me pull it up for you. It is on page 9 of ordinance 016090. And it is the assignment language that will remain, and it is not being amended.
Okay.
So for purposes of the public also, after Robert finishes, there are additional documents that have been provided to the public that gives you a chronology of the various amendments to the ordinance, and it specifies that the current ordinance is only changing certain sections, not the entire ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
IT, will you bring up that presentation, please? So as part of the application process, there's multiple documents that they were required to present. Some of those included proposed encroachment and encroachment routes, other franchise and certifications, list of creditors, some legal information, environmental safety measures, all of those items you see there listed. Those were the items that were required to be submitted as part of the application process, so a pretty lengthy amount of documentation. The city's condition to the consent of the agreement. Again, you've heard these items and you've seen these items presented. Sun Jupiter, for so long as IAF US2 owns Sun Jupiter, will not relocate jobs outside of the El Paso service territory and will not reduce El Paso Electric's workforce. Again, the reference to the El Paso headquarters never moving as long as Sun Jupiter owns. Sun Jupiter will provide $80 million over 15 years for Economic Development Fund to serve as El Paso Electric's Texas service territory, Additionally, the $750,000 over a 10-year period. And then finally, Sun Jupiter will pledge $1 million over a period of 5 years to support enhancements for the low-income assistance program. So on February 4th, when this item comes back for your approval, the ordinance amending the franchise, there will be a separate document that you all will be approving at the same time in relation to the items being presented here in relation to Sun Jupiter. So you have those two items for your approval on February 4th. You have the ordinance and the separate item, in particular the $80 million, the $750,000, and the $1 million for the low-income assistance program. Some more amendments to the franchise. We included language in relation to quarterly meetings between El Paso Electric representatives and our city engineer. So some of the discussions were focused around the placement of poles, transmission lines, also about the cleanup of easements and rights of way. So those are some discussions that we actually had a meeting with them a couple of weeks ago. So there's language included in the franchise related to those items. The renewable generation study, you can see here what that's going to include. That within 1 year, a study will be generated that will produce those 5 items, those deliverables. Also included that El Paso Electric will report at least twice a year on the progress towards increasing renewable generation in accordance with the findings of the study. So twice a year, a report will be presented to the City Council on the findings and how they're getting towards the renewable generation recommendations. Proposed amendment to compensation. This is the item related to the funding that currently has the economic development restriction that goes primarily to the MCA agreement. So I showed you in the earlier slide about the amendment that was made in 2010 that added the additional 0.75%. What's included in the amendment to the franchise is that after that agreement expires in the year 2030, that economic development restriction would terminate, and that 0.75 of additional franchise fee would come to the city in the form of the general fund transfer. So it would remove the economic development restriction currently in place. Additionally, El Paso Electric has agreed to pay up to $200,000 for city costs related to the case and to the franchise assignment, all of the legal fees associated with it. The future purchase options.
Robert, I apologize.
Yes.
Representative Hernandez has a quick question.
Sure.
On the previous slide, this is where I'm getting confused because we've been negotiating on this for some time now. The current language says 1.75, correct? Until 2030.
With an economic development restriction, correct.
1.75.
Yes.
And so we're agreeing to reducing it from 1.75 to 1%.
That's correct.
And so after 2030, that 1%, not the 1.75, but it's 1% now, it goes to the city's general fund.
No, it will be 1% that will be, or will have the economic development restriction after 2030. It's currently 1.75. After 2030, it will only be 1% that's restricted for economic development.
So what happens to the 0.75?
It will come to the general fund.
Okay.
And that's related to the MCA agreement, which will expire on July 29th of 2030.
I don't see that in the language. Where does this say 0.75 will go to the general fund? So it's just,
Well, essentially what it's doing is it's removing the restriction, the economic development restriction, but it's not changing the overall 5% franchise fee amount.
So we wrote them back a very simple, or I shouldn't say we wrote them back. I wrote staff a real simple because I saw the same language you're referring to. It's very confusing, very long. Yeah. And I said, okay, so 3% is doing this, 1% this, 1% this, total for 5%. Staff and legal both looked at it and said, yes, that is correct. So yes, the end result is that .75 goes to the general fund. It's just very confusing language.
So it's in the language where it's 5%. This language is just to remove the language about the restriction.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Can I clarify? Because you asked the exact same question I asked when we were drafting the language. So what we did to clarify any confusion that the .75 didn't go back to El Paso Electric but remains within the 5%, we have now defined the economic development allocation where it was previously undefined, so that you will see that allocation remains with the city of El Paso. And it's in the last paragraph on page 7 of 11 of the proposed ordinance, which is section 4 of the proposed ordinance.
Okay, do you have a definition in your presentation of what that is? And the reason why I'm a little concerned about that is councils in the future, what if they have a different idea?
So if I can read you.
Okay.
It's not in the presentation, it's in the ordinance.
Okay.
So it's on page 7 of 11.
Okay.
And specifically, the definition is the economic development allocation is a portion of the street rental charge equal to 1 3/4% of the gross revenue the company receives for the generation, transmission, and distribution of electrical energy and other services. It keeps going on and on, talking about the economic development, and then after that, we say the economic development allocation will be placed in a restricted fund. After July 29th, 2030, the economic development allocation will be reduced to 1%.
Okay, and
So then the reduction goes to 1%, the .75 goes back into the street rental charge, which is defined earlier in the same paragraph.
Okay, I understand now. And Mrs. Neiman, would this preclude future administrations from changing the definition of economic development fund? Let's say our priority shift. Let's say we need more maintenance on facilities,
would not.
deferred maintenance. So
would
would
not.
it prohibit city council from?
As a matter of fact, that 1% has to go towards that as prescribed in the franchise agreement.
No, I'm saying.
Can I?
Yes. So then you're answering what my concern is. So my concern is that definition of economic development. Let's say our priority shift in 10 years from now. We don't want to use the 1% for economic development. We have different plans for that 1%. Would this agreement preclude us from changing the definition of economic development efforts?
IT, will you bring up the presentation real quickly? So on this slide that I showed you earlier, that ordinance number 18772, which was approved back in March of 2018, that ordinance, again, is not being amended. You're making an amendment to the 16090 ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So that ordinance 18772 actually defines and talks about economic development and talks about what that 1% can be used for. So that is not going away. That is not changing. So
Okay.
that ordinance is still in place.
Okay, I need to review that then. Thank you.
Representative Anello, do you have a question?
About a different item
Okay.
in the hearing, so I'll wait till this is.
2 more slides. On the future purchase option again, so extending the amount of time the city has to either make an offer or waive their right to make an offer has been extended. Originally, we had talked about 90 days. That's been extended to 120 days. And thereafter, that last bullet point there, thereafter that 120 day, the city still has the ability to make an offer at any given time. The city council back in January had asked that we bring in an outside expert to again review the franchise. That has been done. One of the experts had declined the offer to go in and review the application or the franchise agreement. The expert there, Snapper Carr, did meet, I believe, with all of the council and went through the franchise agreement with you all.
And he's here today as well,
And so is
in case
Mr.
y'all have any
And
questions.
so is Mr. Gordon.
Exactly.
So are they going to present about their findings and opinions on it?
We have listed both items in executive session.
Okay.
If council wishes to retire into executive session either now or later in the meeting, they're available.
And was Ken Anderson at all hired with the, was he hired by the city?
No, he was not. He declined to
Okay,
to be hired.
he hasn't worked before for this?
No, he did not work for us on this.
Okay.
At all.
And the last slide here, again, the required findings. So what's required from the city code section is that in order to approve the assignment of the franchise, these items need to be met, which they have been. So again, they're qualified to render proposed services, qualified to maintain public rights of way adequately and safely. And you can see the remaining 3 items there. So those items need to be met, which they have been. And again, this is the introduction. The public hearing and the approval of the ordinance will be on February 4th. And I'll take any other questions.
And I'd just like to say, just as a reminder for the public and also for the council, all the concerns that the council had were aligned with the community's concerns and vice versa. Now, with the exception of the sale not going through in its entirety, which was one of the concerns of the public as well. But aside from that, everything that was brought up, all of those issues were addressed and ameliorated and made better. So the council stepped up and really challenged us and also challenged the electric company to really not only meet but also exceed a lot of the expectations that the council had from the buyer. And so this agreement is an excellent agreement, and it's an excellent agreement today because of all the changes that you asked for, all the questions that you asked in executive session, and all the different challenges that you posed to them publicly. So it's a much better agreement today than it was back whenever they issued the statement that they were buying the utility. So I just want to make that clear, that from that point till now, there's been a lot of changes, and a lot of those changes were directed by the city council.
And are those available to the public as well, sir?
Sir?
Are those available to the public to see as
This
well?
this has been online since last week, as of last Tuesday, I believe.
Changes and all.
So the franchise agreement has been up online, and there was 2 public meetings last week as well. Obviously, we're having this presentation today, and then there'll be another reading of this, the second reading at the next meeting, early February. And again, the experts that the council hired, that we hired, are here to answer any questions, whether in executive session or publicly, and then they'll be here also in the first meeting of February to do the same.
Okay, is that a council? No more questions? Okay, okay. Representative Hernandez? Okay, Representative Anello or Hernandez.
So I understand this is a first reading of the ordinance, but this is the first step to a 2-step process. So I want to make sure what we're introducing today is completely accurate. I want to know if there are any representatives of IIF or El Paso Electric who can address just a question I have related to renewable generation study. And as they're coming up, I want to thank the City of El Paso Electric and IIF for conducting community meetings. I attended one, and I can say that I learned a lot. I feel that there is this commitment and a willingness to participate. So my question is, on the renewable generation study on Section D, it states the company shall report to the City Council no less than 2 times per year on the company's progress towards renewable generation commitments, opportunities, and goals that are identified by the renewable generation study. The city and the company will coordinate on efforts to implement legislative, regulatory, or other policy changes identified as part of the renewable generation study. Can you explain what you envision our partnership and what that collaboration will look like as it relates to the renewable generation study?
Good morning, Representative Patrick Reiner, Vice President of Government Affairs with El Paso Electric. I guess the short answer to your question is we're going to continue to the community dialogue that we're having, but we're also going to continue the discussions that we're having with council on how we're going to push the renewable envelope in our service territory in Texas. If that answers your question.
So you're committing that you're going to continue the dialogue? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
And then-
I'm
and then
really
it's-
stuffy, and
it's okay.
I'm
And as
under
a-
medication.
And as a part of that internally, we have a planning team that'll have to do the research and stuff that needs to be done.
Okay.
And then I view the second part of your question, I believe it was the second part of your question, as something separate, in that we'll come and report twice a year on what we're doing to advance the goals of renewable energy.
And as part of your task team or the group that you're referring to, a planning team? Is that what you referred it to?
Yes, ma'am. It's a group of individuals.
Is that an internal dialogue that you're going to have and then come to council report, or is this? Are you going to meet with council to talk about what those plan of action is, what those tasks or deliverables may be prior to coming to council?
So I'm not an engineer, so I apologize. I may say something wrong. The planning team predominantly is of engineers, and so we'll be doing the planning that we need to make sure the system remains reliable and stable to provide the energy that we need for our customers. What we can talk about publicly, we will talk about publicly, but if there are items that we can't talk about because the study is ongoing, we obviously can't talk about those at those times.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
So what I'm looking to hear is a commitment that there would be collaboration with the city of El Paso, and I want to hear what you envision that collaboration will look like. And this is really important, this section here for us. So when the study is complete, the generation study, what does that look like when it's complete? Do we just accept the recommendations, or what's going to happen thereafter?
The way I envision it, Representative, in response to your question is as ongoing as I've talked about earlier, but then also as the study is completed, we'll be engaging the individual council members in conversations in the community, in a conversation of how we're going to move the renewable energy on our system forwards.
Okay.
I don't want to mislead you. I don't want to say we're going to do it monthly or quarterly because I'm not the engineer. I don't know how long. We may have a deliverable done in 9 months. We'll obviously check in with the council members as we're going on doing that, saying, hey, we're still working on the study. We need a little bit more time, but that's what I'm hearing.
Well, we're eager to see it in 12 months. So from the closing of
yes,
the
I'm just using that as a hypothetical date.
Right.
And Representative Hernandez, T. Ortega, IIF, I think in this case, past is prologue. I think if you felt like we've been dealing with you in good faith, if we have said, made representations and we've come through on those representations, if we work collaboratively with city staff, that's our expectation going into the future. So the same experience that you've had over the last several months, I expect you'll have that well into the future. And before I step down, I want to thank the individual members of the council and the mayor, and especially Mr. Gonzalez and his team. I think he'll tell you that there's been some tough back and forth, but at the end of the day, we've dealt with each other honestly, above the board, and in good faith, and that's how we expect to conduct ourselves going forward.
And what I've learned from the community meetings, there was Sonetics and some other folks there, some really ambitious goals for renewable energy. Yes, that's a part of your portfolio. It is my expectation, because members of my constituency and my district were there. We're excited to see this progress, and so I don't want the conversation to end. I want the dialogue and the planning to continue. That is what you pitched to our community. They're excited about what's happening nationwide and worldwide with solar energy and all of those efforts. And so I want to state for the record that is what was expressed at those community meetings, and that's what we expect in our community as well.
And Representative, I'll say to put a finer point on it, if you'll allow me, we don't anticipate retreating from those commitments or the commitment that our customers have for more renewable energy. Actually, as you've heard IIF and El Paso Electric talk about publicly, again, before, but at those community meetings as well, we actually anticipate an acceleration.
Right. And there is an opportunity to be a case example for the state of Texas, and we need to be the leaders with that, and I am committing to have that conversation and to participate with El Paso Electric and IIF. I wanted to hear your commitment as well. There's no benchmarks, there's no deliverables specific to percentages and how we're going to reduce our carbon footprint in our community, but it is our expectation that the renewable energy study will get us there, will guide us there, and a lot of people don't have a lot of trust, they're skeptical. So I want to make sure that this body is holding you all accountable, that we're going to expect that, we're going to see that, and we're going to take steps to do that together in tandem at the state and at the PUCT. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Soresbine.
So, yeah, I just want to piggyback on that as well. I've been pretty clear, about trying to hold accountable what was presented to me and also what was presented to in the public and public statements. with members of El Paso Electric when this deal was first announced, that we wouldn't just necessarily be doing a renewable generation study. We would be leading the country, we would be leading the state, if not the country, in renewable energy generation and technologies. And that was something that was stated publicly. It was also stated to myself and other members of council. And so that, I think, is something that we're getting closer to. I still, am hoping that we can have some sort of clearly defined numbers or ideas of percentages there before this final deal is announced. That's something that I've stated publicly before too. I know that the study will help clearly define that, but that's something that is a concern for me. How do you envision the role of the study to do? The renewable generation study to accomplish?
Again, respectfully, Representative, I have to say for the third time, I'm not an engineer. I'm a liberal arts major. I'm proud of my liberal arts degree, but
I'm an English major too.
and so I'm trying to not be evasive, but be responsive to your question. I think as Representative Hernandez pointed out, and we've reiterated, we'll have a commitment. You have the commitment from us publicly to achieve the objectives.
Okay.
What I'm reluctant to do is give you hard targets because I'm not an engineer.
No,
I don't want to commit to something if there's an issue that would create system reliability.
No, I know, and that's what's been communicated there before. I guess, doing a study is great and all, but as we know, and I'm sure that former Representative Ortega knows as well, the city loves to do studies, doesn't mean that they get done. And so, thanks guys. I mean, I think that it's important to have an understanding about accountability here and the need here. It's not about voices that showed up at a community meeting or people that sign up for public comment. It's about the future of our world, and it's about El Paso, as I think you've said yourself, Representative. It's about El Paso not following but leading, and that's the expectation that this community has, and quite frankly, it's what this community deserves, is being the Sun City.
Yeah, and I can agree with you more, and I will make the representation publicly that Synetics, which is one of the 19 companies owned by IIF, is doing more than any utility in the state of Texas. And so we plan to take their lead, realizing that we're operating under the strictures of the state of Texas, which are quite different from the state of New Mexico, as Mr. Carr will tell you. But I'll reiterate what I said earlier past this prologue. And if you think that we have operated in good faith with openness, with transparency, responsive to concerns, that's what to expect in the future. Right now, we're not leading Representative Schwartzbein. We are not. We're following. But our expectation is that as this moves forward, we're going to move together in good faith to make sure that El Paso is a leader.
Okay.
And Representative Schwartzbein, also, when we were having discussions with them, they do understand the aggressive nature of the council by virtue of the studies that have been undertaken, like the East Side Regional study that was done. There was the PCI study, the Pavement Condition Index, and then the council put their money where their mouth was and then had more dollars assigned to those streets. We also have pay-as-you-go dollars. So I would say that's an example of doing a study, completing the study, and actually assigning dollars to it to get it done, and this council did that. The other example is the East Side Regional study, and then the Public Safety Improvement Plan that was input in front of the public that they voted on. Again, another demonstration of not just saying something, but completing the feasibility study. Staff not just saying something, but completing it and coming back and the council approving that. They understand that level of sophistication of our organization and the vision and the principles and the leadership that's behind council's actions.
So I appreciate that, City Manager. So I just wanted to better clarify as well. There's been discussions in terms of the regulatory and legislative changes defined through this renewable generation study. Is there also a commitment from El Paso Electric that, based upon those findings or other attempts from the City Council in terms of our legislative priorities for any future state legislative agendas, state legislative sessions, my apologies, that you would not hinder or block any actions that the city would take in terms of changing regulatory concerns in regards towards renewable or solar energy generation?
Your statement's very broad, and so I'm going to answer respectfully. It depends. And what I mean by that, again, I go back to the system reliability issue. But globally, I agree with your statement.
Okay, because I know that we've had discussions about, looking at EPE or IIF helping to support lobbying efforts to change those legislative or regulatory hurdles for more solar renewable energy production. And that was also part of what this study was also define, or what are those blocks, right? Because what we've heard is we would love to do more solar, but the state legislature, really
Sometimes
holds.
the city of El Paso.
Yeah, so holds us back. So we want to understand, where's your position? We need to be going in as partners when there's that commitment towards solar and renewable energy.
And again, all I can say is that we're going to operate in good faith. I think Mr. Gonzalez will state that our back and forth has been very rigorous, but we have operated in good faith, and that's how we expect to deal with the city in moving forward. We have the same goals that you want. We are, when I say we, IAF right now, in particular, Synetics is not only a national but an international leader when it comes to solar and renewables, and we trumpet that, and we'll put that against anything that's happening in the state of Texas right now. That's what you will have at your disposal in moving forward. And again, please don't take my word for it. Talk to Ms. Neiman, talk to Mr. Gonzalez. We've operated in good faith, and we intend to continue to do so moving forward.
Okay, and then just, I could go on forever. So
Last question.
this is the last sort of thing, and that's regards towards public meetings and outreach with the renewable generation study, in addition to these sort of yearly or bi-yearly updates about solar and renewable generation as part of El Paso Electric. So I think that the meeting that we had last week, or the meetings that we had last week, I think that style of meeting would be something that I think would be appropriate for the release of the renewable generation study, as well as these twice-a-year updates for solar and renewable generation. I think it's important to have that front-facing opportunity for El Paso Electric IIF to talk about what they're doing in terms of solar and renewable. The folks that are passionate about it, these El Pasoans that are passionate about it, aren't going away. The issues that we have to overcome in terms of making our world a more sustainable planet aren't going away either. So I think that it would be good, not just necessarily on a twice-a-year basis to update us either individually in front of the council, but also to present to the public and the Renewable Energy Advisory Committee as well. Is that something that y'all can agree to?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll make ourselves available to go to individual council districts if we need to.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, in terms of the negotiations, those things are not in there now. So they have committed, they have stepped up to doing those kinds of things. And I think what you're asking for today is just more transparency and just more back and forth of sharing of the information with the public that is most critical of this kind of service.
Yeah, and it comes back to what my dad said, which I realized a couple of weeks ago is actually what Ronald Reagan said, which was trust but verify. So that's where I'm coming from with that. I appreciate what
my dad said, don't say it, do it.
I like that too. So I just wanted to wrap up and thank you guys again. I know that it's been a furious amount of negotiation there. I also want to thank those that are out in the audience who have put our feet to the fire as an organization, demanding excellence and accountability in terms of our future for our community. So thank you again for the folks as well.
Thank you, Representative. And our last speaker is Representative Anello.
I want to echo some of the concerns of Representative Schwartzbein. I also don't think that coming to the council twice a year is enough. I know that El Paso Electric currently has a member that sits with REAC. So I really think there should be a lot of community engagement for these meetings. I also was under the understanding that it was in the agreement about the lobbying. I know that was my request. We sat down and talked about that. There's been a lot of attack from states on cities. We saw this last session. I believe we lost actual money from, like real dollars, from the state taking away something like franchise fees, right? Taking away the ability for us to charge for the use of our streets. So I really I want to understand that El Paso Electric is going to stand on the side of the city and this community, and it is not going to put dollars into lobbying against us when it comes to the state government. So those are my concerns.
Thank you, and I think that's all we have.
In terms
Thank
of
you.
process, when are we, I'm
Okay.
done with them, just, are we going to be voting before we're briefed on it?
On the first reading?
Yeah, because I also
No.
don't want to just go.
So if I may, today is not a public hearing. Today is just the first reading, and traditionally, council actually doesn't have discussion, but because of the importance of the subject, you all are having the discussion. We are prepared to have further briefings in executive, any follow-up information you want to hear from us or outside counsel. And then there will be a public hearing on the 4th that will allow the public and you to continue to ask more questions before a vote is taken.
I guess my question is, I'm okay with the language here, but I also don't want to approve the first reading of the ordinance if other members still want to get briefed on it. That's my point.
I know we don't have public comment usually for these items, but I also know that there was an issue with signing up for public comment. So Laura, I didn't know if you had anyone who tried to sign up for this item.
Not for this item. We did have over 20 people sign up on other items, including executive session items, but
Right.
not for this particular item.
And we'll take the public comment before we go into executive session for the folks that signed up.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Just wanted to make sure.
We're good. Did council have any other questions in relation to any other first readings? No? Okay. Because the motion on the floor is to approve the first reading of ordinances. So you all are okay with that?
I did.
Okay.
I did actually. I'm so sorry.
Representative which item?
It was for 9.1. I just wanted I had a point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
I just point of clarification. So they're just increasing the amount of money from their own funds, right? They're not taking any additional dollars from the business owners or anyone. They're just adjusting money in their own business plan.
No, so the TERS 5 makes allocations annually.
Yeah.
And this year, the board met and decided to increase the funding from 75,000 to 100,000.
That's what I'm saying. They're taking their
It's
own
within their
pot
own
of
funds.
money.
It's within their own
I
funds.
just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're ready for the vote.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to approve the first reading of ordinances. These are items 9.1 to 11.1. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is on page 7. This is item 13.1, and this is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2020-206 EPIA FBO ramp extension and TMYU and B realignment to Jordan Foster Construction LLC.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
And can you give us a brief, just a synopsis of what these items are since we didn't have agenda review? We're on 13.1.
Good morning. Franklin Godinez with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. 13.1. It's the award to support the 25 by 25 strategic plan by reconfiguring some portions of taxiway UNV, and it will align with supporting the growth of the core business of air transportation. It's a competitive steel procurement for the EPIA FBO ramp extension and taxiway UNV realignment.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, you can call for the vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 13.1. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 14.1. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation number 2019-1063R, property insurance to USI Southwest, Inc.
Second.
Yes, good morning. Paula Salas from Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is number 6, set the standard for sound governance and fiscal management. The linkage to this 2025 strategic goal is a subsection 6.6 to ensure the continued financial stability and accountability through sound financial management, budgeting, and reporting. This contract will allow all existing and future City of El Paso properties to retain property coverage. This is an RFP procurement for property insurance. 4 proposals were solicited, 2 being local vendors. 3 proposals were received, 2 being local vendors. A protest was received. They were protesting that USI was being paid both as a risk manager and also as a broker. An analysis was completed indicating, 1, USI has never been contracted by the city as a risk management services. And number 2, USI serves as a broker and paid a commission by the carrier. Consequently, the protest was denied, and we recommend to award solicitation 2019-1063R property insurance to USI Southwest, Inc.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hernandez?
Is USI a vendor at all of the City of El Paso? Do they have a contract outside of risk management with the City of El Paso?
They currently don't have a contract as a risk manager
No,
for
my
the
question,
city.
no, not as a risk manager, but do they have a contract?
I'll defer to
Yeah,
the-
thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, yes, USI does have a contract with the city. This is their second contract with the city if council awarded.
Why wasn't that, it just explained as part of this?
Because what the information that was explained pertained to the item that's currently before council. The item for the previous contract was previously brought to city council and was awarded by city council. So typically, we will only give background information for the item that's being brought before.
Like, I understand what you're saying, it
So
just, okay.
So
Thank you.
for an example,
Mhm.
I'm sorry if I've
Go ahead.
answered your question, then I can stop.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No more questions. You can call for the vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 14.1. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes, Representative Hernandez voting nay, and Representative Schwartzwine not present. The next item is 15.1. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2020-261, Yarborough North Roadway Lighting and Landscape Improvements to El Paso Arc Electric, Inc.
Motion to pass.
Can you give us a quick synopsis of this item, please?
Item 15.1 is linked to strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. This will support the 25 by 25 strategic plan by helping to improve the traffic safety by installing a fully functional roadway lighting system, and also help to improve the competitiveness through the beautification of the medians located on Yarborough Drive from I-10 to Montana Avenue, both positively impacting the quality of life of the community. This is a low bid procurement for Yarborough North roadway lighting and landscape improvements. There were 72 viewers, 5 bids were received, 4 of them from local companies. No protests were received, and we're recommending the award to El Paso ARC Electric, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Thank you. Representative Rivera?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you know when the project for the south side of Yarborough is going to occur?
And the north side.
I'll defer
This
to
is the north side, right?
Good morning, Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. So we're currently out to bid on the portion that has a segment to the south of I-10 that will go all the way to Border Highway.
Okay, so again, I understand this is for both or just the north side?
This is the north side. This is from I-10 to Montana.
I was correct then. Thank you.
Oh, it says it's District 3 and District 7.
I believe part of it is within your district, Representative, but we'll verify that district.
So it starts from Montana,
It goes from I-10
I-10
north to Montana.
I-10 north to Montana, so the north side.
The north
Oh, I
side.
understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 15.1. Call for the vote. Representative Hernandez? Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 15.2. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2020-384 McCune Road Street Reconstruction to International Eagle Enterprises, Inc.
Motion to approve.
Good morning, Crystal Bass with the Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. Item 15.2 falls under Strategic Goal Number 7, Enhance and Sustain El Paso's Infrastructure Network. This award will support our strategic plan by improving the competitiveness when expanding the investment and beautification of the street infrastructure of McCune Road. The reconstruction of McCune Road between San Jose Road and Milton Road will then impact the city residents with a higher quality of life. This is a low bid procurement for McCune Road street reconstruction. There were 98 viewers, 7 bids were received, 7 being from local companies. No protests were received for this requirement. We are recommending to award to International Eagle Enterprises the lowest responsible bidder, and that Del Mar Contracting Inc. be deemed non-responsive for failure to bid on all line items.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll call for the vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 15.2. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 16.1. This is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 15, Public Services, Shared Mobility Devices to extend the evaluation period for the placement of shared mobility devices on the right-of-way to January 31st, 2021.
Can we have a motion?
Good morning,
ahead.
Representatives. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. This, again, as stated, is an ordinance amending Title 15 to extend the evaluation period for the scooter program, the pilot program, just by 1 year. If approved, the pilot program would end on January 31st of 2021.
And Council, if you recall, when we brought this forward last time, we want to have more time to evaluate. There's more interest with other providers in the market, and so we want to make sure that we're keeping an eye in terms of the volume, the ability for the market to absorb additional scooters and those kinds of things.
And nothing has changed from the presentation that was given to this body
Correct.
since then? Okay. And I believe we have public comment?
Oh. Yes, ma'am. We have Mr. Howard Perlmutter that signed up to speak. Good morning, Mr. Perlmutter. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
On which number?
We're on item 16.1. You'll have 3 minutes, and there is a display on the podium so you can monitor your time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's been a lot of movement around in the agenda, so I was prepared to speak on a different one right this minute. Right now, we're on 16.1 on the shared mobility devices, in other words, the scooters. Mm-hmm. And what I would like to offer on this topic is that currently TxDOT has a 2050 vision plan that they've been promoting, and decisions are being made on what transportation is going to be like in 2050. And billions of dollars are going to be allocated to El Paso for things like widening I-10 downtown, when on the other hand, we're having such radical movement in transportation technology year by year. Who among us envisioned that there would be shareable scooters that you could just unlock with your phone even 5 years ago, and certainly 10 years ago? How many people know, for example, that there are over 100 funded startups in the world that are developing flying taxis right now? In other words, air cars, flying cars that are going to be used as taxis, kind of like Ubers that fly. Over 100 companies in the world are developing them right now, and they're funded. And those investors are not investing because they're charitable. They're investing because they expect a return on their investment in 7, 10 years or so. So these shareable devices are really important because they help us get a feeling for what's possible. Now, I would not ride one of those scooters myself, and many people making decisions here are not going to ride the scooters. But I'm here to talk about how important they are. First of all, they're completely electric vehicles. They foreshadow many of the things that we're about to have as we electrify our transportation system, which of course has a lot to do with decisions we make as far as our electric grid and the franchise and the electric utility. Is we're moving into a stage where all transportation is going to be based on electricity. Those scooters are able to get in because they're small and can be compatible with the existing infrastructure. But everything from those scooters all the way up to electric trains, electric airplanes, and the like are going to be coming in, and we're going to, over the coming decade, have a huge switch over to electric vehicles with a lot of computer, digital electronics in them. So it's power electronics, analog and digital electronics, and a lot of software. And these are the economics of the future. Tesla, just in the last few weeks, became more valuable than Ford and General Motors combined. In the next month, Tesla is now the third most valuable car company in the world, and in the next month, they're going to become the second as they pass Volkswagen.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Hernandez.
The backup to this item appears to be incorrect on both the city's website and SIRE. And so, which is why I'm a little confused related to, and you probably didn't know that, but it's showing the franchise agreement as the attachment. So my question is are we amending anything in the ordinance? And are the existing providers, who are the providers, are they complying with the requirements about sharing data with the city of El Paso?
Yes, they have. So the only change to the ordinance is, again, amending the year of the expiration of the pilot program,
okay,
which, if approved, would be January 31st of 2021. As of right now, the current ordinance would have it be completed or end at the end of this month. And so we're looking at the proposal is to extend that by an additional year. The three providers are Glide, Spin, and Blue Duck. And again, as was mentioned in the December presentation, that Glide has been the one that's been operating for the longest period, and the other two providers just got their permits last month. And so that's why we're, as Colonel Weston mentioned, that's why we're looking at extending the pilot period so we have additional time to evaluate how is it working for El Paso. As was indicated, other cities such as Austin and San Antonio are having some concerns about the number of scooters and how they're interacting, if you will, with the community. And so for us to just have this pilot program, it allows us to look at the data, see how it's working for El Paso, and make amendments as we see appropriate.
I'd like information about, and maybe in the ordinance, on how these companies are ensuring that they are not blocking access to our city right away or to sidewalks. A lot of them are knocked over. Persons in wheelchairs or with strollers don't have access to sidewalks when they're knocked over. And so it's sometimes they just move and they knock over, especially with the winds that we have. In preparation of the upcoming spring season where it gets very windy, I'd like to know what their plan of action is to make sure that they're not blocking access to the right of way or to the streets. They're often falling into the streets as well. I'm a big supporter of the program. We just need to address that with them to make sure that they are continuously monitoring the scooters along our right-of-way and sidewalks.
Representative, that is one of the things that we did just because of your concern when we put the pilot program together at the beginning, I think a year ago, was to ensure that there was an ambassador function. I think we're the only city that I'm aware of that's doing it. So there has to be an employee from the scooter company or employees that look at making sure these are parked correctly, and is not as their sole function is going around the community and looking at where they nest these particular vehicles, making sure that they're orderly on our right of way. Your concern was one of our concerns going into this, is that you can look at examples in a number of cities where there isn't that kind of attention that's placed to it. And so we'll be watching that closely as well, particularly as we get more scooters on the street.
Representative Lizarraga.
Yes, thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. And I had a similar question
Representative Hernandez already stated it. What was the name of the third company? It was Blue Dock, Glide, and
Blue Duck,
Blue Duck,
Glide, and Spin.
Spin. Okay. And how many scooters are they deploying each company?
So Glide is permitted 200 scooters at this time, and the other two providers are 50.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No more questions. We can call for the vote.
Representative Hernandez, did you say the wrong backup was attached?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
It is.
On 16.1?
At least on our
Yes,
on our
on
system.
copies.
I'm looking on the web and it's
Okay.
correct.
Well, that's good news.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm on the web. So I click it, and if you scroll down, it shows, and I just did it again. Yes, it's the electric company.
On 16?
16.1.
On 16.1?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at the correct one. I'm not sure. I'm on the web too, and it's the correct backup. Okay, well, we'll have staff look into it.
Okay.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 16.1. Public comment has been taken. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Anello voting nay.
We're going to go ahead and take public comment.
Okay, if you want to, we have 1 minute to call to the public, so.
Okay, our monitors say noon, but we'll take the next item quickly, 16.2, before public comment.
Okay. 16.2 is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for off-street parking in an R5 residential district at 3000 Douglas and 3011 Pershing.
Thank you, guys.
Can we get a motion?
Oh, motion.
Second.
Thanks, Raul. We had a community meeting. I've got some amendments, if you're all ready for them. So I think referencing page 10 of the backup might make this a little easier. So for the sound cell wall, the neighbors would like it to be extended to 10 to 12 feet. I did even go knock on everyone's door in that block who was not at the meeting to make sure they were okay with that. The next thing is you see there is a building that says Future Bar. The residents would feel a little bit more comfortable if that just was titled Existing Love Buzz. There's another concern. You see that there's a buffer between the sound wall and the back. The concern was how will we make sure that that will remain a buffer? Is there a way that the city does that?
Correct. So they would have to comply, Raul Garcia Plan inspections. There is a detailed site plan that shows the design. So the construction will have to comply with that detailed site plan. And they'll go through their building permits and then ultimately into inspections, which will be inspected compared against the approved detailed site plan.
And if later on, a few years down the line, that's no longer a buffer, is there anything that can be done?
Then at that point, they'd be out of compliance with the site plan, so we'd have to address it at that point.
Okay, thank you. And so the other questions that were raised were about the parking lot. And so I think the concern is, we're dealing with the leasee, but they don't have a lease at the moment. So the question is kind of, what is the authority that we have to actually be able to do this? There's no, are we out of legal compliance if we do this? Do we have authority to set regulations on a piece of property when we don't have, I haven't talked to the property owner is not the applicant. So that just is kind of the concern.
Yeah, so these spaces will be specifically used for the Love Buzz restaurant bar.
Sure, but the owner of Love Buzz does not currently have a lease for the property. Right, yeah, this is kind of where the confusion came from.
Whatever you pass today runs with the property. So that regulation or your restriction will stay with that property.
Which property?
The specific subject property that you are passing this.
The parking lot,
correct.
not Love Buzz.
Correct.
Okay, so 2 questions though. What if the property owner turns around and says, I didn't apply for these restrictions that you're putting on them?
They'll have to come, well,
Because his
let me
name's
just,
not on
let
the
me just go back
application.
and say, the property owner signed off on that application.
Okay, that was my question. That's all I need to know. So my other question is, if the property owner terminates the lease with Love Buzz, will Love Buzz be out of compliance? Because they will not, okay. Just want a clarification on that. Thank you. That if the property owner terminates the lease with the parking lot, which is supplying about 26 parking spots, Love Buzz would be out of compliance. And then what happens then when they're out of compliance? Just for clarification.
That would be an enforcement
Okay.
issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys very much for all your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. No more questions.
There is a motion and a second.
Oh, Representative Sorenstein. Sorry.
Sorry, what's the current use of this property right now?
Well, that's a complicated question.
What's-
Restaurant bar.
But it never got its parking reduction before.
But this is for an area that's going to be used as a parking lot?
It's two things. It's a parking reduction for the expansion of the bar and restaurant, as well as the rezoning of the parking lot.
Okay, and the parking lot's a parking lot now?
No, not really. It's kind of an
Okay.
empty lot.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 16.2. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Anello voting nay. We now move to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of the city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem, this afternoon we have 24 members of the audience that signed up to speak during call to the public, meaning each one would get 2.5 minutes in order to stay with a 60-minute allotted time for call to the public.
I want to make a motion to suspend the rules there. It should be 3 minutes.
The majority.
Do we have a quorum right now?
We do have a quorum right now. Was your motion to suspend the rules?
My motion is to suspend the rules to allow 3 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine by me.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
so there is a motion and a second to suspend the rules of order to allow 3 minutes for each speaker. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. The first person that signed up to speak is Mr. Mark Cavalier. He will be followed by Monica Barba, Ms. Judy Ackerman, Marcos Lares. Mr. Cavalier's topic is wish to thank and defend Mayor and Council for pro-life proclamation on Sanctity of Human Life Day. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Southwest Coalition for Life and the numerous organizations and countless volunteers, some of whom are here with us today, and comprise the growing pro-life movement across the borderland, I'd just like to very humbly thank the mayor and the council from the bottom of our hearts for last week's very gracious proclamation regarding Sanctity of Human Life Day, and for recognizing our efforts to reach out and help the women and couples who are facing the turmoil of unexpected pregnancies. We're the first to acknowledge the unfortunate elephant in the room that some in our politically charged climate see this as a controversial and political issue, as I myself once did as well. However, those of us who are working day in and day out to support and love those who are facing this very difficult choice of abortion by providing free, life-affirming alternatives, we know that the vast majority of them do not really see this as a controversial or political issue. Rather, they're just often scared and feel like they have no other choice. And they're overjoyed and grateful when they learn of the abundant support and the resources available from the faith community of El Paso, Las Cruces, and Juarez. And so because of, though, this kind of tragic misunderstanding that this is a political issue, there are countless unsung heroes who are selflessly investing their time, their talents, and their treasures to help empower mothers to choose life. for their children, and often resign themselves to the fact that because of that, their efforts at best will go overlooked or perhaps misunderstood, or worse, even times suspected, unfortunately. And yet those in our movement do not desire, of course, to seek any praise or honor or recognition for these efforts. We desire only that the women and children that we serve are the ones loved and honored and recognized for the dignity of their humanity and for the courage, even when those around them are telling them that they cannot have a baby and still be successful. But when they instead realize that they are strong and independent and capable of overcoming anything that life throws at them, because they are the heroes that can save a life, and we're just the sidekicks. But as Councilmember Anello stated on KTSM, proclamations under the authority of the mayor are used to highlight community groups. And for our community groups on the receiving end of this very unexpected proclamation, we just extend our sincere gratitude and for the city for highlighting the peaceful, law-abiding, and life-affirming efforts of our vibrant faith community. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Monica Barba. Her topic is city proclamations. Good
Yes,
afternoon, ma'am.
good-
You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and I'm sorry that the mayor ended up having to leave earlier, but good afternoon, council members. My name is Monica Barba, and I'm in District 2, and I'm here to express my gratitude in our mayor's courageous proclamation, which recognized the dignity of life at its very beginning. This proclamation recognized the fact that of all borders, any human being has to cross. The most shameful border we have created is the one between the child in the womb and the child outside of the womb. There are many needs women encounter daily which we as a community have met. Through the support of a holistic approach, we can provide and empower women to make healthy decisions which would build on the innate strength women have. The manner in which we approach women's health care absolutely demonstrates the core belief of how we respect the beauty of the woman genius. There are organizations such as Guiding Star El Paso, where women can receive services at no cost to them because, as the mayor stated, El Pasoans are generous and kind-hearted. This community has provided the financial support for 18 years so women can receive care at no cost. These services include well women exams, pap smears, STD testing, pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, option education, material resources, a child watch so women can receive services without postponing due to child care situations, and Earn While You Learn parenting education program, fertility care, and education to achieve or postpone pregnancy, and male mentoring. All these services because we want to address the whole woman in her needs. As mentioned before, every service Guiding Star El Paso provides is at no cost to those receiving the care because our community believes strongly in this mission and backs us up with financial support for almost 20 years. Guiding Star El Paso is a charitable organization which does not profit from coercion, but benefits from building a community upon the tremendous strength of the woman. Mayor Margot, your proclamation recognizes the dignity of the unborn, the importance of the woman in building a stronger community, side by side virtuous men, so as to build a better El Paso through stronger families. We thank you and we commend you for being one of these virtuous men in El Paso. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Judy Ackerman. Ms. Judy Ackerman.
I don't see her in the audience.
Marcos Lares. He will be followed by Christy Late. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
To start off, I would like to thank City Council for giving me the opportunity to make a public comment on behalf of the Students for Life groups here in the Southwest region. My name is Marcos Lares, and I am a student at New Mexico State University. However, I reside in El Paso, Texas, District 1, where I was born and I was raised. I have a dream of becoming an OBGYN and truly serve those who are in most need, women and children. I have come here to speak in favor of Mayor DeMargo's pro-life proclamation calling January 18 Sanctity of Human Life Day. I thank him for listening to our voices as students. We are human beings through the virtue of science. And our humanity comes from our DNA and should not be determined in our location, health, state of health, size, or the color of our skin. Thanks to medical advances, we have been able to see unbelievable images of the preborn leaping in their mother's womb. As stated in the proclamation, there are a number of organizations working tirelessly to provide real access to health care and support women in need in our community. Council members, abortion betrays women, and women deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Christy Lay. Christy Lay?
That's me.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I see the mayor is not here. I am Christy Lai. I am from District 8. I agree with the first speaker. Choice should not be political. It's personal. As a mother of 4, I've had 4 miscarriages. I value life and access to health care. As an uninsured mother at that time here in El Paso, I was not able to seek help for my pregnancy to find out if it was viable because I admitted that I did not want to abort. The services are often reserved to help people who don't want to carry to term, not those who are actually interested in the health care. I don't know about that particular clinic, but I'm talking about where I went here in El Paso. I'm here regarding the Sanctity of Human Life proclamation. This is not an issue against pro-life. The proclamation was a political ploy to distract from the issues at hand in our city and to pander to the voice of conservatives for upcoming mayoral elections. I don't believe for a moment that our mayor is unaware of the separation of church and state. You see, as a proclamation is made, it's already out there. So the office of the mayor is supposed to be nonpartisan. Mayor Margo has made it clear that that is not his intention. His concerns were truly, if they were truly the sanctity of life, you would recognize that life goes beyond the womb. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any proclamation made against the devastating effects of MPP that has resulted in kidnapping, rape, and abuse, as well as the loss of many lives in our sister city of Juarez. I am here to let the mayor know that I find his actions unacceptable. If this is something that he believes in, he should definitely be a part of it, join them, go to their rallies, do something on a personal level. However, our city does not need divisiveness. We need more unity. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms.
Payne,
Rodriguez.
Ms. Payne, can I interrupt you for a second? Members of council, we've lost quorum, so if you all can, I know you all are hearing me, so if you all can come back to the dais, please. Let's just wait until that we receive a quorum.
I'll just call out the order of the next speakers. Ms. Xochitl Rodriguez, Mr. Patrick Hernandez Cigarista, Ms. Cami Gonzalez, Ms. Oprah Lesser Whalen.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a quorum. Is Ms. Xochitl Rodriguez here? Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Xochitl Rodriguez, and I'm the Director of Community Affairs for State Senator Jose Rodriguez, who is in Austin for a hearing. I am here this afternoon to enter remarks for the public record on his behalf. Our border community is preparing to celebrate the anniversary of Roe v. Wade. The proclamation designating January 18th the Sanctity of Human Life Day in El Paso, which was issued without the approval or even consultation of City Council, is clearly not in line with our constituency. When politicians attack healthcare, those policies, and in this case, a proclamation, disproportionately affect people of color, women, the LGBTQ community, and young people. Our community deserves leadership that supports and ensures access to healthcare, including legal abortion, that does not depend on who you are, where you live, or how much money you earn. Private medical decisions should not be determined or affected by a politician's personal views. Abortion is health care, and nearly 1 in 4 women seeks the medical procedure at some point in her lifetime. The decision to exercise this choice is made in consultation with a person's doctor, their family, and their faith. I urge the El Paso City Council to reconsider the issuance of this proclamation, as it does not represent the views held by 77% of Americans who say they do not want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. And certainly, it does not reflect the views so widely held and needs so clearly expressed by our border community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Patrick Hernandez, Cigarista.
I'll read it
Thank
later.
you. Ms. Cami Gonzalez.
I'm going to read it after.
She will be followed by Oprah Lesser Whalen. Good afternoon, Ms. Gonzalez. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Mayor DiMargo and members of the council, my name is Cami Gonzalez, and on behalf of the Binational Pro-Family Pro-Life League, I would like to express our gratitude for your recognition of respect of the life and dignity of every human being since the moment of conception. It is unimaginable that in this modern age, with so many medical, technological, and scientific advances, our human lives are being sacrificed in their most vulnerable stage. Thank you again for the proclamation of National Sanctity of Human Life Day. The best way to achieve a prosperous future is through the respect of human lives of all, including our unborn brothers and sisters. Again, thank you and God bless you.
The next speaker is Ms. Oprah Lesser Whalen. She will be followed by Perla Galindo. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ofra Lizer Whalen. I'm a sociologist, and I've been doing research into women's health for over 15 years. I'm representing myself today. I had 2 points. The first is that a city proclamation should not represent specific religious views of particular faiths. But my second comment is really reflected in my knowledge of women's health. And I feel that if the mayor and the city council is truly interested in reducing the abortion rate, I suggest that they focus on evidence-based research that supports, first of all, comprehensive sex ed in schools. This reduces unplanned pregnancies. Secondly, access to contraception reduces unplanned pregnancies. And that includes support of family planning clinics. These things are proven to reduce unplanned pregnancy rate, which empowers people rather than punishes those with fewer resources. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Perla Galindo. She will be followed by Kristen Ingram. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council and Mayor Pro Tem. It's very unfortunate that our mayor could not be present, but again, good morning. I'm here representing Planned Parenthood of Greater Texas. I am the El Paso rep for our organization, which serves the metropolitan area of El Paso. We have patients that come in all the way from southern New Mexico and patients that come in from the Panhandle, Lubbock, anywhere from here to Fort Worth. So I'm here to express my shock and my appallment at the mayor's proclamation this past Saturday. The language of this proclamation is problematic and fairly inflammatory, and it is also founded on religious and unscientific beliefs. It is not the place of the mayor to speak on behalf of the city council, so I am here to publicly invite each member of the city council, regardless if you all are running for re-election or not, to publicly speak on the issue. If you cannot take a position in public, or if, for me, radio silence is a response. So I encourage y'all to educate yourselves. There's several of us here that would be able to give you information. And a little bit about that information. We have been open for a little bit over a year. I'd like to call us the little clinic that could. We see very vocal opposition here. They're very ardent supporters on the other side. Yet here we are providing low-cost STD and STI treatment. We are providing safe and legal abortions at our clinic. We also provide transgender hormone therapy for LGBT people. We provide such a wide array of services that this one issue has become so divisive in being able to make people, I guess, aware that we are open. We are such a political organization, but all we are, first and foremost, is a healthcare provider for the community of El Paso. I'm here to shamelessly plug that we do provide free STD and STI testing. We provide funding for abortions if anybody knows of somebody, and we usually do when informed women end up having an abortion. Anybody that cannot access their abortion, we are here to help. It is a divisive issue, but first and foremost, I would like to invite you all to tour our clinic. You guys can go see what we provide. You guys can see the impact that we are having firsthand on the health of our community and how important it is to continue providing this health. Here we are, La Lucha Sigue, and we will continue to fight for our right to safe and legal abortion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kristen Ingram. Ms. Ingram will be followed by Rachel Cheek. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kristen Ingram, and I speak on behalf of myself. In 2006, as a fourth-year medical student, my first child was diagnosed with Potter syndrome, a condition that results in suffocation at birth. I chose to have an abortion at 17 weeks and 1 day to spare my child pain, and I have never regretted that decision. Multiple research studies of women who have undergone abortions show they feel overwhelmingly relief and not regret. Abortion is health care and is a decision that should be made between a woman and her doctor. To attack and insult that constitutional right in a backdoor fashion without the approval of City Council is short-sighted and shows a lack of understanding of health care. We as a city should welcome and applaud the work of Planned Parenthood in providing desperately needed access to health care for women and men, including STD testing, gender reaffirming hormone treatment, and finally, accurate sex education and affordable access to birth control. The only thing shown to reduce abortion rates. Our mayor should be ashamed of his actions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Rachel Cheek. She will be followed by Gabriela Avila and Samantha Romero. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to address DiMargo's unilateral proclamation declaring a National Sanctity of Life Day. If we are discussing sanctity of life, I want us to truly consider whose lives we're holding sacred. I work for West Fund, which is a group who works to fund abortion procedures for people in West Texas and southern New Mexico. And what I can tell you about the people that we serve is that their lives are sacred. A vast majority of our callers are already parents, are working class, are people of color whose complex lives deserve to be sanctified. The choice to have an abortion is incredibly personal and determined by many factors in people's lives. And no matter the reason for someone seeking an abortion, it's their body and their choice. We cannot claim that life is sacred when we only care about it in one context. El Paso has no right to praise the pro-life movement for the tremendous efforts it has made to stop the deaths of innocent unborn children, when thousands of children are being held in migrant detention facilities, several of which have died due to neglect in substandard conditions. Sanctity of life means nothing when families in the Chamizal have to fight tooth and nail to not have their communities polluted and their children exposed to toxic environments. Whose lives are sacred when so many live under the poverty line and lack basic resources such as healthcare, clean water, and education? The so-called pro-life movement seeks to give voice to the voiceless, yet I can't stop thinking about the people in this community who are voiceless in the face of this abrupt proclamation. The majority of us support access to abortion and comprehensive reproductive care, yet we are only able to address our viewpoint to our representatives on a Tuesday morning when most people need to be at work to support themselves and their families. This process is absolutely inaccessible, and it is unacceptable to make these proclamations without community input and add to the stigma surrounding reproductive care. Abortion is a part of healthcare, full stop, and to be a part of restricting its availability is irresponsible, reckless, and dangerous. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gabriela Avila. She will be followed by Samantha Romero. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Avila. I am the Reverence for Life coordinator for the Diocese of El Paso. And first of all, thank you, Council, for the proclamation that was done for the Catholic schools. You know, it's something very special. You know, that we experience, and we see the children, you know, be so happy about it. And I also thanked our mayor for the proclamation that he did, the pro-life proclamation for the sanctity of awareness of life. And I think this is an issue that we may agree or we may not agree about. But I think it's important that we can praise certain groups, like for example, like Guiding Star, that does offer services for free that other clinics do not offer for free. You have to pay them. And so the Diocese of El Paso strongly supports the proclamation, strongly supports the organizations that were named in this proclamation. And we're also very proud to say that we're there for the woman while she's pregnant, encourage the woman and families to say that, you know what, you can have a child, you can be pregnant and have a job, finish your career, and follow the dreams and the goals that you have in life. So the Diocese of El Paso strongly supports this proclamation. We're very happy to also support organizations like Guiding Star, the Binational Congress, and the Southwest Coalition for Life for all their hard work to show women that they are strong, that they can be pregnant and work and study and do what a lot of us do, that have children. We make sacrifices and we pull through. So thank you so much, Council, and also wanted to address the fact that as a diocese and as a community of faith, we have been there for, the immigrants, for all the children. We had the shelter set up. So it's not that pro-lifers only care about the babies. No, like we took care of a lot of women. We had a lot of diaper drives and to provide all that the help that specifically mothers in need that came, from South America to help them in our shelters that were sponsored by the diocese. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ms. Samantha Romero. Samantha Romero. Kathleen Stout. Samantha Romero, Kathleen Stout. Janet Crow. Sarah Diana Ibanez. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you state your name for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Janet Crow. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to be here and to share our views with you. When I look into the mirror and I see myself as a woman. I see myself as a mother and a wife. But I think back and at my life, maybe my wedding day 44 years ago, I was not the same. I did not look the same as I look now. Looking farther back, I think about my first kiss at 6 years old. I did not look the same as I look now. I look back farther to the day of my birth, even 9 months farther to the day I was conceived. Not the same as I look now, but there's no difference in who I am. I looked very much different at each stage of my life, but I am, and I was, the same person. From 9 months before I was born, at the very moment of my conception, to my birth, to my first kiss, to my wedding day, to now. I have the same DNA that makes me the human person that I am. There's no real difference except for time and growth. My heart is beating today. I don't like public speaking, so my heart is beating pretty fast. So my heart is beating today, and if there were a medical emergency, the doctors come in, the first thing they would check would be my heart. Is my heart beating? That would be the first thing they check. All through my life, my heart has been beating from the very first moment. 18 days after conception, when the baby is smaller than a blueberry, that baby's heart is beating with his or her own blood through his body, not the mother's blood. The baby is not part of the mother. He is different. He or she is a separate, complete entity. As a former teacher, I taught my students the difference between opinion and fact. This is not a religious issue. It is a scientific fact proven with modern medical and scientific evidence that a human person is created and begins his or her life at the very moment of conception, small as a grain of sugar. The only controversy involved in this argument is who benefits from that human life, either growing to her full potential or cut short. Thank you. Those of us whose hearts beat with love for both mother and baby want to say thank you for showing El Paso has respect and treasures all human life. Thank you.
The next speaker. The next speaker. Ms. Sarah Diana Ibanez. Good afternoon, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Dear councilors, dear Mayor DeMarco, if he listens after this, and members of the council, my name is Sarah Diana, and I'm representing the Binational Pro-Family Pro-Life League. On behalf of the Binational League, we would like to thank you for the recognition of respect of the life and dignity of the human persons since the moment of conception. It is unthinkable that at this present time, the lives of human beings are being taken away at their most vulnerable stage. Thank you very much for the proclamation of National Sanctity of Human Life Day. The respect of human life of the unborn women and men is a sign of a prosperous civilization. I repeat the words of St. John Paul II from the Second Vatican Council condemning crimes and attacks against human life. Whatever is opposed to life itself, such as any type of murder, genocide, abortion, euthanasia, all these things and others of their kind are infamous indeed. They poison human society, but they do more harm to those who practice them than to those who suffer from injury. Moreover, they are a supreme dishonor to the Creator. So this is what we wanted to say thanks to Mayor DeMarco for the proclamation. And it's not only he who agrees on the sanctity of human life, and he's not the only one who thinks that El Paso is pro-life, since El Paso spoke when they gave 17 times more to pro-life organizations during El Paso Giving Day than to Planned Parenthood, for example, just a couple months ago. So thank you very much. Thanks for this proclamation, and El Paso is pro-life.
The next speaker is Mr. Pierre Andre Uzaraga. His topic is the American Political Party Committee, and I am 46. He will be followed by Michael Castro, Mr. Colt DeMorris, Fernando Lugo. Good afternoon, Mr. Uzaraga. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, my fellow Americans. I am Pierre Andre Uzaraga, and I am the founder and chairman of the American Political Party Committee. I am also the 2020 presidential candidate of the American Political Party Committee. I'm here today to humbly request your all vote in my becoming your 46th President of the United States of America. As 46th President of the United States of America, I will fulfill my 9 I Am 46 presidential campaign promises to all of you, the American people.
Sir, can I remind you that you're not allowed to campaign at this platform? This is not for campaigning purposes.
They are as follows, my 9 executive orders. The American Cannabis and Psychorganics Act. On April 20th, 2021 at 4:20 p.m., I will sign the American Cannabis and Psychoorganics Act. And we will recognize 420 as an official American holiday. On July 4th of 2021, I will sign the American Political Party Committee Act. That act eliminates the multi-political party government system and it authorizes the one political party system. After that, I plan on authorizing my American Artificial Drugs and Synthetics Act, the American Diet, Exercise, Sleep, and Rest Healthcare Act, the American Green Infrastructural Act, the American Prisons Boot Camp Act, the American Prisons Public Disciplinary of Violent Criminals Act, the American Homeland Act, and the American Entrepreneurial Act. I am Pierre Andre Usarraga, founder and chairman of the American Political Party Committee. The American Political Party Committee and I am 46 approve this message. Thank you all for your time. Good day and God bless. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The next speaker is Mr. Michael Castro. His topic is cannabis decriminalization. He will be followed by Mr. Colt DeMorris, Fernando Lugo. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I know it's been a long day for y'all, so I wish you guys some positive energy and hope you guys have a good day the rest of the day. But real quick, what we're going to talk about is the El Paso arrest statistics. Again, we've gone over this with you guys. We're going to go over them again. The numbers are acquired from El Paso Police Department through an open records request of June 2019. According to the Texas Criminal Justice Coalition, it costs taxpayers, at least on average, $120 to arrest and book one person in an urban Texas county, and then another $59 for each day that that individual is detained. Between January 1st and December 31st of 2017, the El Paso Police Department arrested 1,676 people for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces, nonviolent crimes. During the same period, they arrested 48 people for possession of marijuana under 4 ounces, over 2 ounces, which is, they're both misdemeanor charges. In 2017, there were 1,724 individuals arrested and booked by El Paso Police Department, with it costing an average, the taxpayers an average of $120 per individual. 1,724 people times $120 each is $206,880 just to arrest people for a personal possession of marijuana in El Paso, Texas, and that's in 2017. Since 2017, the numbers have gone up and they'll continue to rise. Between January 1st and June 13, 2019, the El Paso Police Department arrested 744 people for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces. Again, you guys, the numbers will continue to increase. One thing we want to talk about here is the arrest rates when it comes to burglary, theft, and rape. On January 1st, 2018 and December 31st, 2018 for the following offenses, there was a reported 1,131 burglaries reported between that time period. The arrest rate sat at 27%, lower than 30%. For theft, 8,540 cases were presented or claimed here in El Paso, Texas. Out of that number, 8,540, only 1,335 arrests were made. Now, over the past 3 years, El Paso, Texas has had over a 90% conviction rate when it comes to cannabis arrests. So that means we're arresting people for cannabis, nonviolent crimes, and we are convicting them, meaning they will be on probation. They will have to do community service, have to go to AA meetings. With cite and release, that was passed 2 months ago, and it was passed 6-2, right? 6 yes votes and 2 no votes. With that being said, we just want to see where cite and release is going with El Paso, Texas. We're not asking for something big. We're asking for you guys to cite and release us. We will still face the same punishments, and we're just asking for a baby step in the right direction.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes.
Y'all have a good day.
The next speaker is Mr. Colt DeMorris. His topic is cannabis. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to make it quick, but Just a couple updated things since we talked last. Right now, Austin City Council is in a process of decriminalizing within the city of Austin. They're looking to do away with initial arrests and citations completely for small amounts of marijuana. It is predicted that 40 states will have access to marijuana in some form or fashion by the end of 2020. That's 4/5 of the United States, while we sit here and still arrest people for petty amounts of marijuana. The press conference was just this morning. I asked the director of Texas Normal what the status was on the Austin initiative, and the hearing is on Thursday. So hopefully by the next time we see you in 2 weeks, I will have the results of that, and also the other open records request that I requested from the police department, giving us the numbers from June until the current day when I submitted the request. But another big thing that's happening right now is New Mexico is in legislative session. The last legislative session that ended, the governor called for the legalization of marijuana. There has been a bill filed in New Mexico. So if that does pass this legislative session, they only have 30 days this session, then we will be surrounded by states that have access. Well, we are surrounded by already, but legal marijuana will be 7 minutes from where we're at now. There's already a dispensary in Sunland Park, New Mexico, so that's going to shoot our arrest rates up again more than what it is with Texans having access to cards now. We need to stop putting people in jail. We need to stop arresting for marijuana. This is a petty crime. This is something our police forces need to be used for something more efficient. They need to be used for, people that are actually real criminals and actually victimize people. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
The next speaker is Mr. Fernando Lugo. Mr. Lugo's topic is property taxes. He will be followed by Rene Fierro. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. I come here with a concern of property taxes. Some years, 8-10 years ago, I was living in a small house, which I was paying $400 or $500 yearly taxes. I went to the Central Appraisal Center, and I talked to one of the representatives there, and I said, "Sir, I'm building a bigger house. What should I do?" He said, "Do not worry about it. We got the satellite. We'll send you a bill for the taxes you need to be paying." I said, "Okay." And so this year, 2019, my taxes went up to $5,900. And so I went and I told them that, I thought it was a little bit high, and they said, "Well, we can give you like $200-300 discount." I said, "Okay." So then I accepted that, and then, but 2 weeks ago, I received a letter where they say that I'm delinquent on the taxes, and they're going back 4 years to 2014, and they're saying that I need to pay $36,000 by the 1st of February, or they're going to put a lien on my property. I went and talked to them, and of course, they said they couldn't do nothing. And they said they sent a letter letting me know, which I said to them, I've never received that letter, which is kind of funny that some agencies, they use that as an excuse to say, we've sent you a letter, you didn't get it, and so it's past the time you can contact, you can do anything about it. And so I feel that they're abusing their authority. I feel that it's an agency that they just decide, we want so much money out of our citizens, and we're going to get it no matter what. And they're just, I'm coming here to, I was hoping that DeMargo would be here, or that somebody would direct me where to go and get some help on this, because I really think that as citizens, we're just being abused by the system. and property taxes. The agency of this particular agency, I just feel that they're just abusing their power. And so I wish that agency would be abolished, because I think they're not helping the citizen. They're just, and as you notice, in El Paso, taxes are going,
Thank you,
they're
sir.
going up every year.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Your
you.
3 minutes.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you assist Mr. Lugo? Mr. Lugo, the address that you have listed on here is outside of the city limits, so we're going to try to figure out your situation, okay? Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Rene Fierro. His topic is culture of competence. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for counsel. It makes me furious when I think about how my local government and the elected officials have sold out to the interests of the community to please the special interests who are almost singularly motivated by profit-driven agendas, and sometimes these special interests are not even residents of El Paso. It makes me angry because you have left the burden to be carried by people like me and my 5-year-old son, who will be living with the consequences of your decisions and actions, which are made with reckless and careless disregard for the most vulnerable people, because they cannot afford to buy access to your time and influence, and you fail to consider interests beyond your own and the next election. I do, however, have the utmost respect for Representative Anello, who time after time and time again has stood alone or in the majority, undeterred but courageously defending the interests of our community. I've witnessed Miss Anello sunburnt from actually physically standing for not only what she believes in, but standing up for the city itself and his birthplace. In fact, Duranguito is a very special place for my own personal reasons, and I feel personally indebted to Miss Anello with feelings of gratitude. And so I'm here today to ask that you deny the transfer of the franchise agreement on which the sale of EPE relies, and that any agreement should include strong, controlling oversight authority by the council, including the prohibition of the use of eminent domain to acquire land to be serviced or used by the electric company.
The next speaker is Mr. Leo Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza's topic is People Over Profits and the recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, City Council, City Manager. Happy belated Martin Luther King Day. My name is Leo Mendoza. I'm a humble person. Forgive me for my speech. I'm a stroke survivor and a coma survivor, and I'm now celebrating 10 years of life. Regarding the acquisition of El Paso Electric, one of the great presidents, FDR, championed and reined in the power monopolies that were part of his New Deal campaign. My input: the El Paso Electric Utility has electricity generating turbines that supply power to other cities such as Dallas, Houston, and many other cities. This has not been divulged to the citizens of El Paso. They're located in the east, far east, and off of Montana. Around 4 p.m., those bad boys turn on, power goes outside of El Paso City. What about the tax breaks? You give them tax breaks, but we're not getting nothing. Now, the question: why have they never admitted to providing power outside of El Paso while using our resources and obtaining tax breaks that you provide? Because it doesn't make dollars and cents. If it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make any sense. As an engineering student, I can foresee charging stations that will require a fee to charge your phone or any other electrical device. Again, Why hasn't El Paso Electric been the innovator and maverick by using our wonderful sun in our Sun City to provide free electricity to hospitals and nonprofits, or at the most, reduce electrical rates for fire and police? Because they are beholden to their shareholders. Can we please independently fact-check El Paso Electric using El Paso-owned turbines for outside use? In the face of increased electricity, investor-owned utilities have sought to make themselves more competitive through mergers, acquisitions, like the acquiring of El Paso Electric. While the operating companies were subject to state regulation, the holding companies were not. Therefore, each holding company could issue fresh stocks and bonds without state oversight, without city council input. Question: why is that? What is to stop them, these people who are going to acquire El Paso Electric, from recreating a holding company or a company, or coming before you, city council, requesting permission for X, Y, and Z so that they can increase profits? Electrical utilities of the 1920s began to exploit the use of holding companies to buy up smaller companies in an effort to increase money. That might happen here. There's devil in the details.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Is it already up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The final speaker was Ms. Wally Sheck. However, I believe she has left. Oh, she's here. Oh, there she is.
And council, is just for the record, for the gentleman to know and the public to know, there's no tax breaks that are being agreed upon with the electric company.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. God save America. I'm proud here to show you my 69-year-old flag that I swore to in 1951. I will defend America to my last breath of life. Here is my citizenship paper that guarantees me the freedom of thought. And the freedom of thought is the core of all freedoms. I am saying something now that not even the news came out. We are having right now in Washington, D.C., a coup to overthrow our country as it is. I will not let it happen. I speak out right now, because if this is possible, that they would impeach our President of the United States of America, our Vice President would be next, because he is also doing his duty for his country. And then the Constitution gives the right to be for Pelosi president as the Speaker of the House, and God forbid, and I mean it with the sincerity of my heart, I ask every one of you who represents us, the good people, and not the evil left that want to impeach our president, to write cards. It's only 50 cents, a little flag stamp, put upside down SOS, and send it to Washington, D.C. If we don't stand up now as citizens of America and as American, we guarantee that this country is not going to be like it has been. And there never would have been a Holocaust in Germany if people had stood up. And this is my weapon, my American flag. And I ask every one of you to do the same. God bless America. God bless every one of you. And a belated Happy New Year. God bless you all. And please, for 1 minute, hold your silence for president of the electric company, Evan Wall, who died in November. He did more for the city, unknown to anyone, because I know it. I was a member of Renaissance 400, and we were building up the city. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Scheck.
Thank you, Ms. Scheck.
Thank you.
So
Mayor
I just-
Pro Tem.
So
that-
I just
that
want to,
concludes call
so
to
I
the
just,
public.
actually, I just want to make a motion to suspend the rules if anybody else would like to speak who didn't sign up or didn't have a chance.
Yes, we had already suspended the rules.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to come and speak?
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Chris Cummings. I was hoping to address the mayor, but we'll look at you instead.
Sorry.
I just think it's all absurd that.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Shall I speak closer?
There you go.
I think it's absurd that the city has supported a policy of pro-life or. Let me start again. I think it's absurd that I'm here to speak about it because man should not be speaking about this subject. A city should not be promoting the pro-life agenda. Men shouldn't even be allowed to vote on this subject, as far as I'm concerned. So I just wanted to express that, and I don't know, I got upset. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, y'all. My name is Adrian Ordonez. I'm a resident of District 6. I'm currently working as a canvasser for a political campaign, who will not be mentioned here. I'm giving this statement on behalf of Sunrise El Paso. Our organization has spent the last 2 months engaged with this council in discussing the issue of J.P. Morgan.
Mr.
buying up-
Ordonez, you signed up on executive session item 2, sir. This is just for items that are not on the agenda.
Right. I'm sorry.
Maybe the stipulation? You could talk about the stipulation.
Okay, thank you. As we have collectively spent hundreds of hours researching how this stipulation regarding our utility will affect our community and our planet, we're not being paid. We do not have a personal investment in this stipulation or transaction. Nonetheless, we are doing your job as officials that are tasked with protecting the interests of the greater El Paso community. We are young people growing up in a world that is literally on fire because of the climate crisis, from wildfires in Australia to climate refugees to imperialist, adventurous wars and interventions. You all have been presented the facts on how J.P. Morgan is a financial and environmental criminal that cannot be trusted. We have given you documents, statistics, and expert testimony, but you've ignored some of your constituents, some of y'all. A majority of y'all have voted in favor of the stipulation with Wall Street and against the interests of average El Pasoans on December 17th. City Council, you have failed to host proper community meetings that have back and forth dialogue with open questionings to inform the public about this buyout. Instead, you allowed El Paso Electric and J.P. Morgan to take control of the narrative and to provide only their side of the story, the Wall Street side of the story. That is why we disrupted El Paso Electric's corporate propagandistic meetings. Now we have no choice but to host our own alternative community meetings. There we will inform the community about the dark and criminal history of J.P. Morgan, the investment advisor of IIF. We will organize and mobilize members to take political action and keep all elected officials in El Paso accountable. We are driven by our hunger for climate justice, and we are not going anywhere. Council members, please understand that if you vote in favor of the franchise agreement, because of the vote on the stipulation, if you allow J.P. Morgan to buy us out without a fight, our organization will actively work to get you out of office. Your job and legacy is on the line. We will not forget how y'all vote, and we will keep y'all accountable. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. can come forward, sir. Just state your name for the record, please.
I'm Howard Perlmutter, and earlier today, because there was a reorganizing of the agenda, something I signed up for happened before I got here. So first of all, 2020 is starting out really well, and there's a tremendous amount of citizen engagement, which is really wonderful. And one of the things that's really great that's happening is that the branding for El Paso of the intersection of possibility is a really, really positive move for our community. To really open up the future beyond the constraints of the past and to widen out the thinking. For too long, our thinking here has been very focused on what, for me or my family, or just a very local kind of thinking. And now we're broadening it out. This intersection of possibility is a wonderful initiative. And it's great that we are actually looking at bridging across our differences and using Juarez as the X and Las Cruces as the cross, and then the sun coming out of the Sun City in that logo. Brilliant, beautiful, because the branding of El Paso as the Sun City is really our strength that was completely overlooked when 15 to 20 years ago there were a whole bunch of meetings here for cluster analysis to strengthen what was already working, completely ignoring the possibilities of the future, like solar energy being an important driver of our economy, or other areas that were not really well represented in El Paso but need to be in every city for economic development, like software and digital skills. So I also want to point out that since we've had a broadening of topics in the last few minutes here, and since we had someone speaking against impeachment, I want to say we must impeach and remove the current inhabitant of the White House, and it is absolutely imperative that we understand that foreign interference in our elections must be halted, stopped, and thwarted. And it's very important that we understand that the reason why Russia and Saudi Arabia allowed and promoted and enabled a coup to happen in 2016 is because of geopolitical issues of oil. And we have a century-scale transition in energy going on right now, away from fossil fuel towards renewable energy, and this is much bigger than anybody is giving it credit for. And therefore, I'm going to stop now, and when I get to talk on the other issues, there's a context. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to mention one thing for the benefit of the public. Well, first, just thank everyone for taking the time out of your day to join us. I know one of the women had mentioned that it's very difficult to come, especially early in the morning. Just so you know, this body had changed the time for public comment to noon, just to ensure that we provide more access to the public to join us. So thank you all so much for taking the time. I do want to read into the record a memorandum that was shared to the City Council this morning for the benefit of the public in relation to the proclamation that was issued. And it states that the proclamation National Sanctity of Human Life Day will be reissued with new language that will read, "Now therefore be it proclaimed by the mayor of the city of El Paso, Texas." And moving forward, this verbiage and council will be removed from proclamations in the future. So that was information that was shared with us this morning that you all did not know. So we wanted to do our part and share that with the public. Thank you.
I also want to say that I disagree with the mayor's decision to, again, unilaterally change processes that have been for decades long. And for some reason, this mayor changes the rules. Therefore, I placed an item on the agenda for February 4th that we review that process and that it be approved by City Council as per the city charter.
Thank you.
I would like to elaborate on that. The issue is not just the mayor put council, it's that he said this a body approved something that is questionable to his authority.
And I just want to thank everybody for coming out, regardless of how you feel about it. When we see a council chamber full of people that care and are opinionated about our democracy. That shows a healthy and vibrant El Paso. So thank you all for coming out.
Thank you. All right, let's move on.
Okay, council, we're on page 12, item 17.1. This is presentation and discussion providing an organizational strategic snapshot and review of the 2020 Goal Team Reporting Cycle and Operational Transformation Reports by Department of Aviation and International Bridges Department.
Mayor and council, what we wanted to do is put this package together of information of all the different changes that have gone on, a lot of things that you have been a part of, that we wanted to go back to the genesis behind a lot of these changes. In 2014, we worked together to put a strategic plan in place that wasn't in place before. In January of 15, that plan was consummated, and we had our first strategic plan. You have since made a couple of adjustments to that. If you recall, the 2020 strategic plan is what you were a part of, and a lot of what you've done in the last several years in terms of the changes. Some of the things that I've said earlier about the public safety improvement plan, the PCI study, the additional dollars that have been put aside for street improvements, a lot of what have been priorities for you, for your constituents, just the community at large. The three major priorities of streets, public safety, quality of life, those things are very important to our community, and the budget has reflected those changes or reflected those priorities. And so what we want to do today is continue that discussion, continue that dialogue, and show you the power of the plan and what it's accomplished. In 2020, there'll be a lot of projects that will be completed that were put in place several years ago, a lot of things that you've put in place that you've now seen come to fruition. I've said before about a lot of you who were elected a couple of years ago, when we said the next 4 months, which was the budget process, you'll be making decisions that you'll see go up in terms of facility construction or street improvements in the next 4 years. And I said we will have to live with that for the next 40 years. So what we're here to talk to you about is a lot of the improvements, a lot of the changes that have transpired in our departments in order to meet those expectations, in order to meet those high expectations that our community has of us, has of you. And this is just an accountability measure so that we come back and report to you those type of improvements. In the future, we'll be talking about the 25 and 2025 plan as well that you've already consummated, but we have to complete the report out on the 2020 strategic plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Monica Lambrania, who'll give you an update, a snapshot of the planning that has gone on and the results, and then she'll feature two departments.
Good afternoon. For the record, Monica Lambrania, Chief Operations Officer. Wait for the presentation to come up. So the Department of Aviation falls under two goals. The first goal being cultivating an environment conducive to strong economic development, as well as goal number 3, promoting the visual image of the city. In addition to that, you as a body, you adopted 20 very specific initiatives as part of 20 and 20 goals. And the airport had 3 of them that very specifically applied to us. Number 5, expand airport development, and that applies to both air service development as well as to non-aviation development. Number 8, grow signature holiday attractions. And number 11, construct Sun City Lights entryway. The Sun City Lights entryway that we constructed at the airport was part of our landscaping project that's called El Paso Passage. So regarding air service development, in 2015, we had 5 airlines. We had 10 nonstop destinations, and our total traffic count was 2.7 million. So you look at where we are today, and we have 3 additional airlines, Alaska Airlines, Allegiant, as well as Frontier. So we have 7 airlines in total. The reason the math doesn't add up there is because US Airways and American merged. We also have 13 nonstop destinations. We have additional nonstops now to San Diego, to Orlando, as well as to Seattle. And during this time frame, we've experienced an 18% passenger growth. So we now have, the last year we had over 3.2 million total passenger count. When it comes to economic development, we had 5 major companies that invested in our community directly at the airport. We had EWM, which they're located on airport property directly across from the El Paso Water Utility desalination plant. And what they deal is full recovery desalination. So they take the brine that's left from the brackish water that El Paso Water Utility goes through the process at their desalination plant, and they take it even further. They take all the contaminants and they separate that into mineral products. They originally were going to invest $36.5 million, and they've actually invested $65 million. We also have SAIC. They're a company that does a lot of contract work with the military. Mesa Airlines came in and they brought in an overnight maintenance facility. And UPS expanded to the tune of $41 million. And at the end of this year, we will also have a new fixed base operator at our airport. If you look at our non-aeronautical revenue, which is quite substantial for our airport, it's actually 25% of the 75% that we get of non-aeronautical revenue, and we've grown that from $9.2 million to $10.2 million. Since 2015, we've completed 19 construction projects at a cost of $156 million. Out of that, $95.5 million came either from federal grants or from a federal funding source such as our passenger facility charges. So when you look at all of the process improvements and all the projects that we've done at the airport, we're able to provide this kind of improvement through the cycle of learning. And this is something that we don't just practice at the airport, we practice as a city. This is something we've learned as part of the strategic plan and how we're going to implement that. So at the airport, we gather customers' feedback through various channels. So we do it through social media, we do it directly when people email us, when they pass on suggestions or feedback. And then we also, of course, use the Airport Council International Air Service Quality Survey. So we gather the information from the passengers, we review it, we research, and we implement what we can. And then we communicate those improvements back to the public. So as part of you all are well aware, as part of the Air Service Quality Awards, we've been recognized as top in the region for 3 years straight by Airports Council International. So I always say that's really great. It's always great to get the positive feedback. We have friendly competition with the other airports, especially within Texas, and I like it because it gives recognition to the hard work of the employees at the airport. But what I also look at when we receive those surveys is I look at where it is that we're not trending as high, because that's the area then I know that we need to improve upon, and then again that goes back to the cycle of learning. What is it that we can do to improve on that? We've added over 10 new amenities and service programs, including reserved parking. We have the pet relief, the service animal pet relief area. We have nursing rooms. We have a kids play area. We have a Wi-Fi lounge. We've added retail vending machines. We've added workstations for the individuals. We've also added IRA, which is an app that is used through the phone for individuals who are visually impaired, and it helps them navigate through the airport. And
the service at the El Paso International Airport is making it easier for blind and visually impaired to get to their destination. The ERA app charges a monthly subscription for those who want to use at any time, anywhere, but some places can offer it for free. As KTSM 9 News reporter Susie Castillo shows us, it can now be used at our airport at no cost.
A tool making it easier for blind and visually impaired to get around the El Paso International Airport.
Using my cane, I love it. I walk and get around a lot by myself, but this is great, like to go to malls and the airport. It's going to be so much easier.
When Olivia Chavez launches the IRA app, an agent is on the other line watching through the cell phone's camera.
She was telling me, where I was coming, like veer a little bit to the left, veer a little bit to the right.
It makes it easier to know what's ahead and what the signs say.
If I wasn't using the app, I would have been walking a lot slower.
Especially beneficial in open areas, she says.
You walk in like a place like this, there's a lot of echo.
The airport hopes this makes it easier for blind and visually impaired passengers to get around more confidently.
This is really exciting because it's making our airport more accessible.
Some businesses, including Walgreens and AT&T, also offer the service for free when you're at their stores. IRA users hope more businesses will start offering the service for free as well.
This partnership offers something practical for blind people, but it's also symbolically important. So it gives us a way to access as much information to get where we need to go as efficiently as possible in the airport without cost to us now.
Susie Castillo, KTSM 9 News.
So accessibility for all is important to all of us at the city, and as you know, you as a board have allocated $500,000 every year in the general fund towards ADA improvements. One of the other things that we've implemented is a restroom text alert system, and this is something that individuals can use on their own phone. So people are more apt to do that because of the cleanliness of it. It's their own phone. They go into a restroom, and if they see that, say for example, if we're out of paper towels, then they text it to a number, and then our custodials are able to respond rather quickly, and that has cut back on the time in terms of we can go, we need to service. Additionally, you can see in terms of what we get, recognized through passengers through the survey, we also get direct feedback. This is actually somebody who's an international keynote speaker, traveled through our airport and sent this message. And so I think we get a lot of that feedback, and it's obviously to us a huge compliment to coming from somebody who travels like all over the world, and we get that those types of compliments a lot. Some of the process improvement systems, the Lean Six Sigma projects give the employees a capability for themselves to improve the system, the very system themselves that they are working. We had a Lean Six Sigma Greenbelt project at the airport that focused on the process at the warehouse. And through that project, we were able to reduce the time to process a material request from an average of 747 minutes down to 97 minutes. So that's an 84% improvement, and that's a total annual combined cost avoidance of over $215,000. And so again, this is all tied back. The warehouse serves primarily internal customers, which is other airport employees, but that along is passed on to passengers, from the traveling public, because it allows our employees to respond quicker. We've also added a few other process improvements. Here, this is a video that's showing in terms of our consolidated bag implementation system. This is what after you check in your baggage behind the counter, this is where it goes to in terms of what USA is going to be doing the screening for that. And what this project allowed is now we have redundancy. Previously to us having this system, we had standalone units behind the counters of every airline. So for example, in American, they had one. If their machine broke down, then they'd have to truck them by cart over to Southwest Airlines. Here we no longer have to do that because the bag implementation system, the baggage system is all tied in. We've also expanded our security checkpoint. We added a new lane. And then we also now have a consolidated rental car facility. We didn't have that. Previously to us having the facility, remember we had a facility that was just at grade. It was out in the open. We only had 258 ready return spots or vehicles available for rent. Now with our facility, we have a really nice facility where people they don't have to go out into the elements. It's undercover, and we have 895 ready return spots. So of course, all of this, we'd be able to do that with our workforce. And we do our best to show how much we appreciate them through Employee Appreciation Awards, a luncheon that we have every year. And we recognize everybody, and then we also call out for those special recognition for those that go above and beyond. We get feedback from, via social media, and these are just some of them. And you can see, I'm bringing this one up first, where it says needs more trees in the parking areas, which we now have through the landscaping. So want to show that we use it for the good as well. It isn't like just, we have really, really good feedback. We really do listen to the traveling public because they're the ones that are going through and using our facility, and we want to facilitate they're traveling the best that we can. I like that one. It's the most festive airport. I think we get that a lot, quite a bit. This year we were also host to Smart Airports. This is a conference in the aviation industry that brings individuals from all over the world. And we also received a lot of feedback from them in terms of how good or how nice our airport was, but also how nice our downtown was as well. So what you're seeing here is a before picture of what our front of our terminal looked like. And then this is, you're going to see in terms of what it is now with our landscaping project that we have. So we want to make an airport, and we want people, obviously, like I say, for the people that are traveling through our airport, we want it to be a nice experience. We also, though, want for individuals who live within the city, within our region, to be proud of the airport. What you're looking at now is the Desert Sage project. This is actually down on Airway. We don't own the land between Montana down to I-10. However, we know that it's a corridor to the airport. We wanted it to have the same look as the landscaping that we were installing, so we actually paid for the design of this. And this is a snapshot at night. So part of, aesthetics are very important, but first and foremost, when we say that we're operating an airport, security and safety come first. And so when we're looking at the landscaping project, it was very important to us that we provided a safe walkway from the front of the terminal down to the hotels. Say, for example, the Marriott that is located at the corner of Boeing and Montana. And we didn't have that before. You were never able to really walk the entire way because the sidewalks end. And now I'm going to play you a video where you can see that we have walkways all the way through. Every year, the city manager challenges us to do a bigger and better holiday program. And I think so far we have. This year we had our 3rd annual holiday social, and I want to personally thank Mayor Margot and Representative Analo and Hernandez, who are actually our official hosts for that. And what I really like is that it's growing. I think it provides, going back to where I say that we want to be able to provide something to also be a destination for individuals who live within our city. And this year we did actually have individuals who, they weren't affiliated in any way with the airport or airport personnel. They saw it that we were advertising this holiday social on Facebook, and they brought out their kids to enjoy it.
Ms. Lebrania, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. So you're standing next to Red T Hawk as one of our mascots?
Correct.
Who is the other mascot next to you?
That is Elf on the Shelf.
Is he a registered mascot for the city of El Paso?
So that was actually funny.
Because if not, I think there's a great merchandising and tie-in potential to really go and emphasize the strategic goals of the city and to promote the visual image of Greater El Paso.
Well, we will be getting him official challenge coins for next year. He was a little upset that the Santa had him, and he did not, so.
It's interesting, though, that you would point that out, because that's why we came up with that concept, in order to have something that's viral, have something that people have fun with, and have something that people don't forget. He's going to be coming to a video near you in the future, because he's going to be highlighting our capital projects throughout the city, throughout the year.
Right.
And so there's additional costumes or uniforms,
Well,
not
I mean,
costumes, there's
I
additional
just-
uniforms
yeah.
that Mr. Elf, Colonel Elf, will be donning in 2020.
There's, the Colonel Alpha on a Shelf concept, I think, has a lot of tentacles, if you will. And I think when we look at the upcoming splash pads and the spray parks.
Well, actually, the
you could have
diving well is what we had in mind, with some scuba gear.
Yeah.
I think that's more in line with
Scuba
his
gear,
previous
like
work anyway.
Like a neoprene kind of.
I don't know about that, but I mean, the scuba
like a
stuff.
SEAL suit kind of thing.
But in
Snorkel.
all seriousness, I wanted to highlight something that,
needs one of those hard
Monica
pens.
mentioned the Lean Six Sigma process, and the council's constantly pushing us, and the community is too, through the surveying and chime-in process, to do better and do more. She showed you some of the comments. Some of the comments are not always positive. Some of them are like, we need this, we need that. And what she was showing is that we listened. So the strategic plan is aggregating our processes and our systems and in order, rather, to get these kind of results. They were number one in North America. Number one in North America is airport. Not in the United States, in North America for customer service. That didn't happen by accident. You know, the 3 more airlines, the 19 direct flights, that didn't happen by accident either. Happened because the council put in these different processes and systems in place. Incentives in this case, with regard to those new direct flights, that was something the business community wanted. It's also something that the community, the visiting public, said they wanted. The alignment. It's important to talk about alignment and integration. Winterfest is great. People really enjoy it. We wanted to have that alignment with Winterfest, and our thought was, again, listening to the plan, listening to your direction. When we welcome people from our southern border, our sister city, Juarez, we also have people that we welcome when they fly into El Paso. So it's very, very important not only to also be aligned with Winterfest, but also make these improvements that will be year-round. So the year-round improvements that you see, little things, a lot of the nuances, like the benches being lighted, like the airport sign being lighted, the entryway, and then also leading all the way up to I-10. Those might be small nuances or little things, but they're big. They're huge. They make an incredible difference. But I did want to focus on the fact that, they didn't become number one by accident. It was a plan you support, a plan that you back, a plan that you fund. We want to thank you for that. We also want to show you the power of the strategy and execution of the strategy. A lot of people ask, how do we get these things done whenever there's disagreements, there's this, that, and the other that occur throughout our community. But because we have that plan, because we've then reached out to our sister entities, whether it's the school districts, the HACEP, the county, and we have the communities of excellence as well, we're broadening that reach with our strategic plan and with the communities of excellence concept.
Can we go back to the slide? I would like to, call out my District 2 staff member and her family that are displayed very cutely in that photo.
They're
Very
beautiful.
cute. Yes,
They're
very
beautiful.
cute.
Yeah, we had lots of families that day when we were doing the video that came up, and we actually included as part of the video. It was a lot of fun. A lot of folks, they wanted hugs, and we were happy to give them, and we were happy to be there with them and talk to our community. And like Monica said, it's something now that I think the community is seeing as a free event, if you will, for them to come out and eat and ride. I thought that the horse carriage ride was a very nice touch, and the kids really enjoyed it. So did the grown-ups too, by the way.
I have one last video that shows the event, Holiday Social.
This music is fantastic. Do we know who? This music fantastic. Is it on your Spotify list, Mr. Montez? Fantastic. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
I'm a big fan.
What you're
Great job, Monica.
seeing here is just a fraction of the feedback that we received on social media. The polar bear by the Christmas tree was a huge, huge hit. People taking their photo there.
Mm-hmm.
So as a recap, through the power of a strategic plan that you adopted in 2015, what we have now that we didn't have in 2015 is we have 3 new airlines. We have 3 new nonstop destinations. We have 5 additional or expanded companies on airport property. We have a consolidated rental car facility. We have a checked baggage inspection system as well as an expanded security checkpoint. We have 13 additional amenities and customer service programs. We have aesthetically pleasing and, more importantly, safe walkways to hotels and nearby businesses. We have expanded decorations and holiday social community event, and then we have recognition for the best customer service. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
I'm going to pass it over. Do you have questions?
Representative Anello.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I want to congratulate you on all the great work you've done. You know, the holiday event is really fun, but it's grown so much in the last 3 years since I've been here. It has come to my attention that a lot of flights have been cut recently, especially by companies like Southwest. I know there's probably a lot of factors to that, but I was wondering if we could sit down and have a conversation with it, you know, and then come to council and
Sure,
see.
I can come back with a more in-depth, but I will say this in terms of what has affected Southwest Airlines, American, and United is the fact that the Boeing 737 MAX has been taken, they've stopped all flights associated with that. Southwest Airlines has 34 of those aircraft in their fleet, American has 24, and United has 11. So Southwest alone, as an example, they cut 330 daily flights because of that. So that's a huge factor in terms of, so, but if you want a more in-depth that can show exactly, we can certainly come back to council.
And just to be clear, because the public turns on the TV, 330 flights across America.
Across America, not at El Paso. That was Southwest Airlines.
Yeah, I know that's
Southwest Airlines.
Everybody understands, but I want to be clear.
330 daily flights across the U.S.
For 330 flights, I mean, that is affecting us.
330, absolutely, yeah.
I tried to get a flight to D.C., and they had 1 flight every day for a week. There were 3 stops.
Yeah, that has definitely had an effect on the airlines.
So, you know, looking at options to way to incentivize, I know that, you know, you and I have had the discussion before about why Southwest will say they're going to cut, you know, El Paso than other cities where it has to do with fees, which maybe is not very fair of them. But I think we should, you know, be sitting down as a body thinking about how we can incentivize of the negative impact.
Absolutely. We'll revisit our incentive program and see. I know that right now what we have, based on the last one that you adopted, I mean, we certainly have a very aggressive one. I mean, one that is on par with, you know, some of the large, with every airport, including the large hub. We do have, Cassandra and myself will be actually going to an air service development seminar the first week in February, and so we're slated to meet with the airlines that currently service, as well as some Mexican airlines as well. And so we'll discuss that. Southwest Airlines does keep us updated on how, especially the Boeing 737 MAX, you know, affects their flights and how it affects our airport. And so. Yeah.
Thank you, Monica, for all your hard work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to David Coronado. He'll be presenting on the bridges.
Representative Suarez-Mine, I'm sorry, did you have a question for Monica?
Yeah, just one other comment. I guess if we're going to look at maybe with an update from hers about looking at some of the progress on some of the more nonstops we're looking at. And I know that we have our targeted cities we're looking at here in the U.S., but also what progress we have in looking at any international flights I know that it's described as a challenge because of Juarez's nonstops to Monterrey or to Mexico City. But if we're really trying to be friendly, as business friendly as possible, and trying to do what we can to attract investment, really trying to get some international flights from Monterrey or from Mexico City.
We'll come back in a more strategic approach with regard to the flights themselves. But like we mentioned before, over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, we had a lot more direct flights. I understand the council wants more, and I understand the community wants more, but we're also considered a medium-sized market, and the fact that we've been able to grow those flights the way we have, we're not able to guard against what she just talked about, the industry changes that take place, the cannibalization that takes place from one airline to the other, the competition, all of those are factors. So we'll come back and give a more in-depth, detailed presentation, because we know there's a lot of interest in this field.
Great. Thanks.
This is another area where I think in the past there was a lot of questions with regard to the bridges. We totally revamped our strategy and how we ran the bridges. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to steal David's thunder, but we made significant changes and significant restructuring in order to be where we are today. So I'll let David take over from there.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Corona with Bridges, City of El Paso. So over the last 5 years, the City of El Paso's Bridges Department has been fully revamped and transformed. This is in response to the new plan that we have for 2020 and now the 25 and 2025, and you'll see that here today. So we've gone through a lot of changes, not only in staffing and internal structure, but also when it comes to the focus, priorities, projects, and the direction overall for the department. And this all started in 2015 with the new creation of the new plan for 2020. So in 2015, when the plan was created, the City Council set for us a goal to create a comprehensive capital improvement program for bridges within the El Paso city limits. And so we've since created that plan, and in December 2018, the plan was adopted by the City Council. And in that plan, it includes projects not only relevant to the City of El Paso, but also every other stakeholder in the region, to include local, state, federal properties, and also on the Mexican side as well. So it's a plan that addresses needs for the region, not just for the City of El Paso. So 5 years ago, the city manager assigned more resources to bridges. The department added 4 additional staff with backgrounds in economics, research, planning, and public policy. And I was part of those 4 people that went to bridges. We were able to join the team in bridges. People like Paul Estreso, Eddie Romero, Ana Aguirre, they were fantastic people at working on the operational side of the house, but they needed help in achieving the goals that were set by the City Council. And so the city manager recognized that and then assigned more resources to the department to assist with this new plan. So right away in year 1, we established the Bridges Steering Committee to benefit and improve the operations at the city's port of entry. And we knew that in order to achieve that goal, or our goals, we needed to work with all the stakeholders in the region as the bridge system is complex. So with the additional staff that we have now at Bridges, we're now able to do regional research to analyze data sets that are relevant to the operations of the bridges and the city as a whole. This is extremely important as because the bridge crossings are impacted by social and economic events on a daily basis outside of our control. Things like the exchange rate, crime rates in Juarez, the economy, protection in the U.S., demand for goods, you name it. And so these impacts or these events that impact our ability to supplement the city's general fund via toll revenues, our ability to fund our own projects, the impact our staffing needs, lane management at our bridges, and also understanding these events helps us determine if we need to make adjustments to our P3 program with CBP or also add additional staffing with PD to manage traffic control at the bridges during peak times. So here we have a few examples of what we do at bridges to track crossings. This is an example of personal vehicle crossings per day. So we have this time series now by transaction, so we can track exactly how the bridges are performing, what is happening out there in terms of wait times and crossings. We do that for vehicles, for pedestrians, and also for cargo. So in this example here on the screen, you see transaction level data by day of the week at Zaragoza on the vehicle side throughout the day. And you see those peaks and valleys And so with this data, we're able to now manage better our lane management program at the bridges, to be able to assign additional staffing if we need to armor lanes and then manage traffic better. Another example of that, the work that we do at bridges, is that we're able to also determine sort of the impact of the P3 program in cargo crossings and wait times. And this is what we're looking at here. The data in the line in black is data without the P3 program. With the P3 program in terms of wait times, and the orange is what if we pull the hours in P3 with CVP, the wait times would go up and the peak times will be even much higher. And so again, with the data, with the analysis that we have at Bridges now, we're able to assess the impact of our programs and then tweak and make adjustments as we go throughout the year to be able to better use those dollars that we have that are limited within the bridge system. And then also in 2018, December 2018, the City Council adopted a permanent P3 program with CVP that allows us to fund overtime hours at the bridges, city-owned bridges, to armor lanes and reduce wait times. So we do that now every single month of the year. We fund about 1,000 hours in overtime every month for vehicles and trucks, and we're able to immediately impact wait times and reduce them. Not only are we working on the immediate impact, but also on the long-term impacts. And so we have now the CIP, like I said, at all regional ports of entry, all modes, both southbound and northbound directions. And then I have to mention also the state funding that we received back in 2016 from the state to invest at Bogota and Zaragoza for ITS devices, traffic counters, wait time collection devices, signage, DMSs, traffic cameras, and a whole host of improvements that we didn't have before. This is funding that the city received from the state. It's a first of a kind that the city has ever received in the history of the bridges. And so the funding was received because of the work that we've done for the last 5 years with the Bridges Steering Committee and the staff at Bridges as well.
The only thing I would add to that is that the information was so compelling because it was put together with that committee, all the stakeholders, which are 30 some odd stakeholders, all the maquilas, all the agencies on the Mexican side, all the agencies on our side, TxDOT, the aduanas, you name it, everybody was involved. They brought black belts to the table from LSS black belts from the Mexican government. The federal government did that as well. We brokered the whole thing with a master black belt, and the information was just, like I said, extremely compelling, not only locally with the council, and they approved it, but then our state delegation did an incredible job of really fighting for that because they really believed in it. The data was just so strong that it compelled them to be so much in favor of it. And I have to say that our state delegation did an amazing job with that initiative. There's been some tweaks to it in the last session for sure. But yeah, that's underway and will be a part of a lot of what you'll see in the future get done. Again, all born from the input directly from the stakeholders.
Yeah, and so right now we're working with TxDOT on the agreements, the LAPAFAs, that we need to access those dollars. Like the city manager said, for the last 2.5, 3 years now, we're working with TxDOT to better define the language that was approved in the budget for the state that allows the city now to use those dollars in local properties and also federal properties that in 2016 was restricted. And so now we're able to use those within local, state, federal property. So like he said, the improvements that are going to be made with those dollars are not only for the city, but also for the state and federal agencies as well. Again, one of a kind. We're working with TxDOT now on the agreements that we'll bring back to you all for approval, and that'll kick off the actual use of those dollars and access those dollars for Bridges to continue with those projects. So on this slide also, we now have also a cross-border survey working with Colegio de la Frontera in Tijuana and in Ciudad Juarez. This survey includes all bridges, PDN, Stanton, Bora, and Isleta. Again, one of a kind, year-round, and it captures cyclical trends throughout the year that impact the crossings and wait times. And so I'll go into more details in a few minutes here. We have also a new downtown parking study that's been completed and a new park mobile app that we have launched. And I have to say, now we receive notice from Smart Cities Connect. We receive a national award for this application. We're going to be receiving it in Denver in April. And so I have to give credit to Paul Stresso, people like Cassandra Davison, Tammy Fonse. They're the ones that earned this award for the city of El Paso with this new service for residents that allows them now to use the app and find parking spaces real-time with real-time data. So we're really happy about that achievement. So with the committee, like the city manager said, so we've had this since 2015. We meet with them every single month. On the first Thursday of the month, we review projects. We oversee issues with traffic control, We talked to TxDOT about issues with I-10 Connect and how it impacts crossings at Boda and also how it overflows to the other bridges. So it's a really working group that we monitor and we meet with to oversee projects. We have guest speakers, so it's not just the city's projects, it's also the other agencies that are involved that make this group such a strong sort of working group every single month that we meet with them.
But that didn't exist before.
Yeah.
That was put together by David and his group, and they continue doing that, and they're the ones that are leading those meetings.
And when we go to TxDOT, to Austin, to other cities in the U.S., they ask us for this practice so they can replicate it. So this is not, you would think that it should be done in other cities, right? They don't do it. They don't have this kind of group that we have every single month. So we made a lot of progress. You know, issues like the state funding was created or received because of the work that we've done with this group. It just makes us that much stronger with our efforts and our projects. This is the group that we're talking about. We have private industry stakeholders, associations, nonprofits, community foundation, the NPO, IMIP in Juarez, the planning office, City of Juarez, State of Chihuahua, again, local, state, federal agencies, and nonprofits and private stakeholders that are part of the group, and it makes our efforts that much stronger. You know, again, like I keep repeating that, but it's not just about the city, it's also about the entire region. So we have the committee, we have the B3 program that allows the city to, via the tolls that are earned or collected from bridge crossers, we can now use those dollars, part of those dollars, to reinvest back in the bridge system with CVP. So we essentially pay them for overtime hours at the bridges to reduce wait times, open more lanes. We've had this since 2014, and the program back then was one of 5 communities in the U.S. that received this approval by the feds. Since then, many other cities have done it, seaports, land ports, airports. And so again, this is a best practice around the US that the city of Paso started back in 2014, 2015. Since then, you see the expenditures declining, especially in the last year. That's because we need to also invest in infrastructure projects, in long-term projects, not just solutions for immediate impact in wait times. So again, we have now a two-pronged approach with overtime hours and the CIP, which is next. So like I said, the CIP was created with the Bridges Steering Committee. We looked at bridges, at all bridges within the city limits, PDN, Stanton, Boda, and Zaragoza, both northbound and southbound, vehicles, pedestrians, and trucks. So now we have more than 100 ideas for improvement at the bridges, big and small, from trash cans to additional lanes, to signage, ITS devices, cameras, you name it. So the city of El Paso now has this plan. Working with other stakeholders, we can actually tackle these issues as we go, whether it's funded by P3 dollars or with other agencies being involved. So overall, across the bridges, PDN in Stanton, 20 ideas for improvement within the downtown footprint, 48 ideas at Boda, 47 at Zaragoza. Again, across the list, both in El Paso and in Juarez, across all modes and across agencies, not just City of El Paso improvements.
Yeah, you know, and I think what the point needs to be made here too is the way that David and his group and the way they led this process is that what we wanted to do is come up with the best solution. So by involving all the stakeholders, all the best solutions are brought to the table. That's the LSS process that takes place. By doing so, what we ended up doing is when I said that it was so compelling, in the past, like he said, everything was done in a silo. We'd only do our stuff, the feds would do their stuff, international stuff would be separate, and it was just kind of no man's land. The fact that this $32 million was being recommended for improvements for all the bridges as a system, that's the big change. Because as y'all know, we don't own Boda. And so that was significant to see all of this as one system and how best to utilize the system on the crossings and the throughput to make that faster. So that all might sound simple, but it wasn't happening. It was just people talking in different parts of the world, literally, and not being at the same table on the same page, eating the same kind of product. So that was the most significant change in this whole process.
Yeah, and it's a very simple approach to how we created the CIP with the other stakeholders. We actually went out to the bridges, crossed them as we were in a truck, in an actual commercial truck, or crossing them walking, to look at the sidewalk breaks, to look at lighting issues, cameras. There's a whole host of issues that we have to address. When you look at the lifespan of the bridges, you know, they last decades, right? 5 years is a tiny little bit of time spectrum for the lifespan of the bridge. So we made a lot of improvements, but going forward, we need to continue investing in the bridges to address the issues that we have that have been neglected. So these ideas and these projects, we can't do it alone. The city can't simply do it alone. So we need the other stakeholders as well. Cross-border surveys, the survey itself was approved by you all in August, the program with Colegio La Frontera. Since then, we've had the surveys started back in October. We have, I think, about 7,000 surveys completed that have been filled out and turned in. At the bridges, and you see the collectors here for the surveys. They are on the Mexican side. They're COLEF employees, asking about the purpose of the visit, how long they stayed, how much money they spent, the reason, how often they travel, how wait times impact the commuting experience, what bridge they use. So there's a whole host of issues that we want to address with the people that we interview and we survey. We have it again, like I said, at PDN, Stanton, Sleda, and Boda. And so this information is going to help us assess and determine how the city of El Paso benefits from being a border community. This is data that we simply don't have. It doesn't exist. And so now we have the project fully funded by Bridges year-round with a 2-pilot agreement with COLEF.
Question.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Soros.
Are those cross-border survey results published anywhere? Is there a way we can get a copy of them?
So we're about to close the first quarter, which is October, November, December, the last quarter of the 2019. We'll give you quarterly updates, some basic snapshot. We're closing out that first quarter with COLEF, and yes, we'll publish those results and share them with the community.
And like on some of those questions, there are questions like, has your border wait times improved, decreased in the last year? Those some of the questions.
So we ask them, how much wait is it's too long, right? How does that impact whether you decide to cross in a vehicle, if you choose to cross walking, if you move from bridge to bridge, or if you simply don't cross. We also ask, going to the airport, we also ask them about the feasibility of a trip to Chihuahua, a flight to Chihuahua City. So trying to get data that we simply don't have right now. There's a lot of potential with this project
people are flying
in
out.
the long term. The survey continues being adjusted as we go. But yeah, so we'll come back and give you reports on the data that we get.
And either with the survey or the Bridge Steering Committee, have there been any follow-ups or inquiries about removing the barbed wire and concrete blockades that are currently limiting and choking traffic on our ports of entry?
So that's a really difficult subject. We've talked to CBP about how we can improve those additions to the bridge, modifications to the bridge to ease traffic. Unfortunately, sort of the role as a federal government limits our ability to supersede their authority. We continue working with them. We came back to you all in July of last year with an update on wait times, crossings, and also the new gates to remove that wire and have more permanent, better aesthetic, gates for pedestrians. We continue working with them, with CBP on their projects.
Maybe it makes sense that either the mayors of both cities or something directly write Customs and Border Patrol or the Department of Homeland Security requesting the removal. I understand that our jurisdiction is somewhat limited there, but what those concrete barriers and those barbed wire, which looks like something out of East Germany and the Berlin Wall and the Cold War, does nothing here to keep us safe, does nothing here to keep us secure. It makes traveling over the border an ugly experience for folks coming back and forth on both sides of the border. And it's something that is shouldn't be, it's an unconscionable act and shouldn't be something that's allowed here in our community.
If you don't mind, in this past weekend's town hall meeting with Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, she mentioned that, and they are working on it to remove it.
Well, we should also.
I mean, I don't know if that's something we can ask our official intergovernmental affairs officer, the Honorable D. Margot, to craft that letter on our behalf, or if we need to go and put a resolution on the agenda for him to do that, because those are having a real world impact. We all know how many people are crossing on both sides, students, family, businessmen, businesswomen, entrepreneurs, and everything in between. There's a million reasons that people have reason to cross, and to have that kind of representation on all of our ports of entry is one that isn't indicative of the values and identity that we have, but also it has a very real impact, as your data shows, towards our economic development and our economic competitiveness on a global stage. And it should be a large priority for our intergovernmental affair officer. It should be a large priority of our city to communicate that to this federal government, that those that barbed wire and concentration camp wire shouldn't have any place on our ports of entry.
So, in terms of the workforce focus at Bridges, so I'm going to talk about this for a second. So we received the Walk and Roll Award from the city management and city leadership team to Bridges. We were 2019's top performer for employee engagement. In the last go around in 2018, Bridges, only about 60% of employees filled out the survey. This last year, we tried really hard to get everybody engaged, everybody to fill out the survey and give us feedback. And in 2019, we went up from 59% to 92%. So the city management, city leadership recognized Bridges and their employees, our employees, for their involvement and participating in the survey. We're going to now schedule a series of follow-up meetings because it's great that they fill out the survey, but we need to actually get back to them with the responses and see how what we heard from them and we're going to be doing to address the concerns and the feedback. So we'll do that in the next first quarter of 2020. We also, just like the airport, have luncheons to appreciate and recognize the employees. And at Bridges, we did a survey, employee survey, asking them to recognize and select a peer for customer service, for performance. And so it's a self-selected sample of the employees, and they recognize themselves. And so here in this picture, we have the award. We have also Eddie Romero, who was recognized by the city council and the mayor a few weeks ago for 35 years of service with the city of El Paso. And then Rick Lujan, parking meter supervisor that just retired last month. He was also instrumental in launching this app, Park 915, and so you can see the logo of the app on the cake itself right there on the picture.
And I want to just put some context to the GWAC and Roll Award. It's giving people more than what is expected is what the award signifies. And you know, I know that council, you hear a lot of presentations and you hear a lot of awards and programs that different organizations have. This is tied to a result. So the surveys we do of our employees, the feedback we get, we then do something with that feedback. Some of the incentives or some of the changes we've put in place, some of the things we've worked to make better for our employees are a direct result from this feedback that we get. And then sometimes we tell them why we can't make a change. But there's good communication that happens that then is utilized in employee town hall meetings that we have with them, and we share that information with them. And there's other ways that we get information out there to them as well through the department heads. So this is a good process, not only just an award system, but the award system is tied back to results and tied back to the feedback and tied back to actionable items that they can see happen in their department. So this represents 4 department heads that scored the highest out of the rest of them in terms of how deeply they penetrated the engagement process, you know, how deep they went into their program. And all the departments performed really well. As a matter of fact, they had to do it based on the last couple of 2 or 3 times that these surveys had taken place, because several of them had 100%. And to have 100% in anything is pretty amazing. And tying that back to a national result, we were nationally recognized as the best organization for employee engagement, and that we were at 89%. And the average across America is like in the 30-some-odd percent. The high-performing organizations are in the 50, 60 percentiles. So the fact that we were at 89% is significant.
And then on systems for process improvements, so you know about the eFast Pass. It's a program that we have with Bridges that allows people and commuters to pay up front their tolls, and it allows them to save 50 cents per crossing for vehicles, 50 cents per axle for commercial trucks. We're trying to make it easy for them to get that tag. When you get the tag and create the account, it's free. The tag is free as long as you put in, credit dollars in your account. Saves time, saves money. And as we get more membership in this program, we're going to continue making adjustments to the bridges, to the lanes, and have more of those lanes segregated for the eFast Pass only, trying to incentivize them to use it and also save time. We save money because handling less cash is less expensive for us. And so it's a good way, an easy way to promote the use of our bridges and make it easy for them.
Wait, David, I'm sorry. Do you need like the global entry to use the Fast Pass? How does it work without
It's
that?
a little bit different. So this is where you prepay a tag, a sticker on your vehicle, you put it on your dashboard. It's like the NTTA or toll tag essentially for bridges. So when you do that, your account has credits. You can just use it. You don't have to use cash to pay at the toll. So you essentially you almost don't stop. The gate opens and you're good to go. Yeah. So it saves time, saves money, and then it reduces wait times as well. Southbound using our bridges. So we've got a video here for you all to see on this program.
The eFast Pass is a prepaid toll program for use on the southbound lanes on the Stanton and Zaragoza International Bridges. You can apply in person at the Zaragoza International Bridge in the Toll Plaza office, adjacent to the toll booths, or online. Visit eptoll.elpasotexas.gov. Apply online by filling out the application form and clicking Submit. Receive your RFID tag in the mail and apply to your vehicle. Set up your account with a username and password that is mailed with the RFID tag and add the money. You can also add money in person at the Zaragoza International Bridge Toll Plaza office or coming soon at the One Stop Shop in downtown El Paso. Pull up to the toll booth, the tag is read, the gate opens, the light turns green, and go.
So on the parking study, you saw the results of the study last year. I think it was back in October. There's a whole host of issues that we need to address within parking downtown, not only for city assets, but also for private assets. And so that's essentially the core of what the study tries to do. Call out those issues, address the need for improved coordination between the city and the private entities. And so we're going to create a parking steering committee that is being planned on right now for the first meeting in the first quarter of 2020 to address these issues, whether it's signage, better coordination for events during peak times, during the baseball season. So this parking committee is going to include the DMD, CBA, City of El Paso, bridges, PD, streets, many stakeholders. Just like with the committee for bridges, we need the same approach for parking. Again, the city alone cannot do it by itself. So we need to have and bring in those stakeholders to help us with these issues. So with the Park 915 app, as I said, now we have real-time data for parking on metered spaces downtown. You can use the app in other cities in the U.S. and airports, bilingual customer service. We now have about 13,000 downloads on the app since we launched it. And eventually we're going to integrate private lots and garages on the app, so it won't be just meters, it'll be also off-street spaces and garages as well. And as I said, one more video before I go to the next slide.
The City of El Paso has a new parking app, Park 915, powered by Park Mobile. The Park 915 app lets you easily pay for parking right from your mobile device. You will even get alerts when your session is about to expire so you can extend your time. You can set up the Park 915 app in just a few simple steps. First, download the app for your Apple or Android device. Use your email address to create your account. To complete the sign-up process, provide your license plate number and the state where your vehicle is registered. Then set up your method of payment. Once you have completed these steps, you are ready to start using the Park 915 app. When you park, find the zone number and space number for your spot. It will be located on the stickers that you will see on the parking meters. Next, select the amount of time you'd like to park in that spot. Confirm your information and touch the Start Parking button. In the app, you will see a countdown clock showing how much time is remaining in your parking session. If your time is about to expire, you have the option to extend your parking session right from the app. The Park 915 app also includes the parking availability feature, giving you the ability to see exactly where the open spots are around you. So you can drive directly to the areas where there's plenty of parking and avoid the areas where there's no parking, saving you time and frustration. The Park 915 app, powered by Park Mobile, a smarter way to park.
Yeah, so you can see, there's a lot of new features that we didn't have before that we have now with the app, which is free for all users within or drivers within the City of El Paso, not only downtown, but also in Uptown as well. And like I said, we received a 2020 Smart 50 award from Smart Cities Connect. We'll be receiving this award in April. So we're really excited about this new application. They told us that 12 countries submitted for this award, and the city of El Paso was selected for this new application because it offers new services. We're the first city in the U.S. to offer real-time data for parking availability, and that's one of the reasons why we received this award. What they do here with this Smart Cities Connect is they look at smart cities programs, urban operations, technology solutions, things like that. And so this application is exactly what we needed and exactly what they want to recognize around the U.S. and other countries. So yeah, again, I want to recognize Paul Stresso, Cassandra, the team at Bridges for this new application that they earned this award for the city of El Paso. So we're really happy about that. So as a recap, in 2015, we didn't have the state funding that we received for Bora and Isleta for all our projects. Didn't have a Bridges Steering Committee, brand new. Didn't have a CIP that was approved in 2018 for Bridges. We also didn't have the data, the research, the analytics that we have now with the team of economists in the office at Bridges. They do a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, coding, programming. So yeah, they're a great resource for the city of El Paso, not just Bridges. We have a new award-winning app, and also the new cross-border survey that, again, no other city on the U.S.-Mexico border is doing, like the one that we have here today. Again, fully funded by Bridges, and hopefully will continue in perpetuity going forward and address issues that come up and provide data and solutions to strategies that you all set for us at the city of El Paso.
And just to connect the dots back on the parking, if you recall, that's been a strategy in the strategic plan. It's been a priority of the council. Through incentives, we're able to utilize parking with West Star Building and also with the Plaza Hotel. By listening to stakeholders, the DMD, and just the downtown area, parking has been a priority and a discussion point. So that's the reason why those incentives were put in place for that parking that we could use after hours. We then pushed our staff to then also look at doing an app, because everything is on apps now. So that's a worldwide recognition. So again, it's all aligned and integrated with the plan, and then also with listening to the stakeholders.
Thank you. We have one question. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I do recall our parking meters having significant problems. So they weren't even collecting at one point. So I think it goes from not collecting to award. So I think that's pretty tremendous. My question is related to the parking study, and I'm sorry if you've already addressed this. In that parking study, there's several recommendations. When are you all going to come back and present what you've implemented?
Absolutely. So within the study, there is multiple recommendations, to work with the stakeholders, with the private sector, with the lots and garages. So we'll do that. We have the Parking Steering Committee. There's also changes that they're recommending to Title 12, the city code, to make it simple and easier to read for people that drive downtown and use the meters. So there's a host of changes from ordinance changes to marketing to now the new application, coordination efforts. And we'll come back to you all, give you updates, and as needed, like the city code, we'll come back with those items to you all for you all to review and approve, of course.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next item is item 17.2. This is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign an agreement for professional services between the City of El Paso and Geometrics Engineering PS Inc.
Can I have a motion, please?
Second.
You can go ahead. Just a quick synopsis of what this item's about.
Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. This is an agreement between the city and Geometrics Engineering for the FBO extension and taxiway uniform Victor reconfiguration. Construction management will represent the airport as a GC builds out the project for us. This is a tie-in for uniform and Victor due to new FAA guidelines on engineering for fillets and turns into the runway, and we'll also be building a portion of the FBO ramp to tie into the FBO that Franklin Mountains Aviation is constructing. It's paid for by FAA grant and airport enterprise funding.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 17.2. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Schwartzbein, not present. The next item is 17.3. This is presentation and discussion by Project Arriba on their annual report on status of activities.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Monica Fuentes with Economic Development. Mr. Roman Ortiz, CEO of Project Arriba, here to deliver the organization's annual report.
Good afternoon. Roman Ortiz for the record. It's an honor again to be here to kind of give you a quick update on the successes we're having in collaboration with our partnership. Obviously, this is the end of the first year of the second 5-year term that we have with the city of El Paso. I believe wholeheartedly that we're doing some things that are showing a net result that is huge. We're going to be having another impact study performed in 2020, but from 5 years ago, that impact study showed that almost $750 million has been added to El Paso's economy on a net present value because of our partnerships over the years. Here's a quick breakdown of participants by city representative. You can see we've served people from all throughout the city of El Paso. Obviously, we serve folks outside the city limits in the county rural areas as well. Those folks are not necessarily represented here on this graph. Our partnership at a glance is our goal for the first year was to serve 265 individuals. We served 311. The goal is also to be able to serve at least 60% of those individuals at poverty. In actuality, of the 311 that we served in the first year, 88% were at or below poverty guidelines. Our goal was to complete 60 individuals. We graduated 63 individuals from our partners at UTEP and EPCC. Our academic retention rate goal is to maintain 80% retention. In actuality, in year one, we maintained a 96% academic retention rate. We also job placed 56 individuals, and our goal was to job place 50. Our strategic training partners, if you are not aware, we have added a third, and that's a little school by the name of Texas Tech. So we're very proud to be in partnership with their School of Nursing. We are in our second year of partnership with Texas Tech. With UTEP, we've been in partnership since 2005, and with El Paso Community College since 1999. This project with the City of El Paso also requires us to serve at a minimum 5 per year in our ESL to Living Wage program, and in actuality, we served 15 participants. Regarding our job placement success, this is really the key of why our partnership works. Our goal was to job place 50 graduates with wages at or above $14 an hour and to maintain these cohesive relationships with employer partners. Our actual activity is we job placed 56 individuals, and they entered into jobs on average at $23.79. This represents about a $2.7 million addition in payroll to this region after 12 full months of employment. In order to be able to exceed our goal of people that we serve, we need to be out in the community and people need to hear about us. This is just a quick snapshot of how many times we were out in the community. We held 25 in-house outreaches. As a matter of fact, right now, every Tuesday at 1:30, we hold an in-house outreach in our main office. So that's going on right now. We held 17 outreaches outside of our offices, and 7 were veteran-focused. Regarding the demographics of our participants, 82% of the people that we serve are female. 56% have dependent children. Their average age, they're getting a little bit younger. It's 30. Over the past 20 years, it was around the average age of 32. Mostly serve Hispanic individuals. And of the people that we served in this first contract year, 32% of them received food stamps. Completions, our graduates by career field here, you can see that we served and graduated people to become registered nursing at the associate degree level, registered nurses at the bachelor's degree level, LVNs, diagnostic medical sonographers, pharmacy technicians, physical therapy assistants, and surgical techs. Our goal was to graduate 60 individuals, and we were able to graduate 63 from the city of El Paso. Annually, we are funded by the city of El Paso a total of $300,000. The 100% of those funds need to be used for programmatic costs that do not include fundraising and or administration. We upheld that contract requirement. Of the $300,000 that we received in year one, 48% went to direct participant services, which would be things like tuition, books, materials, and supplies, and 52% went directly to our award-winning case management and client services. We have a matching funds requirement as well, both for private and for state and for other federal funds. And that requirement for year one was met. For matching funds here during year one of the contract term, Project Arriba had matching funds of over $700,000 in state and federal grants and $110,000 in new or increased private investments. Year one matching funds total $816,000, which exceeds the city year one funds of $300,000. That includes, for the state and federal government, we were in a Wagner-Pizer contract for $324,000 and our ACE contract for $382,000. For private funds, we had the following either brand new funders or funding that was additional from the year prior: $15,000 from Bank of America. That was an increase of $3,500 from year over year. We had a $2,000 increase from El Paso Electric. We had a brand new funder named Hisco. Palo Verde Homes also is a brand new funder. And Rocky Mountain Mortgage was a new funder as well. But we're very proud of our new foundation, the Trellis Foundation out of Austin, Texas, that has funded Project Arriba for the amount of $100,000. With that, I'll answer any questions that you may have, but on behalf of the Board of Directors, staff, and participants, I want to thank you for our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? No? Thank you so much. You all always meet or exceed metrics. This is one of the most successful programs we have, not only in the city, I would argue across the state and nation. So thank you so much for all that you do and all your continued success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roman.
Bye.
The next item is 18.1. This is discussion and action on a resolution formally renaming Vivid Dreams Park located at 4960 Vincent James in El Paso to Frank Castillo Park.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Let me call for the vote.
Okay, there is a motion and a
do you
second
want
to
to hear
approve
about
18.1. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Schwartzwein not present. The next item is 18.2. This is discussion and action on a resolution formally renaming Vocational Park Pond located at 7464 Balsam Drive in El Paso to Cedar Grove Park Pond.
I move to postpone for 2 weeks. I know there's public comment on this item as well.
There is. There's one person signed up for public comment.
Did you wish to take public comment?
We
Yes?
should, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Ana Dueñas? Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Yes, I was pulled earlier for my seat to go outside from Representative Hernandez that she was not going to approve it because one of our persons that signed the petition had not gotten an agreement according to her that she didn't sign the petition. There's 180. The requirement is 50. And there's 180. I don't know what she's up to me because I ran against her. But that's not this is the people that she ran against that she's got in her district, and it's not fair because of just something that you're doing and it's not even professional. I mean, it's not very professional, especially coming from city council. So in this case, it has been approved by the committee, and I came here to thank everybody. I'm sorry, City Council, but I came here to thank everybody because it had been approved and it had been already gone through, but now she put a stop to it. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right, and it's not right for your constituents that have signed the petition. Thank you. If there's any questions?
So you're in favor of the name?
I'm sorry?
Are you in favor of the name?
Yes, and we went door to door. The members of the neighborhood association, we went door to door. And there's 180.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. City staff, can you explain the process or the issue that we're faced with here?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Joel McKnight, Parks and Recreation Department. The process for an application coming into the department is let's just start it a little earlier. When a person shows interest, we give them an application guideline that shows the guidelines that were approved back in September by you on what is acceptable and what isn't. In that packet, it has sheets that have blank lines for the signature petition that's going to be residents that live within a mile radius of that park. And so then they go out, they collect the signatures, bring it to us. Staff will then verify using Google and other means if that residence that's listed is within there. We do not verify if it is a signature that with a driver's license. That's been done by the applicant. And so when we took in this application, it had more than 50 signatures on it, and our staff stopped counting on roughly about 60 names that were within the area.
So you only need 50 signatures?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many total were there?
I believe there was, well, I know there was more than 60.
Okay.
And I know that 60, according to that residence requirement, were within it.
Sorry, so you just verified that people lived at the addresses. You did not contact the people to verify that they signed in.
We verify that the address they listed is within that area. The applicant has not to throw anyone under the bus, but the applicant has the onus on making sure that it's a legitimate signature. We verify that it's within that 1 mile radius.
Sure, so, yeah. And for a lot of other petitions, you have to actually be a homeowner, not a renter. This can be anyone. You're just verifying.
It's a resident, so it could be it could be someone that leases as well.
Well, I think that we should be double checking all the people on the list to make sure they actually sign this.
Okay, so you're saying it went through a formal process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Representative Hernandez, your motion is to postpone.
Yeah, so thank you for the explanation. I want an opportunity to meet with staff regarding a complaint that I was made aware of. And I also want to correct the record. Mrs. Dueñas, first and foremost, thank you for submitting the petition. I actually really like the name. I agree it should be more conducive to the area. By all means, this is not politically motivated. In fact, I've thanked you for your candidacy, so thank you again for your civic engagement. In an abundance of caution, I want to meet with staff to address a concern and a complaint that I received. That's all. I tried to address it with you. Your response was vulgar. You said some really terrible things, and I asked if we can resolve this together personally. So the notion that I'm trying to attack you is invalid. It's not true. And I would request that in the future that we can work together for the advancement of the Lower Valley Association. So I just want to address the complaint out of abundance of caution, and I would respectfully ask the council support me in my decision. Correct, so it'll come back in February 4th.
This was in reference to the neighborhood association. I am the president of the neighborhood association. That's what I mean. The members themselves went out there and got signatures. Now, what you discussed out there, you're the one that pulled me out there. You're the one that wanted to discuss things. I said, no, this is not the time for it. But you insisted on wanting to sign. Why,
Mrs. Duenas,
why
let
not
me
bring
address
it
your
before?
question.
And why not call me or tell me before this?
I just learned today, as I explained to you
And now all of
earlier.
a sudden, you just met somebody that pulled you and
point of
told you
order.
there was somebody there
City
that
Attorney?
didn't agree with it?
Mayor Pro
Mrs.
Tem,
Duenas.
Ms. Duenas, we've already completed public comment. Let's just go ahead and take the.
I didn't
take the
pull
vote.
you, I didn't touch you for
No,
the record.
because you're very good about lying
I asked
and
if you
saying
can
things
come out
that
and
I
do
did
that.
not say.
And
And
you
I
agree.
know, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that
There's
know
a
about
motion
that.
on the floor
Yes,
to
Ms. Duenas.
postpone.
Rep.
Mayor Pro
Hernandez,
Tem.
yes, please,
May
let's
I
just
call
take the vote.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to postpone item 18.2 for 2 weeks. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representatives Perez and Rivera voting nay. Representatives Anelo, Hernandez, Morgan, Lizarraga, Salcido voting aye. And Representative Schwartzbein not present. The next item is 18.3. This is discussion and action on a resolution to adopt the 2020 Public Art Plan.
Can we have a motion first, council?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. For the record, Ben Fife, Assistant Director for the Museums and Cultural Affairs Department. Today, we are pleased to bring forward to you the annual Public Art Plan. Very briefly, we like to take the opportunity every time we're before Council to be able to give you a bird's eye view of the program and what's been accomplished. So over the last 15 years, we have completed 63 projects. The volume of projects completed, I think, is a testament to the willingness of El Paso voters in 2012 and again in 2019 to invest in themselves. The accelerated pace, however, I would say is really indicative of staff, the department, and also leadership's ability to really hone in on the 20 for 20 plan, to be able to make sure that we are laser focused on council priorities and really minimize the distractions. We have worked with 168 artists. 75% of those have been local. So again, this is really a program that serves the local creative sector. We've provided 38 local artists with paid apprenticeships. Anytime a project is over $100,000 in budget, the artist that is contracted is obligated by their contract to engage a local artist on a paid apprenticeship. This allows some of our artists who may not have the capacity to manage a project with a 6-figure budget or a lot of complicating factors to be able to start to get vocational training and become more competitive within the program. We've seen artists who have done this before actually become the lead artist later on if they've taken part in this. This, of course, is also part of how the program serves economic development. Again, by adhering to that plan and knowing that anything we do in the department needs to dovetail with economic development efforts and help amplify those. We've impacted over 105 local businesses with the program. Some of those are very obvious, like contractors or landscaping companies, but that also comes down to caterers, hotels, and so on and so on. And then, of course, we've received 9 national awards for the program and been featured in 16 national publications. By ordinance, we are required to come before you annually with a plan. So what we are bringing forward today is a request for $6.5 million in allocations. As a reminder, those allocations come from the 2% that is issued in capital, in certificates of obligations, capital projects, and bond projects as well. We take the opportunity as well to update you on what's been completed since we were last in front of council, and I'd like to do that now. So in calendar year 2019, we completed 7 projects. Again, I'd just like to point out that the staff within this program works very, very hard and oftentimes beats the rate of their peer programs across the state. Just for perspective, Houston's public art program has almost double the amount of staff and at any given time is completing 1 project per year with maybe 1 in process. Last year we completed 7 with over 20 in process, so I'm going to walk you through those right now. This is Conexión, which is located in District 5 in a roundabout by Jose Cano. This was a local artist. 13 local artists participated in the Alameda Brio Stops, which affects multiple districts. Each artist received 2 stations that they were able to design panels for. We also completed the Dyer Brio, This one was really unique in that it used sort of a pixelation method to highlight local flora, fauna, and also cultural figures such as Pancho Villa. Persistencia at the zoo was actually just recently inaugurated as part of the Chihuahuan Desert Experience. This is a sandstone sculpture that's monumentally scaled and carved by hand and provides an opportunity for families at the zoo to have a selfie with the wolf. This was actually Monica was kind enough to feature this in her presentation, so I won't go into this one. And then we just inaugurated this about 2 weeks ago, Woven Culture, another project working with a local artist, and in this case, working with youth on the Carolina Bridge, which spans both District 3 and District 7. Jackrabbit Jumps the Bartlett Ball. This is part of the improvements at Bartlett Park. We've not dedicated this yet as we're actually waiting for the larger park project to complete, but the public art component has been completed. We'd like to take the opportunity every time we do this plan, we like to show you projects that are sort of at a point where we can share images and give you a sense of what's in the pipeline. For the R.C. Poe roundabout on the east side, this is a work by artist Art Garcia, who is originally from El Paso. This is actually a little abstract at this moment, but what you're seeing is a roundabout that will eventually have a sculpture that is inspired by our dust devils and dust storms. So each of those colored marks that you're seeing on the rendering is actually rings. So these will be aluminum colored rings. This will be uplit at night. So there'll be a sense of motion as you're driving around this particular roundabout. The Men of Company E Memorial at the MAC. This is one that I want to thank the community that has remained engaged on this project, for the number of council members who have shown their support and really pushed the department to make sure that we get this one right. This was actually just featured in the El Paso Inc. this last weekend. This is by Julio Sanchez de Alba, another local artist who was responsible for the original memorial. So what you're seeing, that foil figure, aluminum foil, is not part of the work. It's actually there for scale. But what the finished work will have will be 6 bronze figures that are 1.5 times life size. This will be sited at Cleveland Square Park. For District 2's Water Park, actually this is one of 3 pieces of public art that will go in. The artwork here was actually aligned to the overall theming of the park. As you may remember, the theme of this particular park is inspired by Mayan and Olmec history and culture, and so we'll have these 3 of these figures actually at the park. For the District 7 Neighborhood Water Park, we have bronze works. Actually, and you see on the left, these are the initial, the beginnings of what will become the molds for the bronze pieces that are inspired by folklorico skirts. The finished product will look very similar to what you're seeing on the right. And then we have here an entryway actually into a playground at the Joey Barraza and Vino Memorial Park. The interesting thing about this particular piece, if you notice on each sides of the entryway, there are these snake panels on the screens. The rattles on those actually function so that kids can actually play with them, make noise, and actually replicate the sound of a rattlesnake in a much safer way. I was going to say, sometimes in that district, we've seen real rattlesnakes in some of the parks, so this is a much safer version. So the 2020 Public Art Plan actually will initiate 16 new projects that you're seeing listed here. As a reminder, the bottom projects you're seeing there, all with TBD. These are all informed by the recent passage of the 2019 Public Safety Bond, and so we'll be working closely, as we do with all these projects, with the Capital Improvements Department. So even though we don't know yet where the siting is, we want to make sure that we're able to start getting artists engaged and on board to make sure that those projects receive integrated public art. There's also a project on here that I did warn you I would be back with when I provided the MAC management update a few months ago. That is actually to engage an artist to do a project in the main library in the renovation of the children's section. This is going in concert with the work on the MAC. The 2% for the MAC actually already went to the Men of Company E, but we want to be able to show the library users and supporters that they have parity, so we are wanting to engage an artist to be able to do something really spectacular in the children's area. And then these are projects that are in progress. I won't go through all of these with you, but I would ask you to pay attention to the fact that there are some that we're asking to increase allocations on. Whenever we do that, we again are going to pooled funds that we have in reserve, either savings realized from other projects or from issuances that could not actually integrate public art. This allows us opportunities to either create a work that is more impactful. In the cases where sometimes projects have been in progress for 5 or more years, costs go up. I have mentioned to all of you that the tariffs on steel really did affect the program, and rather than have artists absorb these, we want to be able to increase the allocation to make sure the community gets exactly the size, scale of what they were promised. And these are more projects that are in progress. You will see Men of Company Memorial. This is one that we are seeking an increase in the allocation because the site where we want to put this work is a little more complicated than was anticipated, with utility lines and a lot of infrastructure beneath the work. We don't want to go back to the community or the artist and have the piece go down in scale. We want to be able to cover that and again deliver what we've promised at a community meeting and in a lot of sessions with various community stakeholder groups. So with that, I am open to questions.
Representative Vanilla.
Thank you, Ben. Mine is less of a question and more of an action. I know yourself and I believe Dr. Morgan and you and your department has talked a lot about some of the murals in our area that have been falling apart. It's disappointing to not see them on the 2020 plan, but I do understand there is some confusion over the state of these murals. So I'd like to actually motion to direct the city manager to engage in an assessment, internal or external, on the condition and cost of both the Alabama mural and the mural at Beaumont.
Second.
So I don't know if there are any questions.
This is just to look into the feasibility of maintaining those.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of, I think there's a lot of departments trying to do things kind of in silos. Also, there hasn't ever been an actual official assessment. So yeah, just trying to cross all the T's so we do understand what the cost and the process will have to be.
Okay. Representative Hernandez.
One of my concerns is about a mural in my district as well, that it's received a lot of requests for funding. That's very close to some of the proposed new locations for, that's funded through the 2% Arts, which is Montana and Mascaleto, right at Mascaleto dead ends. So it's the mural behind Costco's and Bassett Place.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going north on Geronimo,
yes, ma'am.
it's that, you know what I'm talking about?
It's actually this like sister mural to the one on Alabama. They're both like in.
Exactly
Oh, really?
the same
Okay.
style. Yes,
So the neighborhood association there has, brought to my attention that they would like to see those improvements as well. And I feel like we have an opportunity to kind of kill two birds with one stone, which I shouldn't use that for.
It's feed two birds with one stone.
Feed two birds with one stone. Excuse me.
It's an animal friendly way.
Not stones. Animal friendly. So, if at all possible, with the direction we're giving today for Representative Anello's motion is to include that mural. I don't know what it's called, but it's on Geronimo.
I am familiar with that, and I believe that we could add to the plan to be able to engage professional consultation to, again, give us a true assessment of what the costs and issues around these particular pieces are. For the two murals that you're speaking of, actually are very similar in style, with similar challenges. And again, when we are asked to do an assessment, oftentimes we're looking at just comps, but we're not professionals in terms of assessing the state of a wall. In the case of District 2, it's a 60-year-old wall with some challenges, and also assessing to what the property lines are there.
Okay, my second question is, a lot of the new allocations are within 1 mile proximity of each other in my district, so it'd be Hawkins, Viscount, and Sunglow. And one of my one of the things that I think would be prudent or even interesting to review is, could we combine some of these projects to do something very impactful, something really beautiful for that shopping area where Viscount and Hawkins intersect, whether it be on the gateway or at another intersection where there's high density, high commuters and traffic, like the intersection of Viscount and Hawkins. So all of those projects really intersect. And so instead of having these siloed projects, I would really challenge you to see if there's something that we can do and combine all of the funding for one significant project. And I don't know if that's against policy or ordinance, but that's something I feel that would be better for that area.
So I will answer that it actually right now is not against policy or ordinance. Typically what we do when we're bringing forward the permission to access these allocations, we tend to like to actually delineate exactly where they're coming from, which is why you'll see separate projects. There are times when we will consolidate projects. I believe that typically what our process, once we engage in a process, we're working very closely with CID, with Streets and Maintenance, to identify where the opportunities are once we have an artist on board, at which point we sometimes would come back to council to say, you know what, it really makes more sense to bundle these together and do maybe one larger work around these, based on what the design team is particularly looking at. There could also be an opportunity where we also engage one artist to do all of these, so that there is actually continuity between all of these. So there's a variety of ways we could engage in this. So right now, this is actually just giving us permission to access those funds, but it would definitely be a continuing conversation with CID. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Representative Mayor Pro Tem, if I can, Sam Rodriguez, city engineer. So we looked at the different areas where we're coming out of the airport. And so you saw a really good picture of the art piece that's off of Airway. And looking at Sunglow and Montana, we really thought it was really important for us to highlight public art on the folks that come out of the airport and into that corridor heading east. And then heading west is where you have that area, Mescalero, Montana. Again, very traffic, a lot of volume, will have a lot of impact to the public, as well as the Hawkins. Hawkins area, when we're discussing with Ben, we're looking at the area right by the community college. There's everybody that's coming from the North Loop, the Mission Valley area, takes Hawkins up to I-10. And so something along that corridor we thought would really be very impactful in terms of the visual impact, because you have that very ugly channel and then the backside of some of those properties. So we have an opportunity to do something really great there to highlight not just the community college, but
You're
the
referring
area.
to Hawkins and I-10?
South of I-10.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so because we're tying it back to the Hawkins reconstruction project that we have as part of the 2018 capital plan. We thought there was a great opportunity to do something really, really awesome in that part of the city.
Yeah, I think we're on the same wavelength. I just think it would be more impactful to maybe consolidate some of those funds. And in addition, as you're going into the fountains of Farah, there was discussion how we need to improve the pedestrian access to go, if you're going south on Hawkins, turning left into the fountains. There's only one lane to go in, and so there's a lot of discussion about how we kind of rethink the pedestrian access, and then there's an opportunity to have a discussion about how do we incorporate public art as part of that pedestrian access to both sides of Hawkins to get into Sela Vista and then to get into the fountains. Thank you.
Mr. Fife, do you need a timeline on this, or?
I would say we more than likely would be able to do this by the budget process.
Okay, I'd love to see it a little bit before, so we can take some action on the budget if needed.
I think we could do 90 days.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, Laura, we have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Now you got to do it.
I know, sir.
You want to do 120 days just to be sure?
Yeah.
We'll do 120 days.
Yes, just be, I don't want to put you in that type of position.
It's up to y'all, I just want to be able to make decisions with the budget if needed.
Say by the second meeting in May.
Okay.
That's good. It's before the budget season.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That works.
Thanks.
Representative Anello, will you restate your motion once again, please?
Yes. So I'd like to direct the city manager to engage in an assessment of the condition and cost of the Alabama, Beaumont, and Geronimo murals within 120 days. Second week of May.
Second week of May.
Second council meeting in May.
Second council meeting in May.
So that would be by May 26th.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to approve the direction read into the record by Representative Anello. On that motion, call for the vote.
And just since, you know, it's a budget item, just as a reminder to the council, this would be an additional cost to the budget. I know that there was some discussion about the budget in general and the costs associated with some of the cost drivers that we showed you. I think this points to something that we've talked to council about with regard to O&M, operating and maintenance costs with regard to other capital projects. So I think, you know, this recommendation by council or this request by council is obviously very appropriate. It makes a lot of sense. Just pointing out that, you know, this is just one other thing that we're very, you know, that staff does a very good job of, and it's a priority for the community, and it's done wonders for the community. It's just O&M that's not been built in the past, just as a reminder.
In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Would you like to take the motion to approve the art plan?
Yes.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to approve the 2020 Public Art Plan.
Second.
On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 20.4. This is discussion and action to direct city manager and city attorney to review the 2017 House Bill 2359, 2019 House Bill 36, and 2019 Senate Bill 254, and to develop and implement recommended action plan to address buildings that are vacant, have substandard conditions, and/or violate city ordinances within the city.
Move to approve.
Second. So thank you all. I'm not going to read out these House or Senate bills. Those are just there for reference because I know that both our city manager and city attorney have worked hard to get the state to give us tools that we can use to take further action. You know, we have a legislative session coming up next year. So anything we need to do in the future, I'd like to know now. But also, I think the real issue is there have been several homes that have burnt down. I know there was one in District 4 about 6 months ago. There was one recently in District 8, and then about a year ago, there was a really serious one in District 8 that I talk about a lot because it didn't just burn the abandoned home, it also burned the home of the neighbors. So I know that I've had a lot of conversations with the city manager about what we could be doing. I think it's time that we actually take some action on it and have them come back maybe in, 60 to 90 days with what they've been planning on doing, all the work they've been doing, and we can, set some real, make some real change. So I don't know, Tommy, again, I know that we've talked a lot about it. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah. What I'd like to just say is that, yes, I have talked to Ms. Anello about this. I think I've also talked to Ms. Hernandez about it, and maybe a few others on the council, but I've had conversations with Carla. I've also talked to staff, and there was some work that was done in a previous city that I worked in that was really transformative for the community, but I really have to advise you, it's just dependent upon how aggressive you want to be as a council from a policy direction standpoint. And I'm talking about substandard buildings, vacant buildings, and things that, how aggressive do you want to be with the code enforcement? I think that obviously, well, I shouldn't say it's so obvious, but in downtown, that was a priority, not only for this council, but previous councils. I think the purchase of a lot of buildings kind of has addressed some of the concerns that have been out there in the community. There's other facilities throughout the city that are in substandard condition and/or are vacant, and they pose a threat and are dangerous. So given some of the recent things that were reported, and given just, again, the political will and your direction on how aggressive you want to be, I would tell you that there would need to be lots of changes that would require us to look at the entire process, not only the number of code enforcement officials that we have, the training that we give them, and the type of direction that's given, also the Building and Standards Commission, also the work with the city attorney's office and her prosecution team, she being the head prosecutor, the work with the judges also, maybe sharing with them council's direction and guidance and their strategic plan and the policy direction you would want us to go in. But we can absolutely make a huge difference. The council can make a huge difference in the community in terms of the substandard facilities and vacant structures. But again, you need that entire team working together. It can't just be we trained our code enforcement officials, officers, and then we have more in the queue, but then the process doesn't work. Or it can be that the Building Standard Commission works really well, but we don't give them good cases. And same thing can be said about the judges and vice versa. You know, all the different players, elected officials and otherwise, need to be on the same page. And here in El Paso, you have something extremely unique. You have the municipal judges that are elected. That's not the case in large cities throughout the state of Texas. And again, that's very unique. Typically, that's an appointment that's done by the council, something of which is more aligned with the council's direction and vision with a strategic plan of some sort. That does not mean that because they're elected, they can't get on the same page, or we can't get on the same page with them and vice versa. So that's what I would just bring attention to, that it would require all those different pieces working with one another. I have sent to Carla Neiman, as well as the representatives that I mentioned. I know I have with Representative Nello for sure, sent a list of all the ordinances and all the ordinance changes that were done in a previous life where I was at. And that was really trend-setting and really was the gold plate standard, if you will, because all other cities in North Texas copied it because they wanted to get the same kind of results. And again, you have to have that entire team working with one another. And we had a perfect storm. And we had a situation where an elderly woman was beaten within an inch of her life. And it really just created this opportunity that we had all these ordinances that we had written up, that it gave the council the impetus and the will to be extremely aggressive with their actions. So again, maybe what was reported recently, maybe some good can come out of it. Maybe that the council's ready for something this aggressive, maybe the community's ready for something this aggressive. But I do mean to make you aware, this aggressive posture, will cause a reaction. But that's not something which, we can't all live with. It's just a matter of just eyes wide open going into it with the proper scope and mindset as to what we want to really accomplish. But absolutely, we can put that together and bring that to council for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you finished, Representative? Okay, Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. I'm really interested in receivership and how municipalities can it's a part of the bills, and I know in the past there was a lot of discussion about that. Mm-hmm. But I think that it's not just kind of like your basic code enforcement, but what tools we can use in terms of receivership and other using our courts to expedite some of these concerns that we have. Thank you.
So just to be clear, we'll come back with a broad scope in terms of the different tools that can be utilized so that the council can have everything in front of them.
And just to add to what the city manager was speaking about, the two bills, Representative Manero, that you listed on the agenda, the 2019 bills, both Evan Reed, who is one of our city litigators and prosecutors, and myself testified as to those bills. So for purposes of you understanding, or the public understanding, what that's already in place, there's nothing that we would need to change in the process. That's simply allowing us to get an expedited process once we get to court. So
Sure.
one of the bills does that. And then the second one, and it's something that we will come back and report to you more extensively on the receivership process, because we lack that kind of expertise in El Paso, and that's why we went back to the legislature to allow for us to have people that may not be experienced in that area, but that if we could show why that person is being appointed as a receiver, that's another tool that was added to the legislature that will, the moment that happens, we'll take advantage of it. But on the front end, there is more work that from our office, that we will be working with the city manager on revisiting.
And like I said, I'd place those for reference because I know a lot of work had been done. And again, with the legislature coming up in 2021, I don't think it's a bad conversation to have. What tools do we still need? Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Laura. Call for the vote.
So there is a motion and a second to approve the direction on item 20.4. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. We now go to page 15, to the operational focus updates. The first one is 21.1, and this is a budget update.
Good afternoon, Council. So this presentation is going to build upon one of the slides I showed you when you all approved the ordinances for the bond at the last council meeting. I had a slide in there that showed you the additional or the new PAYGO, the pay-as-you-go funding that has been incorporated into the budget over the last few years. So I wanted to really take some time and highlight those items a little bit more detail because it's significant in the decisions that you all are making. So not only are the decisions that the council is making when you approve the budget addressing the priorities of the community, but really the budgets that are being adopted are addressing those priorities in a fiscally responsible manner. And so when we talk about the pay-as-you-go, you're going to see that, yes, it's addressing all of the different areas that are very, very important. But again, what are we doing in order to create those ongoing sources of revenue to minimize the amount of debt that we need to use in order to fund some of these critical areas that have been deferred for decades? So since 2017, $30.4 million of annual funding has been incorporated into the budget for pay-as-you-go funding to address the priorities that have been identified by the council and by the community. I'm going to talk a little bit about, at the end about the Budget Stabilization Fund, which we discussed a little bit last time, and then talk a little bit about what we're doing as well as we're gearing up for Senate Bill 2, and everybody's, I know the media is interested, our bond raters are interested in how are we going to address and what have we done to be proactive to deal with Senate Bill 2. Well, the pay-go funding is one of those areas. Having a Budget Stabilization Fund is another area where we would like to make some recommendations to the council. And then finally, implementing those continuous programs of how are we becoming more efficient and how are we saving money along the way. So those key priorities, again, these 5 pillars here that have been identified as being important to the community. Streets, obviously number 1. Followed by public safety, parks, the economic development of what we're doing to try to attempt to increase our tax base. And then finally, our city facilities. What are we doing to maintain our current facilities while we're building all these quality of life amenities at the same time? So on the street side, starting in 2017 when we started putting money into the budget to address the 8A on-demand requests, at the time the 8A community came out and said, I've got several complaints, I've got several projects, and there's no money, the city tells me there's no money in the budget to do those requests. It really started then. And since then, really in the last 2 years, you can see that it's really ramped up. So with the action that you all took back in December, there's now $10 million a year to go towards street maintenance projects. That's $10 million a year to go towards identified projects on an annual basis to, again, begin to address some of the issues that Sam has highlighted as far as what we need to do in order to maintain our streets. Otherwise, they're going to continue to degrade and require more and more maintenance involved in those. Additionally, the $2 million that you all built into the budget related to the median maintenance that are along state roads, that was significant as well in order to maintain the visual image of the city, which is one of the goals in the strategic plan. And then the speeding issue, that's something that came up not only through the chime-in process, but also the focus groups. What are we doing to maintain or control speeding within residential neighborhoods? So that neighborhood traffic mitigation projects is one of those areas that has been addressed. On top of the public safety bonds, which were approved back in November, there's $4 million currently in the budget for ongoing capital for both police and fire. And that's going to go towards funding their fire trucks, ambulances, and some of the police equipment that they've identified as their priorities for this coming year. And that, again, that $4 million is annual ongoing funding that can be used by those public safety departments in order to fund those items. So as opposed to the practice that had been used decades ago of continually using debt to fund everything in your operating budget, you've really seen with this presentation the shift away from that practice, and really, I mean, $30.4 million is significant, of really beginning to set up that funding for not only for the next year or 2 years, but really the foundation down the road for what we've done as far as developing the budget for the city. On the parks and facilities side, you all approved $1.5 million annually for sports complex maintenance. So obviously we've got beautiful facilities throughout the city. We want to make sure that we're maintaining them. Tracy Novak did several presentations for you all on what that money is going to go towards. Again, maintaining the 4 sports complexes we have throughout the city. The sports court resurfacing, again, this is an area that you don't really think about, but this is another area that should be in your operating budget. And so with what was adopted back in August, you all approved $400,000 for sports court resurfacing. And then finally, the last bullet point there is very significant as well. So with all of the facilities the city has, from recreation centers to senior centers, that will not be addressed as part of the public safety bond that was passed, the $1.5 million will provide our streets and maintenance department some funding to go through and start to prioritize some of the projects that are on their list. And again, you saw the list. It's pretty significant of the amount of money that's needed to do all those projects. So $1.5 million, again, is not going to solve all the problems, but it's a start in the right direction of being fiscally responsible and how we're going about adjusting these priorities. On the economic development side, again, the 1% that we talked a little bit about this morning, in the earlier presentation. The $5 million that was approved that has the economic development restriction on it. The $5.3 million additional is part of that $80 million is part of the El Paso Electric acquisition that's going to be, well, will be presented before you on February 4th if that's approved. That's over $10 million a year for economic development projects. At the last council meeting, we talked about the recommendation to establish the budget stabilization fund. And so we'll bring forward this recommendation on February 4th as well, again, for your consideration. It was something the city manager recommended back in December of 2015. That year we had almost $10 million of savings. And we had recommended to set some money aside and create a budget stabilization fund. If you remember back on January 7th, I presented that we finished fiscal year 2019 with $5.3 million in surplus. Which again, if you remember back to that presentation, that $5.3 million surplus, having savings at the end of the fiscal year is not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing. One, it shows that we had budget discipline throughout the year, given all the challenges we faced with presidential visit, an unexpected election, a couple of other unexpected costs. But $5.3 million a year in savings, our sales tax, as I mentioned that year, this past year came in really well, much higher than what we had anticipated. But when we developed the budget, we come up with conservative revenue estimates. One, we don't want to put ourselves in a situation, as I've shown you many, many times, between 2012 and 2014, where the city was actually using fund balance because they had gotten too aggressive on their revenue projections. Because they didn't have the budget discipline, they were going over budget on the expense side. And so we've demonstrated over the last 5 years the results in the budget discipline, the fiscal responsibility that we have as the city manager and myself to ensure that, one, we're being responsible in the way we develop the budget, what we're recommending to the council to be approved, and then finally that we see it through the entire fiscal year to make sure that we actually finish with what we expected.
So just quick, the one big change that we did is we were looking at the last 3 to 5 years, 3 in particular, of actual dollars spent. So it's no different than your own house when you're making whatever you're making, and then you don't, if you don't keep track of what you're spending, but if you do keep track of what you're spending, you then look at it and say, okay, the last 3 years I've spent this much. So then that's what you base it on that average of the last 3 years of what you spent going forward, and what increases you might look at, whether it's fuel increases and how that fluctuates. It depends, right? Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, and sometimes you can't tell what the market does. So that's how we're basing it on. So I just want you to know we're basing it on science. I think when he says that the projections were very rosy, that's a nice way of saying it. The projections were really extremely off kilter relative to the performance. They were basing it on future revenue, and when you do that to balance a budget, you're on shaky ground. But when we've done it based on previous actual dollars. So we feel very good. When he says conservatively, that's what we mean when we put the budget together. It's very conservative, so that the sales tax performs higher than expected because your policies are working. If for some reason that the valuations come in higher than what we're expected and what we project, those kinds of changes, the savings, the different processes that you've seen that we've recommended where we've saved dollars, where we've improved services. You had 2 presentations earlier today where we've shown that. These are all things that you're challenging us to do, all things that you should take stock in, that you're part of that. You're leading that process. So when your constituents ask you what you're doing and what's being done with regard to the tax rate doing what it's doing, you need to point to those things too, where we're saving dollars, where we're doing things more efficiently, where there's more things that they're getting that they didn't have before. That pay-as-you-go system that we have in place, that was something y'all asked for, and something the community said they didn't want as much debt going towards these needs that we should be putting in the budget. That's exactly what we did. We put that in the budget. So when we look at the rate stabilization fund, and with all due respect, when we have council say, well, I don't want to look at that, let's go within our means, well, then we need to stop doing capital projects then. I mean, you got to balance it one way or the other. Either stop buying horses that you have to feed, right? Or you just stop everything. You just say, look, we're not going to buy horses for now. But, you've got a public safety improvement plan package that the people voted on. And now that's rubbing up against SB2. So when we give you these budget updates, we want to give you the examples, how they relate back to the decision making that we make, and then some of the things that you asked for. You just finished asking for it, by the way. The last agenda item, you said, let's look at those art projects and how to replace them. That costs more money. that you either have to use out of bond money or you have to use as pay-as-you-go dollars that's in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Representative Sorsby?
First of all, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you again for that analogy. I also think, too, you could use that in terms of apple trees and watering. You know, if you're going to plant apple trees, you better water them as well. The horse analogy, though, I think is quite apropos as well. Thank you again for that analogy. Mr. Cortines, you brought up a salient point about a presidential visit that we had. One was an official one. Also, we had a campaign rally, of which I think $500,000 are still due to the city of El Paso. I don't know if that's something we can get in a work session or if we have an update about when that campaign rally, when they're going to pay us back.
There's no update. We continue to send out invoices. We try to make contact with the campaign manager.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at it, there's like a whole map on the U.S. of like Trump campaign stops and what they owe, and the biggest amount of owed is to our beautiful Sun City.
But the point I was trying to make with that example was, even though that happened, I know during the time the media brought up a lot of questions. Okay, well, how are you going to pay for this $500,000? How are you going to cover it within the budget?
It's not our place. It's not our place to cover that gentleman's campaign
but it is
rally.
because it was an expense we had in our police and fire departments. And so, one, making sure that we're staying within the budget for all of our departments, and then two, making sure our revenue projections were on point so that we did have the revenue to cover.
I understand.
He's just saying it's a necessary part of what we have to provide, not that he's not making a point.
We should figure out how to maybe hit him up on his Twitter feed for us paying us back.
I'll start following him, see if he'll listen to me.
I don't think. No, don't follow.
I don't think he'll listen.
Don't follow. Don't follow.
I don't think he'll listen.
I mean, you could look, but don't follow. He doesn't deserve that.
Okay, I have 3 more slides. So the last point that we're really going to focus on is what are we doing, one, to be proactive again with Senate Bill 2 that we're going to have, and what are we doing just as a large organization to become more efficient? So we've had over 500 employees that have gone through training in our process improvement program. Every department has at least one person that has gone through the training. 81% of our departments have a project that's either been completed or ongoing. So, I mean, across the board, just about every department is involved in this process improvement program. And then finally, you see the breakdown there of who's gone through Lean Six Sigma training and how many green, yellow, and white belts we have throughout the city. So these are people that are going through identifying projects, whether it's in their department or in another department. A lot of times it's an employee that maybe in the planning inspection department, they come up with an idea that may impact the tax department. So it's not specifically related to their project or their department all the time. So they get the tools, they go through the training, they have those resources available to them, and it really helps come up with ideas on how we become more efficient. Again, just some results that we've generated as results of our process improvement program. You heard a lot about the bridges and what we did there and the investment and the amount of time that went into developing those projects. The $32 million as a result of those Lean Six Sigma projects. And it's not always about saving money. A lot of times it is, but a lot of times it's just about how do we become more efficient? How do we cut down wait times for our customers? How do we make things more efficient? So one of the examples of one of the earlier projects we did was the parks permitting process and what we did in order to cut down the time there. So in summary, again, here's the list. $30.4 million now of annual funding, pay as you go, in order to generate, one, address all the priorities that we hear from our community, and then two, to do it in a fiscally responsible way in order to minimize, as the city manager said, the reliance on debt to fund everything that should not necessarily be financed. Some of these things, or most of these things, really should be in your operating budget. So the city council, yes, has made very difficult decisions the last few years. But when you look at this list and where those dollars are going and what you have as an ongoing basis now for future budgets, it's significant.
This is a great slide of, and I know I keep using it over and over, but I think it's easy for people to understand. This is all the hay we're buying for the horses. All the horses that have been purchased and they're in our stables.
Or
you can starve them to death and not have any vehicle replacements on schedule for police, and we can complain about that.
Or the water.
We cannot have money set aside for our streets department and then have these bond projects, whether they're voted on or whether they're done by COs, and then folks having their concerns about that. Well, it's one or the other. You either do it pay as you go on an annual basis, or you do debt. It's no different than your house. You're going to let your house deteriorate and not replace the roof. You're not going to mow the lawn. You're not going to put a sprinkler system in. so you can water the grass appropriately, or you can't afford to put a sprinkler system in. Well, we bought, we bought some of those things, and so now we have to maintain those things. That's $30 million. If you back out the tax rate on that, that's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8.5 pennies, more or less, right there on feeding the horses. So the things that were approved in 2012 by the voters, what was recently approved by the voters with regard to the Public Safety Improvement Plan, the tough decisions the council has made to move up the street projects, which is the main priority for the community. You did that, but that's something that you shouldn't be blamed. Well, you should be blamed for it in a good way. You stepped up to it and said, I listened, and we're taking care of those potholes. We're taking care of those streets in your neighborhoods. That $3 fee on the water fee is going to their neighborhoods for street repairs. So these are the reasons why when we do the budget updates, we do them, so that when we go to the budget, we've already kind of answered all these questions throughout the year, and you're very well versed on the budget. So when we talk about these different strategies and ideas, we need to hear them now. So when we put the budget together, it's put together with your thoughts, with your direction, with your guidance, with your policy decision-making in mind. So it reflects that as closely as possible, and so that we're aligned with it. Not everything will be aligned 100% with what you asked for, but some of these things aren't easy. Some of these things, the greater good and the strategic planning is so important, not just because it's some document, some brochure that we just, flash to people or go to our website. It's on our website. It's a living, breathing document that gets results. And you stand behind it, you believe in it, you've updated it, it's your plan, it's our plan. And these are the kind of results that you've been getting, that the community's been getting because of the tough decisions you've been making.
That's it.
That's it? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cortinas. Anyone else have any comments, questions? Thank you.
21.2 is the electric utility feasibility study update.
So back on December the 17th, the City Council asked or took action on getting estimates on a feasibility study related to the electric utility. So this presentation is pretty brief. We're still in the early stages of the process right now. We had the holiday break in between, which really slowed us down. A lot of employees were out on vacation during that time. But back in December, as was mentioned, the presentation on the municipalization was presented to the City Council on December 17th. The Council voted to direct the city manager to get estimates on a feasibility study. And then you all asked that we come back and provide you an update, so this is where we are today. So I wanted to talk a little bit about quickly the request for proposal process. This is a very, very lengthy process, and especially for something that we've never done or I've never done. So the creation of the scope is going to be very, very important. One, to make sure that we're incorporating and building in everything that we think is going to be important to getting a really solid estimate when we bring that forward to you for your recommendation of whether or not we're going to move forward with it. So we've got a cross-functional team that's being created right now to develop the scope, the advertisement process, and then the selection process. So this process I mentioned, very timely process. I'll give you an example, the property insurance item that you heard earlier on the agenda, the RFP for that. Those bids, not including developing the scope, but the bids were let out in August, the end of August. And you all just approved that today. So you're looking at 5 months on that, and that's something, the property insurance that we've had for years. And that process alone took almost 5 months. So something as big and important as a feasibility study is going to take some time in order for us to generate an accurate and solid recommendation for the council to consider. So what we've done, we've established and created a cross-functional team. We've got employees from the budget office, from the city attorney's office, from the capital improvement department. They have a lot of experience on master plans and studies and writing scopes. And a couple of employees from streets and maintenance, and then a couple of other employees that we're identifying at this time that could help and craft that scope. And then once we create the scope, we'll go through a legal review, we'll take it to the purchasing department, get their review, and then the bids will be let out. And so what we're estimating as far as the creation of the scope, we're estimating right now by the end of February to have the bid specifications ready to go, to put the bids out. And then we're building in a 6-month time frame to actually bring it back to the city council. So we're looking at the end of August before we have a recommendation on whether or not to move forward with the feasibility study. So this may change a little bit. I will tell you that staff and I have talked about this some more, looking at really what is going to be involved. Some of the examples that I've seen of what other cities have done before they go through and do a full-scale feasibility study, we may come back on another update to you all in the future. But some cities have gone through a preliminary feasibility study where basically just looking at a very high level, looking at some of the challenges or obstacles that may be in the way. It would be much less expensive if that were the route you all decided you wanted to go before you get into a full-scale feasibility study and spend a lot more money, obviously, and a lot more time. But as I mentioned, as we continue and we put that team together and they start to put some work together, we'll let them come up with the recommendation on whether or not they want to do a preliminary feasibility study, which would be much smaller in scale, look at some of the bigger issues before we go into a full-scale, highly detailed feasibility study. So that's my brief update.
Does council have any questions? We do have public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct. We
Okay.
have two people that signed up to speak.
Can we take those, please?
Yes, the first person is Mr. Howard Perlmutter. Good afternoon, Mr. Perlmutter. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to commend the council for voting 8-0 unanimously for this feasibility study. Thank you. That's really good. It's really going to be important that whoever's selected to do this have not only abilities in the utility sector, but also in renewable energy and emerging grid technologies. And there's something really important. A lot of you on the council have been doing a great job of pushing this whole initiative towards renewable energy, like solar energy. But there's a second area that's just as big, that goes hand in hand with renewable energy, and that's called distributed generation. And there's absolutely nothing so far in the discussions about the distributed generation part, and that must be part of this feasibility study. Now, the scope needs to be able to look at not only El Pasoans as consumers of electricity and ratepayers, but also as producers of electricity, because distributed generation in the solar age means that we all become possible producers as well as consumers of electricity. And every rooftop in El Paso and every piece of vacant land in the El Paso area becomes a potential revenue generation opportunity. So this is about renewable energy, it's about distributed generation, it's about revenue generation for the city, it's about economic development, and it's about community control. So municipalization is more than just simply the city taking over the utility. Furthermore, the city must maintain its ability to exercise that municipalization option. If the franchise gets transferred and the J.P. Morgan structure takes over El Paso Electric, according to the current way the documents are phrased, it could be decades before the city gets the municipalization option. So even if this municipalization study is successful, we won't have the option to exercise it the way the contracts are structured, because there isn't an option until and unless IIF sells Sun Jupiter, or Sun Jupiter offers to sell El Paso Electric for the city to do that. So it's really important to maintain that ability to exercise the city's options, and that's one of the glaring deficiencies in the current structure of the contract. We can't wait till 2060, which is the next time that a formal renewal comes up. El Paso Electric people earlier today said the past is prologue, but remember, El Paso Electric has slowed solar development and blocked distributed generation for over 40 years. So it's really important to be very conscious that there's a big long-term decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next
Thank you.
speaker is Mr. Patrick Reinhardt. Thank you. Mr. Mendoza had to leave, so that concludes public comment on this item.
That's it?
The next item, yes,
Okay.
is 21.3. This is presentation and update on the El Paso Children's Museum.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. With us today, we have Dr. Paul Kortnar, the Director of the Paso Children's Museum. They'll give you an update on the project. Before he gets up there, I want to remind Council, and for the benefit of the public, talk a little bit about the background of the project itself. $19.5 million was approved as part of the 2012 Quality of Life, well below some of the benchmark museums throughout the country. In terms of funding, the private sector stepped up and entered into a P3 agreement, a private-public partnership with the city, where they pledged to raise $20 million if the city added an additional $20 million to the project, which means that now we have a $59.5 million project that's going to deliver our community a world-class facility for years to come. But in addition to that, part of the agreement also stipulates that the private sector will be funding 2/3 of the operating costs moving forward, which means that when the operating cost comes to like $3 million, the city will contribute $1 million, and the private sector will be contributing $2 million on an ongoing basis, which means through the life of the agreement, the city will make back those $20 additional million that were appropriated as part of the capital cost. As far as the fiscal oversight from the city, myself and Tracy Jerome are part of the board for the El Paso Children's Museum, nonprofit organization, as well as the CID staff also participate in project meetings to make sure that we're getting a quality building and that we're verifying all the expenditures for the organization. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paul Kortner.
And I just want to illuminate one point that Sam made. That agreement for the private sector to pay for 2/3 of the cost, we don't have that in any of our other museums. So that is significant.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you this afternoon. My name is Paul Kortner. I'm the Executive Director of the El Paso Children's Museum, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. So I'm not a city employee. And I came here to give you an update on our progress. I hear often from members of the public and from members of City Council about how long this project has taken and how you would like us to be able to move forward quickly with it. And so I wanted to outline our timeline. And so you can see here, originally when the city made the award of more funding for this project and contracted with us to build the building and to see the project move forward, we gave an estimated completion date of the summer of 2022. That is still the estimated completion date, so we've managed to do everything on time thus far. You can see from this that we're expecting our final design documents, or DD phase, that will come February the 21st to us. We have gone through the 50% DD phase, and we have also gone through our first 2 rounds of value engineering to make sure that we bring this project in for the city on a budget which has been prescribed in advance. And so we've gone through that. The building itself is in its final design stages. In fact, just today, while I was sitting here, we managed to sign a contract to have a group of renderers create visions of this building so that we will be able to make those public probably about 2 months from now when that process is complete. And so we have a final idea of what the building will look like, and we can reveal that to the public in about 2 months. The exhibits run approximately 1/2 section behind. So they have finished, they're at 100% schematic design, and we're now in the 50% design documents for the exhibits. And you can see this is what the climber will actually look like in the museum. So you can imagine one of the delays, although as I say, we're still on time, one of the reasons this takes a long time is here we have this 60-foot climber that we're building that's been designed for the museum. The architects had to create a 60-foot space for this climber to fit into within the building that they're designing. But this climber requires all kinds of structural beams, et cetera, to be able to support it. So as the exhibit designers design the climber, they go back to the architects and say, we need these structural beams to support it. Then the architects have to go back and redesign that portion of the building to provide those structural beams, et cetera. And so there's a conversation going back and forth. And so one of the things we've been very lucky about thus far is how well our exhibit designers and our architects are also working together to be able to get this building to work for us. And so we have contracted with the same engineering firm for both the exhibit designers and for the building so that we can get those kinds of solutions as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible for everyone. So we presented these gyroscope designs at the end of schematic in the fall of 2019, and we're moving forward, as I say, into design development of the exhibits. And if we go back to the schedule I had, you will see that the exhibit process goes and will be completed at the same time. So the building is going to be completed about 3 months before the exhibits, but the exhibits, many of them cannot be installed until the building is complete. And so that's why the two are being shown as completed at the same time. I want to, oh, look, we got it actually rotating. I don't know if I can do that again, but there we go. So that's our climber rotating. Thank you. So these are some of the other exhibits. So we are designing a children's museum / science center. It's available to, we are trying to make sure that it's available to all the families in El Paso. I'm sure that you know that we've contracted with private money with UTEP in order to really look at our community, to better understand our community, and to and make sure that we're not only designing the right exhibits, but that we're going to run operationally the right children's museum for El Paso. So in order to determine what family memberships look like, what hours of operation will look like, etc., we wanted to better understand our community, and we've contracted with UTEP to do that research for us. And UTEP has also made a big deal about that. But this museum will be for all the families in El Paso and for children of all ages. And so you can see there at the top left is an area for very young children, but it's the only area dedicated to very young children. Throughout the rest of the museum, there are things available for young children, but all of the exhibits throughout the rest of the museum are for children of all ages to engage with and for their parents to engage with as well. And so working with our exhibit designers, we've made sure that every exhibit in this museum will serve an educational purpose as well as being fun and exciting, so that we support the education of children here in El Paso. And finally, looking at the construction budget, as Sam pointed out, we have approximately $60 million divided in the original $19.5 million in the original quality of life bond in 2012, an additional $20 million in support from the city when we learned what the building and the exhibits would actually cost to build the correct museum for El Paso, and then $20 million in fundraising. And so, as you know, I know you're very interested in how that fundraising is going. So we're planning 3 big announcements in the spring. The first big announcement will be what the building will actually look like, and we'll have the renders for that. The second big announcement will be the actual groundbreaking, which, if you've looked at the schedule, will happen this spring. And finally, we are going to be very proud to announce our fundraising. I can tell you that we're well over the 3/4 mark in that fundraising. And when we come to announce it, I think you'll be surprised because, we will be even closer to the goal than 3/4. So we will achieve that goal well in advance. The city gave us 10 years from when the building was complete to achieve that fundraising, and we will have achieved it well in advance of the building being complete. Do I have any questions?
One other thing that I'd like to mention, the other thing, when we talk about the 2/3 funding on the operation side, the other thing I failed to mention, and that Sam failed to mention, is the exhibit part. Back in the early 2000s, I think we opened up a history museum here in El Paso without any exhibits, so the building couldn't be opened. So the fact that they're funding that portion of it and the ongoing funding of the exhibits is significant. It's a great deal of money in order to keep those exhibits fresh and inviting, so people come and utilize the facility. So just wanted to point that out, that it's a significant investment for the private sector. I think it's a really strong negotiated agreement that we were able to get done with them, and the public should be proud of the fact that, there's a lot been said about what went into the budgeting back in 2012. Whatever happened, happened. The bottom line is we've made the best that we've been able to make out of this arrangement, this agreement, this partnership with the private sector.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for your time. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And the final update is 21.4. This is an operational focus update on recycling innovations.
Good afternoon, Ellen Smythe, Environmental Services. I wanted to give you an update on the recycling program. So, let's see. Just looking for here it is. So our plan, of course, is to use innovation to improve our customer service and the experience that the residents have with the trash and recycling. I know that I was here about a year ago with some of the struggles we were facing, but since that time we've had several meetings to look at innovation and different approaches that we can take on the program. And so, of course, we support strategic goal number 8, which is nurture and promote a healthy and sustainable community through long-term, cost-effective, and sustainable regional solid waste solutions. So what we are proposing is in improving our recycling services with an innovation. Instead of doing every week collection, we're proposing to go to every other week starting in March. This one change is expected to offset a potential cost avoidance of over $2 million. And so this didn't happen, in a vacuum. We put together a cross-functional task force with our people. We looked at the plan using our mission and vision values and the processes that include the operations. So in 2007, when we launched this program, we did not have the capabilities that we have today in terms of the software and data collection. And today we're serving over 185,000 households, up almost 25,000 households from when we started. We've continued to deliver a weekly service, but up until this year, we have had no way to measure that service other than at the facility with the Freedmans, where we actually count through the contamination. Now we have onboard computers where we can monitor and report in real time what's going on in the blue bins as well as in the trash. And so using that data, we've been able to propose this improvement system for each one of the drivers. So just to give you some background on what my drivers face every day, every driver is assigned about 1,500 homes. And so when they drive by, less than 750, less than 50% of I'll just say you, set out your blue bin every week. Most people are setting it out every other week, 47%, so about every other week. Some people go every 3 weeks. And even the ones that do get set out, they're not full. So they're like 25 to 75% full. So essentially the drivers are driving up and down your streets looking for blue bins that aren't there. And so that's a waste of time, fuel, and the trucks. At the same time, our trash drivers, we always have vacancies. We have a really difficult time hiring and maintaining our drivers. So we're up to 18 to 20 drivers short every day. So by using the data that we've been able to accumulate, we can safely say that by going to every other week recycling, those same drivers can now be put on the trash routes that will improve the service on that side of the equation as well. So what we're proposing is shifting the recycling collections to a bi-weekly schedule and instituting what I'm calling the opt-in program. So opt-in, I'll cover that in just a second. And then we are looking in March 2020 to give us this last couple of months to get out with our outreach on the public information side, to have social media, commercials, billboards, direct mailing, and including the magnets that everybody likes to have their magnet on their refrigerator on what day their collection is. We expect that this will reduce the wear and tear on the streets, the wear and tear on the equipment. It'll decrease the operational costs, and it also will give each one of you your exact schedule on when the truck will be there for your blue bins. So using this innovation improvement for customer service and efficiencies, to recap, we're going to offset, we hope, in the area of $2.2 million. And we're going to be giving better results where we won't have our trucks driving around the streets and tearing them up. So the opt-in program is only for new customers. That anyone who currently has a blue bin will be grandfathered in. But what we're going to be asking new subdivisions, there's a lot of subdivisions that are coming on right now, is to actually ask or request the blue bin. So when they request it, we would give them a class. Because right now, if you move into a house, the blue bin appears with little or no instruction. We do hang a tag on the on the end of the blue bin on the handle. But most of the time, what our drivers find and the supervisors that nobody ever took it off. They never took it off and read it, so it's still hanging off the blue bin several months after it's been delivered. And so, by going to an opt-in program, it allows us to work with the residents who are really interested in doing it and in doing it right. And it also, when you do that, they'll receive the blue bin along with some instruction on what to put into the blue bin. So going back to how we're going to let the residents know about the every other week recycling proposal, we'll send out mailers. We now have the capability to direct mail to every single district, every single street. So even if we have a line that cuts off, you're on the first week and you're on the second week, we can target it now with the technology that we have in place. We'll also be targeting all the websites, social media. We do still have our ESD Works For Me, the app available. It's a free download. You can load it on your phone. That will tell you what day your recycling will be picked up. We also be working, of course, with the regular media on the radio and television to get the message across. Email blasts to the neighborhood associations. They're very active and they're able to help us communicate our message. And using the signage on the Sun Metro bus shelters and also on the trash can ads. So those are our plan to let the public know. That's it, Ms. Any questions?
Any questions, council? No, thank you, Ellen. One question, Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mrs. Smythe, for the presentation. A few things which you have addressed in the past is what is the intent of the recycling program, and what are our statistics related to how much savings there is to our landfills in terms of recycling? And I know we've talked about tonnage before. Do you have those stats with you?
I don't have them with me, but I have them. We've tracked our tonnage. That's the one thing we have been able to track since the very beginning. The contamination is the more difficult number to get a hold of. And so in terms of the purpose of the program, of course, is to recycle the raw materials that are being produced, plastic, of course, from oil, and paper from trees, and try and reduce the amount of raw material that manufacturers would need. It's a supply and demand. We supply, and they're the manufacturers that will turn around and consume, turn the cardboard into newsprint or the newsprint into toilet paper or whatever as the chain goes down. That's the purpose of the program. In terms of saving landfill space, we have been able to offset about a year's worth of landfill space with the program thus far. And I did present those numbers last March.
Okay. Do we have an idea of, with this change, what would be the impact to the savings in landfill?
No, we expect to pick up the same amount of material. It'll just be in a more efficient manner. We don't think that anyone's going to recycle more or less because you do it have the opportunity to set it out every other week. We anticipate that the generation will remain the same.
And did council take action on this item?
No, I'm here to present it. It's operational, but if you have any ideas or suggestions, we're certainly open to that.
Okay, this is such a significant change for my constituents, and just this weekend I was talking to several of my constituents who had a lot of concerns with the existing recycling program. And so the reason, one of your points earlier in the presentation, you stated this change is being done to avoid a $2 million increase. Mm-hmm. What would be your response to constituents who have said, well, are we going to see a decrease in our fee, in our environmental services fee?
No, I would hope that this money will be put back into the Environmental Services Department in the form of another drop-off site, potentially in the far east side, and also to continue, upgrading our capital. The garbage trucks are very expensive, as is the landfill equipment. I know you don't really see the landfill equipment because it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, but a single compactor now is $1.3 million. And so we try and keep them as long as we possibly can, which of course increases the maintenance costs. And we also work very closely with streets and maintenance because they are responsible for the maintenance of all of the fleet, trying to help them upgrade and keep the shops where they work on our equipment up to par as well. So
Right.
we have a lot of needs that this money can be used rather than rate reduction.
Okay, so, and I think that's important to tell where those potential savings are going.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Code compliance officers is number one on my list in terms of complaints I receive. Are we adding more personnel for code enforcement? I mean, there's a lot of questions I have related to how we're going to ensure that constituents know about the change. In addition to that, I feel like we didn't ask for the input of the public because you're just now telling us. And so were there any surveys or any, studies that we conducted surveys to ask about the change?
We have asked surveys at the drop-off site when you're coming to use the CCS. We would ask you your opinion at that point on the recycling. And like I say, I would say over 80-90% say, well, I don't put it out every week anyway. That's pretty much the response we get. And I could probably ask each one of you.
Right, and I think I'd like to see the results of those surveys, because if you just asked me, I would say the same thing. I don't put my blue bin out every day because it's not full. And I just wanted to express that I'm concerned that there wasn't a lot of public engagement with this, and that we're being told this and we didn't have an option to vote on this.
Well, if I may, she did do a lot of surveying with respect to your question, but I think that, she's being very bashful about it, but what this is a very good way where we can improve the recycling program by the savings, reapplying those to the citizen collection site that she referenced, and then using the dollars for the equipment that she mentioned for the recycling program without impacting the tonnage that goes at the recycling. If anything else, it would stay the same or potentially improve if we have another citizen collection site and we improve the services at our other existing citizen collection sites. Excuse me. I think that she could maybe send something out to the council and talk about the robust way and how she will engage the community. But I think that the big takeaway here is that they have utilized the data that they didn't have before, and that was mentioned in her presentation, and that's the biggest tool that they were given. They didn't have that, and by having that data, by being able to free up $2 million plus to then reinvest back into the program is significant. I think to your point well taken, and one in which we can absolutely give information and put information out about the program and how it will be rolled out.
Yeah, we could schedule some stakeholder meetings as well. And we could come. I'm welcome to be invited to all of your breakfast or outreach meetings at any time.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely.
Representative Spursman?
Yeah, I guess to piggyback on Representative Hernandez, stakeholder meetings and outreach is good, but before we are putting these into place, and this presentation here is not to tell us that we're thinking about this or that there's an option, until that this is what we're doing. So.
Well, we haven't scheduled a kickoff date. We just said March. So, if we need to push the date to April or May until you're more comfortable with it, we can certainly do that. But the reality, I think the data, at the outreach meetings will definitely show that people just don't put it out every week. So we're just driving up and down the street.
That's the whole purpose why she's presenting it.
Right, that is the purpose why I'm presenting it early, so that you can let me know what your desires are.
I think having some outreach meetings, I know if it needs to be by district or by different part of the city, I think would help.
She can absolutely do that. I think it's a great story for her to share with the public that we're able to free up that amount of money to reinvest in the program that they're behind. And then use that opportunity to educate them about the recycling efforts that we have underway and how they can help
And I'll be honest, I don't put out the recycling every week. I'll just-
Well, and I think that's what she's
Right.
saying, that she
Right
got
now.
that
Yeah.
across the
Right now.
board in the surveys that she did. I think that the point is well received from y'all about, okay, let's make sure we get out there in the public, and we can absolutely do that.
And then the other thing too, in terms of those public engagements and meetings, and I can only speak for my office, but when we were tagging the blue bins, not if there was contaminated, not taking them, I'm sure that other offices heard a lot of concerns and frustration from residents. So do we have any data that shows what impact that that strategy had?
Yes, we just recently conducted a material audit, and it showed that we've reduced our contamination 8 percentage points. So we went from 35% to 27%, which 27% is still a lot of contamination.
It's a high number in the industry, and so it is a significant problem.
But the 8 points is really good too. So we're going the right way.
Is there a plan to do that program moving forward, like on a bi-yearly basis or something, to kind of, again, target different neighborhoods to try to get more awareness of the contamination issues?
We started about a year ago, probably 15 months ago, and by July we should have covered the entire city. So all of you should have had similar complaints from your constituents if you haven't already. Once we finish the entire city, the first sweep, we'll just start over and do it again.
So I think in terms of those engagement, those meetings with the public for these changes, that might be a
We
good
would
thing
hit on that as well.
Yeah, just in case you were a consistent recycler for the last 25 years, this is why we did it, this is the effect it had, let your neighbors know.
Okay.
But thank you for the work.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Council, I don't mean to rush the discussion because these are very important questions and an important topic. But Snapper has a flight to catch. He tried to move his flight, but he can't, so he has to leave here within the next 30, 40 minutes. I know we have a lot of questions for him about that. So I'm going to be asking if we can move EX 1 and 2 up.
Yeah.
So we can take those discussion items, and then maybe we can just come back to this item if you don't. I know we have public comment.
Yeah.
If you all don't mind. We do have public comment on this one. Would you mind, okay.
So here's a data point. In the 5 years that I've been in the townhouse complex that I live in, there's never been recycling pickup for any of us because apartment complexes are not served. This is a huge problem, and it really would be great if it could be solved. The opt-in idea that we just heard about is a brilliant idea. Use telecommunications wisely. Don't pick up any bins unless someone has actually put their thumb up digitally that they're going to have their bin outside. But let's get the apartment solved. And if you need to have a few hired diplomats from the city going out to the apartment owners, figuring out what the issues are, let's do it. That is a big, big, big missing piece.
Good point.
I have accumulated my recycling in the garage, and a mountain of stuff accumulates for 2 years, and then we have a whole afternoon of dealing with 2 years worth of recycling. Not everybody is as conscientious as I am, and they're just going to put it in the trash. So that would be a really good thing to solve it. This opt-in idea is really good. Using data and information technology, of course, is a great idea. And what I saw today in the presentation is a good step in the right direction, but there's a lot further. Remember, there's the Internet of Things that's about to happen, where every light bulb is going to have a microprocessor. Well, every blue bin is going to be able to have a microprocessor and telecommunication pretty soon. So, furthermore, to widen this out, that isn't garbage. It's resource. And we should be looking at economic development from the point of view is how do we take these resources that are not being used and use them more effectively, not just avoiding the landfill, but actually using the creativity of our El Paso entrepreneurial community and supporting that from the point of the city. Full loop, cradle to cradle is not a new idea, but it's new in El Paso, and it should be part of the economic development, where we look at all the different sectors and how they can feed each other as an ecology, just like nature works. This is the future. It's called industrial ecology, cradle to cradle, full cycle. There's a lot of names for it. The final point I'd like to mention is that I was asked to be on the board of advisors back almost 20 years ago of a company called TerraCycle that is now taught as a case study in business schools around the world. And TerraCycle's mission is to eliminate the idea of waste. And they have had 2 reality shows, one called Garbage Moguls and the other called Human Resources, all about how they've taken unrecyclable waste and figure out things to do with it. So people who are interested in this subject can go online and find out. Garbage Moguls, I think you'll enjoy it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to retire into executive session?
Second.
And is this for all the items on the agenda, to include the ones that were tabled?
We can do that. That's fine.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, El Paso Electric Company franchise, matter number 19-1008-126.001 under 551.071 and 551.087. Executive session item 2, Public Utility Commission of Texas, docket number 49849, joint report and application of El Paso Electric Company, Sun Jupiter Holdings, LLC, and IIF US Holding 2LP for regulatory approvals under PURA 14.101, 39.262, and 39.915, matter number 19-1008-126, under 551.071 and 551.087. Executive session item 3, economic incentives for a medical facility located in the city of El Paso, matter number 14-1007-1014, under 551.071 and 551.087. Executive session item 4, economic incentives for a commercial infill project to be located in the city of El Paso, matter number 20-1007-2559 under 551.071 and 551.087. Executive session item 5, update on proposed strategic real estate acquisitions for public safety facilities, matter number 19-1065-118 under 551.071 and 551.072. Executive session item 7, Isleta del Sur Pueblo, a federally recognized Indian tribe versus City of El Paso, USDC case number 317-CB-00162-DCG, our matter number 17-1009-561 under 551.071. Executive session item 8, litigation update to council FY 2020 first quarter, matter number 19-1021-1210 under 551.071. Executive session item 9, ex parte State of El Paso Supreme Court of Texas case number 19-0022, matter number 17-1001-171.002 under 551.071. Executive session item 10, Max Grossman versus City of El Paso, a Court of Appeals case number 08-19-00272-CB, matter number 17-1001-171.001.001 under 551.071. Item number 19.1, discussion and action on a resolution declaring a process to censure an El Paso City Council representative under 551.071. And item 20.2, discussion and action that the mayor and city council representative censures and condemns Representative Sam Morgan for conduct that violates the values of El Paso in a way that is not befitting of an elected member of council under 551.071. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 3:55 p.m.
Okay.
Council, is there a motion to come out of executive session?
Motion.
There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes, and the meeting is back in session at 6:08 PM.
So we just came out of executive session. There's no action on any of the items that we discussed.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to hear public comment on EX1 or EX2?
Yes, please.
Okay. We have Mr. Howard Perlmutter that signed up to speak on EX1 and EX2. Good evening, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm sure back in executive session, you've all figured out what the right way to move forward is, and I know that things are moving pretty quickly on how these contracts are being redone. But in the last versions I've seen, what you've all negotiated about keeping the headquarters in El Paso and about keeping the workforce in place is not something that is reliable, because there are so many weasel words in every different version that I've seen. In what you all approved on the 17th, if you look at the end of the contract where it has successors and assigns, it says that everything in this contract is binding on the parties except for the provisions about the headquarters in El Paso and about the workforce. Then in the latest version that you've all got posted for 11.1 today, it's that the commitment to keep the workforce in El Paso, the headquarters in El Paso and the workforce, is only for as long as IIF owns Sun Jupiter. And in every single version of this that I've seen, there are weasel words so that J.P. Morgan can change the shells around of IIF and Sun Jupiter and all those other pieces and get out of those commitments before a decade. The other problem with this is that you all are going to not have the chance to municipalize, if you want to, before approving the franchise transfer, and then after the franchise is transferred, you won't have a chance to do anything about municipalization if you want to for potentially decades, until IIF and Sun Jupiter decide that they want to do some kind of a sale and then trigger 100% of the sale is the only way that it gets triggered. So that's another problem. One of the biggest problems, though, is that you're all scared about $25 million a year loss to the city's coffers. But the only way that you're going to lose $25 million a year is if El Paso Electric loses $475 million in revenue, because the only way you lose $25 million is if the franchise is canceled, and without a franchise, El Paso Electric can't use the right-of-way and cannot operate in the city of El Paso and can sell electricity to the citizens of El Paso. So you all have a lot more leverage than you think to get the terms really the way, to really perfect the terms, or to deny the franchise transfer on February 4th and then say, we'll consider this later on after we've done our study on municipalization. You have much more leverage than you realize. Please use it.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Mr. Andrew Torres. Andrew Torres? I don't believe he's here. Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes public comment. And as you stated, there's no action on EX1 through EX10, correct? Thank you. We're now back on items 19.1.
I move to postpone till February 4th.
Second.
Our next council meeting, February 4th.
So there's a motion and a second to postpone item 19.1 for 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Can we do a roll call?
Yes. On that motion, Representative Anello.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido. Yes. Rivera.
Yes.
And Lizarga. And that motion does pass with 5 affirmative votes. Representative Anello voting nay. Representative Schwarzbein not present. and Mayor Pro Tem Perez not present for the vote. The motion does pass. The next item that was tabled was item 20.2.
I move to postpone to February 4th.
There's a motion and a second to postpone item 20.2 for 2 weeks. On that motion, Representative Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido? Rivera? And Lizarraga. And that motion passes with 5 affirmative votes, Representative Anello voting nay, Representatives Schwartzbein and Perez not present. May we have a motion to
I
adjourn?
move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the meeting for Tuesday, January 21st, 2020 is adjourned at 6:13 p.m.